Working hard on my stump, what's the problem? I ain't had shit to show, being modest. Now it's grams of the wax for my conscience. Bron James in LA, you're on college. I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the...
You see, sometimes we think we need all this fancy knowledge to grow as a human. But I got news for you. All you have to do is apply one concept and put it to work. That doubt is a virtue. Touch your neighbors and say it's time to doubt. Here's a new kind of faith. It's not the kind of faith of wishful thinking of the heart, or helps you deny reality, or only works seldomly. It's the kind of faith that's reliable, repeatable. It's the kind of faith that goes beyond all religions, all biases, embraces doubt. It's open to change. It's the kind of faith where you know when it's been misplaced. It's the kind of faith that works. You can make sense of it. You can explain it. It's the kind of faith that you can see, touch, feel, and hear. It's the kind of faith that really does heal the sick. We put our trust, we put our hope, we put our confidence in things that are observable, measurable, repeatable, and most importantly, falsifiable. Let's join together and have a faith that spits in the face of gullibility. You have heard it said that faith has an objective. Well, what has your faith done for you lately? What has your faith done for society lately? Stephen's kind of faith has been around for thousands of years. But it was science that cured smallpox, measles, polio, and infection. Stephen doesn't want his faith to be held hostage to outcomes. But I say outcomes and results matter. Stephen said that with God in your presence, there's nothing you can't do. There's nothing you can't heal. There's nothing you can't restore. But we all know that's not true. You can't fly. You can't walk on water. You can't raise the dead. Let's be humble. Let's be honest. Let's stop with the hoping and start with the reasoning. Say no to astrology on Monday. No to crystals on Tuesday. No to chakras on Wednesday. No to the vacuum salesman on Thursday. No to homeopathy on Friday. No to faith healing. And yes to medical healing. And on Sunday, I want a faith that doesn't need a holy book or a pastor or a priest or a rabbi or an imam to know it's not okay to harm others.
Paul doesn't say any about that in his credentials when he himself gives his own credentials in Philippians 3 and Galatians and Romans.
Well, sure he did. As persecuting the church, right? As persecuting.
So guys, where are we going with this?
Nowhere. Where are you going? Nowhere.
I don't need two Christians in here arguing, guys. This is
I'm
just
not sure.
over this stupid thing. I'm sorry. This is a stupid disagreement. Paul had a revelation from heaven. That's the end of it. I don't want to hear any more about it. Seriously, this is absolutely...
Yeah, I agree.
Profoundly
no, it's connected to the statement that was raised, Rebecca. You raised it.
This is a threat to our system. You know, for instance, go back to the book of Corinthians.
Paul was talking about.
Paul was, the women should remain silent. Shut up! Doctrinal standards. The women were over-talking the message.
You know, maybe they were
standing up and saying, "What does that mean, preacher?"
Shut up! Shut up! Will you shut up? Shut up! Shut up!
And a woman can't teach over me. And so there's an order.
Woo! Sparks are coming. Sparks are coming. Fireworks. I promise fireworks.
Unless you're planning on going into my kitchen and slapping some ham between two slices of bread, this conversation is over.
Live from Sacred Death Studios in Los Santos, San Andreas. Welcome everyone to Late Night Counter-Apologetics. And now, please welcome your host. He is...
Who is it?
The wise man of the Sacred Death Motorcycle Club.
That's right.
He is the sexiest man in all of word wrestling entertainment.
That's right.
He is the most entertaining man in
The history
of evolutionary biology. He is the virtual visionary, Mr. Dual PhD himself.
That's right.
Please give it up for the architect of the atheist apocalypse, the only man to have his vestments blessed by PineCreek, the most high apostle of the cult of the blind man. He is none other than the outlaw prince, the one and only Jesus who can save us, Dr. Heartbreak J. Pocket Locker BUNDY. I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy. I've got the look that drives the girls, while I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spines. I'm just a sexy boy. Are y'all ready to go? I'm not your boy toy. Apparently, the theists are not the only people that are scared. Apparently, I trigger some fucking atheists too. Too bad. I make them hot. I make them shiver. Theists get weak, atheists too. Whenever I'm around, they see me walk, they hear me talk. I make them feel like their bullshit ain't real. I'm just a sexy boy. Oh yeah, sing the song. I'm not your boy toy. Sing the fucking song. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Eat your heart out, girl. That mic whip though. Hands off the merchandise. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Oh, welcome. Oh, welcome. Welcome everybody to another edition of the Pocket Locker Podcast. I am your host, the one and only Pocket Locker, aka Dr. J Bundy, aka Heartbreak J, aka the wise man of the Sacred Death Motorcycle Club, the sexiest man of all of word wrestling entertainment, and the most entertaining man in the history of evolutionary biology, not to mention the fastest rising star in all of left-wing, right-wing media coverage, that being the one and only David Blackman. And I am joined by my very special broadcasting partner here, Sam, the four-legged one, who is sleeping, being lazy, and not contributing to production as always. Sam, don't you got some fucking sound cues to work on? Some fucking animations to come up with? Some fucking transitions? Some motherfucking sound effects? Some fucking shit to do? Motherfucking Jewish Space Laser's in the house, but his lazy ass isn't even turned on. Jewish Space Laser, there we go. The man that projects the nebula into the ether. The motherfucking refiner's fires in the house, and of course, Liberty Bell, the sexiest United States championship in the history of Word Wrestling Entertainment, is here to remind these fucking chumps that champions have championships responsibilities. And as always, folks, I am in airplane mode. Speaking of airplane mode, y'all. Yes, that's right. Pocket Locker has some new, morally superior paraphernalia. And where did I purchase this? I didn't. That's right. This here airplane mode is brought to you by today's sponsor, Hippie Smiles. Hippie Smiles, the best solution in customized mason jar paraphernalia, all types of bong shit, and things that help you get high more efficiently in a creative and sustainable fashion. Hippie Smiles sent me this wonderful contraption. I, of course, fucked it up. I dropped it a little bit here, and so the little thing fell off the bowl cap. But I always do that. I broke mine, too. It's perfect. It's broken in the same way all my other pieces are. I break those little stems, those fucking stems, man. But this thing is gorgeous. It hits like a fucking champ. It just fills this whole mason jar up with smoke, and then you pull it, and it's just, it hits like a motherfucking beast. We got to get Uncle Bobby one of these goddamn things so he can smoke this shit on his show. And then she sent me a bunch of these replacement tops, which she 3D prints. Really solid print here. Smokes beautiful. Obviously no leaks or anything like that. Wonderful cross, sort of like a cross alignment here in the grain of the print. Real high quality stuff. Thank you so much. I'm incredibly grateful, honored, and humbled to even have fans and people who watch me. The fact that some of those people are incredible makers and creators themselves, also very humbling. And the fact that they send me shit, super cool. Let's hit it again. And as you see there, folks, pure white. Look at that whole mason jar fill. Let's clear it. All right, y'all. Hippie Smiles, y'all. She's right here in the chat. Hippie Smiles, let people know how to find you on Instagram. Hit her up in Instagram. And yeah, I'm live in Gathertown. I didn't play. There's no video in Gathertown for this. But yeah, I'll have my camera set up in Gathertown in a minute. Thanks for the heads up. All right. Let's go ahead before we get into today's show, and boy, do we got some shit to get into today. Let's go ahead, catch a vibe. I want to catch a vibe real quick and get into communion and then get into the show. Normally, I do the countdown, the 1 minute countdown with Stunt 102 by my favorite rapper / cousin, the one and only OG Roddy. But he does have this music video that's on itsairplanemode.com. since it's the same song, I didn't want to play the countdown today, so I played some other stuff. And then to catch a vibe today, we're going to start with OG Roddy here. Let me make sure this is actually shown. Oh, that shit ripped my face off, Hippie Smiles. Ripped my fucking face off. All right, Melody Joy and UC Love are also with me here in Gather. As you notice, Melody Joy on top of the tech. Yeah, Melody Joy, I don't have the stream currently mirrored in Gather. Although, to be honest with you, Melody Joy, I should actually have it mirrored in Gather. And it would have probably been a better, more efficient way to do what I was doing today, Melody Joy. So, Melody Joy, I think I'm going to have to give you $1 million pocket change because I think you actually just improved the technical design of the production here. Yeah, Melody Joy, I think that idea that you just came up with might actually make the show better. So, here's $1 million pocket change to say thank you. There you go. Boom. Have at it. That's saying, when the fuck is your ass going to come up with an idea that's going to help improve the show? You just sitting there being cute all the time. I'm trying to see you come up with some new shit. All right, y'all, let's catch a vibe. Stunt 102. You get it at It's airplanemode.com. That's it. That's where you got to go. Just go to airplanemode.com. Boom. OG Body in the house. Whoa. Oh, we don't need that other screen, do we?
We're gonna hold on my stump, what's the problem?
I ain't had shit to show, being modest. Now it's grams of the wax
To my conscience, Brian James in LA, you're on college. Still moving with the pack like my partners.
Oh, here's
Put the
small
John
one.
on them jets cause we wildin'. Put the bowl as a party on the island.
Moment of silence. Pause flip. Felt good, get back to the topic. Grew up, it was me and Flocka.
Grandma's and Big T, this my mama. I ain't even for the pain when my pots flip. Knew his name, that's it, never bothered. Mom said, you the man, son, you got this. Ever since I found a way to go and pop shit. Hold up, blaze through a whole zip. Took a seat at the table of my first flip. Days in red roof with my first whip. Spent the money with the gang, never post pics. Seen a change in the game, had to coach it. Never let them take my wangs in the mold, bitch. Ever made in a month, nigga. Used to serve him at the minute just to front, nigga. Goddamn.
Had to grow up quick, I made my own rules.
Had my first child, got it jumping with music.
Can't really hang with nobody that's losing.
I thought by now that you would go and get it, but I could hardly see niggas this distant.
Know you get cropped if you're not in the picture, let's go. And I wait that tag and we got a bag.
Shots to the Henny and OG prescriptions, put rebel shit on the map. Took a leap from where I started at, started ballin', now I'm Chris Paul and Cat.
Got him steady calling for the mode, but I'm on the road, gotta call him back. And that's all facts. What's up, cuz? Let them know how you living. Let them know how you living, cuz ain't no bullshit.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard.
Y'all know my cousin is the mode.
Securely, either in an overhead bin or under the seat in front of you. All aisles, exits, and bulkhead areas should now be clear.
It's airplanemode.com.
Navigational and communication systems. Once airborne, we'll let you know. Electronic devices, but note that some items may not
be used ever. Some items could just fuck off altogether. Now, let's get into this motherfucking communion like it's motherfucking Friday, and you ain't got nothing better to do than commune with the motherfucking congregation. That's what the fuck communion is about. It's a time to celebrate gathering, which is why your dumb ass should be in Gather. Duh. Because your communion will be feeling extra right. Me and Melody feeling extra layers of communion. Because we're not just together on YouTube. We're together also in Gather. We're gathered where for the gathering happens. Duh. All right, hang on a sec, y'all. I got to get these fucking avatars up here. I'm feeling lonely up in this bitch. I need to see the fucking avatars. I'm feeling isolated. Oh no, I just opened the wrong program. I hate when that happens. When you're just trying to get your shit open, so you're trying to move fast, and then you open the wrong program, and it takes even longer. And if you would have just and taken your time to begin with. Do as I say, not as I do, motherfuckers. First take only, Uncle Bobby style. Like, could you even do a second take? I guess I've done second take. Y'all know me. I've said, I've gotten so frustrated sometimes I've just said, fuck this stream. Fuck this stream. We're canceling it. Cancel it, delete it, start a new one. It happens. It does happen. Those are second take days. They're rare, but they do happen. They do happen. It happened yesterday or the day before. I was like, fuck this. Fuck this stream. This stream sucks. This stream sucks so badly, I'm not even going to try to redeem it. I'm just going to fucking cancel it. Start a new one, delete it. It's like Kobe Bryant said, you just got to flush it. You got to flush it and move on. You just flush it and move on. You know? Shit happens, literally. All right, now that my avatars are up, what's up, people? Satan's Little Helper, Lena, Melody Joy, Hippie Smiles, Caterpillar. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Link up with the gang. All right, that SDMC, you got to go under the avatars. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, that's better. Avatars on top of everything. That's just how it has to be, y'all. All right, let's go ahead and get this fucking communion popping. Here we go. Hopefully Melody can hear me and gather in the Gather Town Throwdown. I think UC Love is up in the bitch too. Fuck is James Apperson. All right, here we go. Please raise your glasses and hold on to your asses. Through him, with him, in him, in the unity of the flying man. All glory and honor is yours who flied for our sins forever and ever. You may drink. Sing with the choir now. Praise the spirit of Myron up in this bitch. And now for a communion song. I don't know. Which one do I even want today? How do I decide? There's so many songs. Got to go. I'm going to Shot at Yours Pull Up. I'm just being. Nope. Today's mood is 3 songs. No competition. BVVW. Shot at Yours Pull Up. Fuck with me. Say something. Say something. It's Friday. I want to vibe. You got a problem with that? Good. I hope you do got a problem with that. I'm here to start beef. I'm here to start trouble. Matter of fact, communion's over. I'm taking off the priestly garments, putting on my whooping ass garments.
Pay too much to the competition.
Don't pay no attention to the competition.
Gotta trust your process.
Gotta trust the process.
Worry about yourself like it's
Gotta get up and do it every
bigger than
day.
me, bigger than you. You know what I mean? You know what you gotta do to do.
I just capped off a 100-day stream streak. I'm in the midst of starting another one. Say something to me. Get your 100 days up on the internet before you come at me.
No competition. I'm feeling so fabulous. You niggas mad as shit. but it do not matter.
Get your hours up, your streams ain't long enough. What's the comparison?
Tell your homies stop gassing you.
Before we pull up and embarrass you. No competition. I'm feeling so fabulous. And you niggas mad as shit. But it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell your homies stop gassing you. Before we pull up and embarrass you. It's no competition.
Yeah.
Still watching for clothes, but they all over the globe. Probably why I say whoa.
Young nigga never made money from stoves.
Never.
But went hard with the zones. Me and Henny broke it down way before. Now we killing shows, just act like you know. Whoa. Got a new bitch from the bottom. Still never change how my niggas from Potters.
You gotta hit that guest link, bruh. You gotta go to that guest room.
Till we put them in their place. Leave their family with a ghost. Then we pull off in a race competition.
I'm feeling so fabulous. And you niggas mad as shit. But it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell your homies stop gassing you. Before we pull up and embarrass you. No competition.
I'm feeling so fabulous. And you niggas mad as shit.
But it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell your homies stop gassing you. Before we pull up and embarrass you.
It's no competition. You niggas be lying about how you be feeling. Saying you Jordan, you not even Pippin.
Or Rodman when he was with Pistons.
You blindie, you lying about all of your visions. Your paper be short like some midgets. I used to step out and just worry about digits. And now I just focus my visions. I had to distance myself from some people cause they just be
holding you back.
I wasted some time, I never get back.
Like why I do that?
You niggas be bitching, it's just to be seen and put on the map. I only know some niggas who know how to spin up a check
and get it right back. Good question, B.S. Lewis. Good question.
You niggas mad as shit, but it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell the homies stop gassing you. Before we pull up and embarrass you. No competition. I'm feeling so fabulous. And you niggas mad as shit, but it do not matter, kid.
So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell your homies stop gassing you. Before we pull up and embarrass you. No competition. Alright, Caterpillar. This one goes out to Caterpillar and all the ladies. Can't sing, but tonight I'm gonna try. She got all the things that I seen online, but the one that I'm with gon' ride for life. The problem really is bad bitch versus wife.
Now, hold up, my wife be a bad bitch. Hold up. The ones on the gram got perfect titties and asses.
My girl, she loyal and lavish.
She ain't showing off her assets just to level up her status.
If she did, it wouldn't matter. She do her, not do me.
I met a shorty through a link. Now we linking for some drinks. Conversation kinda vingin'. First day, last day was in the base. On some MySpace top 8 shit. Headshots her favorite. The lust ain't gon' save us. Headed home to my main chick. Yeah, she might do some complaining, but I'd rather her than a fake chick who stuck on herself and she brainless. Focused on loving the same way. Don't got no time for the games, baby. We getting no fucking lame shit. Sing, but tonight I'm gonna try.
She got all the things that I seen online, but the one that I'm with gon' ride for life. The problem really is that bitch versus wife.
I can't sing.
Nah, I don't know who he is. I don't know people. I don't know who these people are.
Online, but the one that I'm with gon' ride for life. Problem really is that bitch versus wife.
Y'all will learn about me. I'm very sacred death. Pause. What does that mean? You know, in this motorcycle culture, it comes down to a couple of things, y'all, and I'm gonna try to break it down quickly and simply. You have to decide how your club feels about other clubs early and often, and then you have to stick with it. At Sacred Death, we don't have allies. We do not have allies. As a rule, there's no such thing as an ally of Sacred Death. The only allies we have is fucking each other. And if you want to be an ally, you need to be part of what we have going on. Now, if you're not part of what we have going on, the best you could hope for is being what we call a ceasefire. That means we're not going to fire at you as long as you ain't sitting on some bullshit that's a problem for us. And if you fucking come at us, you get put on KOS. That means kill on sight. Otherwise, we mind our business, we keep to ourselves, and the only way we fuck with somebody is if they fuck with us first. Now, that's pretty much how we get down in the Cult of the Flying Man. You could be friendly with us, we friendly with you. We could be friends outside of this, and we're friends, that's fine. It's all good to have friends that are not part of the club. It's all love, okay? But when it comes to this shit here, okay, if you sitting on some bullshit, kill on sight immediately, because I really don't give a shit. And the best you can hope for is if you're not a fucking problem, you're a motherfucking ceasefire till the moment you start to be a motherfucking problem. As far as who I consider allies, you see them on the screen in front of you. If you really not part of us, I really don't give a fuck about you. I hate to break it to you, but it's just the way it is, and people gonna have to get used to that. There's different sides of me, bruh. Y'all only see me being friendly because I'm normally surrounded by my friends.
Bad bitch verse wild. Bad bitch verse wild. Bad bitch verse wild. She know she the wife. She know she a bad bitch. Do this shit nightly. Make movies like Spike Lee. Take trips so you know that we sightsee. Shorty the wifey. Don't even need diamonds and ices. I cut off my side chicks.
For her, I cut off my side chicks, yeah.
I'm up in the morning. My girl, she faithful and loyal. That's why she gets spoiled. But love, just keep us in order. I can't sing, but tonight I'm gonna try. She got all the things that I've seen online, but the one that I'm with gon' ride for life. The problem really is that.
Yo, let me go see if this fool went to the Gather.
She got all the things that I seen.
I'ma pop into the guest room.
The one that I'm with gon' ride for life. The problem really is that bitch first wife.
Here come my song. I'm gonna get logged in while I listen to this shit.
Yeah. She be getting her hair done Tuesday. Where you going? Feet up, relaxing, sipping that Douce. If this was 2K shit, I could hit you on my two-way, or I could try to make you my new babe. I laid the dick down proper, it's a new day. Who ordered expensive lobster and souffle? Now that be me. Got to pull up in that CP3. Now do you love me, look key? Shot down to New Jersey, we gon' pull up.
Why am I fucking around? It's gotta be that lexicon. Why do I know what box makes that?
You gotta act brand new. Nah, I can't stand you. Have to bring you around just to show what the fam do. No text, no calls, no reasons to be involved.
Sounds
Young
amazing.
John taking was give it and get it off. Come on.
What you doing, girl? Pull up on me. Oh my goodness. All right, which account do I log into? I forgot.
No disrespect about it. City, so you know I'm about it. So you know I'm about it. I can tell you about it. Now let me tell you about it. Playing, no, I had to doubt it.
Days I'm in the hood like what it is. I might just slide up on you like what up, bitch. Cause you know I like to play with you. Come spend the day with you, come kick it, seeing what it do. You feeling comfortable, I make the move. But now it's different though, I guess it's cool. You wasn't shy about my love, remember after school days when I picked you up. So now you fucked around and changed, almost messed it up. See, I ain't changed, baby, trying to catch a plane with you. Came back around to show you that I'm made for you. And here you go with the same old song on your weekend shit. I might just wish I never met a like call Tom Miz, but I ain't tripping no. Stay up on the grind, we gon' get some stuff.
Nah, he didn't go to the cafe. Nobody's at the cafe.
Really wanna let you know. Tell me where you wanna go and what you wanna know. Whoa.
What you doing, girl? Pull up on me.
A lot of time living in the moment. In the city with the gas roll for ya. Can I come get you and we been
This is how you join Gather.
Disrespect about city, so you know I'm about it. So you know I'm about it. I can tell you about it. Now let me tell you about it. Plan, no, I had to shout it. So you know I'm about it. I can tell. What you doing, girl? Pull up on me. A lot of time living in the moment. In the city with the gas roll for ya. Can I come get you and we been them corners? No disrespect about me. No disrespect about city, so you know I'm about it. So you know I'm about it. I can tell you about it. Now let me tell you about it. You plan, no, I had to shout it. No, I had to doubt it.
Now here's the fun part. I'm gonna mute Myron
where'd you find this?
And that stops him from coming through my Gather, because Myron bot's in this room and I'm running multiple devices. Very easy. I also want to mute Sambot. This here muting view makes it look like a Zoom meeting, which is actually really convenient, makes it more like Zoom. This is map view, and then what you do is you can click on the screens, like, let's see who's sharing their screen. Oh, I'm sharing the other screen. This is Sambot's screen. Let's see if I can get you guys to hear that here. Hang on a sec. Let's pause that. Let's listen to Sambot's screen for a second. All right. Little jazz cafe. All right, we're probably gonna need that after I rage on people for a minute here. Nah, kidding. All right, let's get into this though. For the stream, I'm gonna go to my desk setup. I actually want to do some work on this. Yeah, you got to go to the link that's put up there, because you don't have access to this space. And yeah, if somebody wants to talk to me, you need to click the link, the cafe link, and then you need to tell me that you're in the cafe, because I'm not going to come to the cafe to talk to you until I know you're there, because I'm the type of asshole that doesn't go to meet people before I know they're going to show up. All right. All right, cool beans. Let's also get this off my damn screen with all of your sex bot problem that you're having. Everybody has this issue, but holy no. Wouldn't that be fucking funny if I got in trouble for like this fucking sex bot link on somebody else's channel? I was reviewing this thing that happened on James's channel, so let's go ahead and jump into that. I'm actually in a great mood today. Like, I got my MABE shit worked out, I think. Seemed to get our Python shit worked out yesterday, so my batch jobs are up. And so I'm like getting up and running here. It's getting, you know, it's mid-semester-ish or whatever, but given everything that we've had going on and everything I've had to do, I'm actually really actually happy about the timing of all of this and the way we've been able to get all this going and get out here during the day for these kind of co-work streams and the shape that my work is in for what we need to do with the projects. Actually, it's funny, Cliff and I didn't stream together this week, which is a bit odd because we've been streaming together every Monday and Wednesday, or at least pretty regularly, you know, when we have those meetings. But we didn't this week, which wasn't on Cliff. Like, he was fine to stream. I just said, hey, I don't want to stream today because, you know, I was kind of feeling like wanting to pay some attention to my code. And what we had to do was simple. But anyway, we ended up meeting actually usually probably for longer than we usually do when we stream, and we had a really good time. And then I met with him Monday, Wednesday, and then yesterday because he's on this cultural evolution project with me too now. I brought him in, was basically telling him, you know, that he was the guy that could handle the coding, and now that's in really great shape because you know, Cliff's a great programmer, so that project is moving along great now, and it's in much better shape than what I was feeling like when I thought I had to lead the programming effort with that project on top of everything else. So yeah, things are going great, and yeah, but I was you know, frustrated with what happened the other day on James's channel. Not with James. I don't know how many times I'm gonna have to say that. Probably won't matter in the end anyway. But none of this is really anything to do with James. It's just, and maybe it doesn't even have anything to do with Johnny, because I think, you know, we kind of got all you know, I don't want to say on the same page, but you know, we all kind of got over it, and he popped up yesterday on Mike's stream, and so I don't think there's any residual hostility, at least on my part or his or anybody. But it's definitely something that I think reflects some things that frustrate me, and I guess they're, like James said, like, you know, you learn as you do this, and I guess some of our expectations are naive or whatever. Actually, matter of fact, I want to take a timestamp on this and pull it up on my other screen. Oh yeah, I already knew that's the hour mark. So let me pull it up over here. Middle screen is sharing it in a Gather, but that's fine. I just want to look at the screen in front of me, and I don't want to change which computer that is. All right. Part of the thing. Sweet. So let's go to, it's really right at the hour mark. All right. So let's go ahead and get into this. And for lack of a better method, it's important to remember that the conversation that I'm going to be talking about literally starts pretty precisely around the hour mark. Like, and it serves as a really nice, convenient timestamp of exactly what's going on, because for whatever reason, time is going to be relevant to the conversation we're going to have. Although hopefully at the end of it, we'll see why hopefully it shouldn't be. Let's just keep that reminder and mark. I'll play 10 seconds back or 13 seconds back here, and you'll hear how that transition to this conversation pretty much takes place right around an hour. Aren't on camera. I'll actually keep it here so you can see it. Right. Say it, right. I really like it then, because you might as well look at something cute. Well, since, you know, it's not like you have 8 cameras on anyway. And if you do, switch to grid view. 1 hour. I do my classes like this. My students like it a lot more. Essentially, they use these kind of like private
still talking about Gather technically
classroom. So
still talking about Gather technically.
And I can float through the classroom kind of organically and check in with them. It's got whiteboards and all that type of stuff. So yeah, we're enjoying it.
Still talking about Gather.
So
let's say a minute and 30 seconds.
And thanks, Johnny. What are your thoughts about today's topic? About
there's transition. Yeah, so a minute 30 seconds.
James.
What is that I said?
Appreciate you sharing that, and thanks.
Well, so
Johnny,
James says, I appreciate you sharing that. I assume by that he means he appreciates this whole gather thing I've just shown him.
Hey, what are your thoughts about today's topic?
Now, he does say, Johnny, what are your thoughts about today's topic? That's important.
Awesome.
But remember that timestamp.
So,
it's an hour and 30 seconds.
Appreciate you sharing that, and thanks. Johnny, what are your thoughts about today's topic about promoting
sorry, I didn't
free
mean to
thought?
get you off topic, James.
Yeah, we're good. So what do you guys think about promoting free thought and integrity in the skeptical community? Do you think that's an issue that we're struggling with?
Yeah. Matter of fact, if I'm going to be honest with you, I think we lack integrity. If I'm to speak my mind freely, I just think all these times we bend over backwards, not hurt somebody's feelings, we're juvenilizing them, and they know this. And like you said, somewhere inside they know. But look, if you're just gonna give them honey every time, and they just get it out. We give them it out every time. I don't want to listen. It's never a good time to tell somebody they're sitting on some bullshit. There's never a good time to tell somebody that if they're gonna build their identity on the biblical God, then they built their identity on a lie. There's never a good, convenient time. Why? It's first thing in the morning. It's just before lunch. It's right after my dinner. How could you tell me this before bed? How could you do this over Christmas, right? No mention of incompleteness theorem. Go ahead, Wayne.
It's never a convenient time to have an intervention.
1 minute and 42 seconds. So let's say I've been talking for a minute maybe at this point, right? Like a minute and 20 seconds or so, right? Can't be more than a minute and 15 seconds here.
For the person who needs the intervention.
Wait a minute. Somebody else. Wait a minute. Who else is here? I only see 4 people.
They're piping in from Gather. Now, what's interesting is we literally just did a tutorial and walkthrough. The discussion that this man is so egregiously been subject to was all about how we're piping in sound from Gather. How does he not know this? It sounds an awful like he's either pretending to not know what's going on here, or he himself just happen to have jumped on right now of all times, because literally this is what we've just been discussing, is that we're piping in sound from Gather. But okay, cool. And again, fine. Wayne's talked for all of 10 seconds. So we're in a Gather town. I'm in Gather. So yeah. So James, now not only are we double streaming, but we're double gathering, because I'm on the compound and you're in the guest room. So if somebody tries to infiltrate, we'll send them to the guest room. But if they try to, right? See, we got layers, James, layers.
Like ogres.
But yeah, I agree, man. There's just never a good time. And so I think if we're going to have our integrity, like for me, that's all it was for me, even dealing with family and friends. It's just, I respect y'all enough to tell you the truth. So if it comes up, and you got to remember, they invite the situation, right? They're the ones who. I
mean, can I ask for a clarification of the topic? Just real quick. I mean, he asked me like 5 minutes ago, and you've been going. So
nope, not 5 minutes ago. Two minutes ago. And what's important to remember here is I came on to talk to James about the topic. And we were dealing with the technical issue as a way to get that out of the way so I could give James my 2 cents on this conversation and dip the fuck out of here so I could go back to work. Or working on whatever I was doing. And like, if you remember the beginning of the conversation, and I'll play it back if you don't, he said, Johnny, what do you think about this? And then he said, what do you guys think about this? And so all I'm trying to do is lay out my case in a minute or two so that I can have said my piece, and then I'm happy to get out of here and do the rest of what I got to do. I literally felt like I had to stay there because James came into there, hooked us up and Gather, and was like, y'all, can we go live? And we were like, yeah, sure. And then when James went live, James didn't quite have his setup to have it going on, right? So he's having this issue, and so I'm like, James, don't worry about it. And the workaround I'm going with is I'm gonna call in, hook up the pipes real quick, say my little 2 cents about the topic, because I did want to say something about it, and then pretty much mute my microphone, turn off my camera, and get back to what I was doing. And then this is what happens, like, and it's just, I'll say more.
But when you're talking about integrity, you're talking about integrity of the atheist community, of the Christian community, of both communities combined. What is the question about?
Trying to be nice. Give him credit for a question. Which, to be honest, y'all, I'm being a little flattering because he knows what conversation we're trying to have. And he sees where we're trying to take the conversation. And this is one of these silly clarification questions that isn't really a question for clarification. It's his way of shoehorning in this thing he wants to do to derail this conversation into this other thing, which we'll see.
I think the majority of people in the skeptical community are atheists. Some are not. Right? Some are deists. Some are open theists. Some would identify as Christians by some definition or another. So, just in terms of the community itself, like everybody included, have we noticed problems that we need to struggle with?
I would say that in any community, you're going to have.
And now I'm the person who he's supposedly asking for clarification from, and I try to give him clarification, and nope, still Scott. It's still Johnny's time.
Have a portion of the community that maybe lacks some integrity, but I'm always like leery and against making sweeping generalizations because
no one's made a sweeping generalization. This is the thing where I try to have a conversation and he's trying to do the not all Christians thing, and it really irritated us. And he gets this whole diatribe going, and then he ends up saying something where Rain's trying to correct him, and then I'm just simply trying to tell him, you don't need to do this. You don't need to interrupt this particular conversation to hang your banner of not all Christians. But we let him, and then we just try to get back in because, again, I was just trying to make my point and dip. So he interrupts me with this whole line of questioning, and all I'm trying to signal to this dude is you don't need to do that. And in order to, I guess, justify doing that, or this is really, really wants to talk about or whatever, he just starts getting in attack mode, and all I'm trying to do is say, bro, we just get tired of hearing this.
I mean, even when people want to say things like people who believe in God are idiots, or people who believe in gods are crazy.
Nobody said that. We
I don't
haven't
believe
said
it
that.
Because somebody has that one irrational thought that they're wholly irrational. A lot of them are.
Thought?
Yeah.
You can't. It's not one. It is the overriding end game. It's the starting point of their logic. They don't start with.
Are you saying for every person? You're saying for people, every person?
No. Wayne made a perfectly succinct correction about of that clarification. This is not about, they just have this one belief that there's a magic sky daddy. No. It is about the end game, about this entire endeavor that is the foundation of their identity and their worldview and what we have to deal with. And he just is, I guess, not getting it. But again, Wayne was perfectly clear and succinct, but in no way, shape, or form did he say anything about everybody all the time and throw every single Christian you ever met in your life under the bus. So he is coming to the defense of a damsel who is not in distress.
Wait, I was talking.
And again, all I'm trying to say is let me say this, and then this becomes this fucking pissing contest because, again, Me talking for under 2 minutes about this has got this man insta-triggered. And all I am trying to say is that we understand what he's saying, and it really isn't helping right now. And if he wants to be able to interrupt other people so he can clarify positions, ask clarifying statements, and then insert his own opinions, why is he so unwilling to let us do the same? And notice how neither of us has insulted this man, attacked this man, or done anything other than ask for some balance in the fucking conversation and to not have our conversation derailed for somebody to morally grandstand completely unnecessary.
Got to
Completely
interrupt you. Can I
unnecessarily.
finish my
Because
thought?
you said some bullshit, and I want to clarify.
Exactly.
I needed
But that's fine. I wasn't saying some bullshit. What
But
I'm
you were.
saying is I would rather get. Well, I mean, you can characterize what I say any way you would like.
You don't even
sir.
know why I'm
Exactly.
calling out. I'm trying to call out a specific.
He's trying, and
Okay,
he
can
won't
I
let him.
finish my thought?
If you
and
want
then
to
you
let
can
him say
correct
more,
me
Wayne,
for 10
and then
minutes.
you can respond to him.
Go ahead.
Jesus
Go ahead.
Christ!
And then we let it go.
Again,
You don't have to do this, but go ahead.
everybody,
If time means that much to people, I don't know why.
everybody.
And again, I just said it. You
Minutes.
can
All right.
respond to him.
Go ahead.
I literally just said, Wayne, let him talk. And Wayne said, all right. And then I'm telling Johnny to calm down, saying, Johnny, all we're trying to do is tell you don't have to do this right now, and it's cool, right? I'm just trying to say, hey, Johnny, everything's cool. Watch what I... Literally just trying to appease this man's fucking ego.
Christ.
Dude, we're just telling you you don't have to,
Again,
do this.
again.
I just said, dude, we're literally just trying to tell you don't have to do this.
And everybody in the real world that I have a relationship
And then he says everybody in the real world. Here he goes.
with believes in God.
Really? Everybody you have a relationship in the real world believes in God? Every single person? Every single person? Right? That would be ridiculous, wouldn't it? So then why is it fair to treat us to come up here and jump in our throat and not let us finish what we have to say? It would be unreasonable for me to treat him like he was, right?
I'm not going to sit here and say bad things about them, okay?
Sure.
I don't agree with them.
So
just
sure.
like I don't agree with people that like voted for Trump. But I don't go get up in their face and tell them they lack integrity and they're stupid and all, because they're not.
And again, all we're trying to tell him is we get it. We get it, and it isn't helping right now. This isn't even what we're here to talk about. Can I just say something?
Yeah, whatever. You know,
Can I
do
just
whatever
say
you
something?
want to
And then
do.
I'm asking for permission to say something.
Do whatever you want to do. All you're trying to do is you fucking interrupted me.
Because that's how this started. I interrupted him, right?
Whatever. Go ahead.
I don't know why.
Jay, you run your mouth for an hour at a time, dude.
An hour at a time. Try under 2 minutes. Streaming. Yes, I'm streaming, and people expect me to make significant contributions to a conversation if I'm live. Yes, that's part of the thing. And when I don't, people go, "Oh my God, all you did was sit there and let everybody else carry the conversation. Can't win if I do, can't win if I don't." What you need to understand is, first of all, we're grown folks. We're not sitting here with the time going, "I've got 30, and now Scott, you've got 30, and now James." We're just grown folks. We're friends. We passed it.
I hadn't even made my point.
Shut up.
He's
Neither have I. And then again, he's interrupting me. I'm clearly got the floor. I'm clearly laying out how I feel, and he won't let me get a word in. But now that's supposed to be okay for him to interrupt me always. That's okay. Him interrupting me, perfectly fine. Me interrupting him, go fuck off. The other thing I'm trying to
don't
get you
tell me to shut up, you fucking piece of.
And again, all I did was say shut up because you kept interrupting me. And I finally feel like I said shut up, and this is what I get.
I even made my point.
Shut up.
He's jumping in. Don't tell me to shut up, you fucking piece of.
Okay.
And he calls me a fucking piece of garbage. I didn't even notice at the time, y'all. But it's like he calls me a fucking piece of garbage. Like, whoa. Whoa. Really? And then I hate to say it, James is like, oh, I got to make sure Johnny gets the floor and Johnny feels okay. I'm sorry, bro. It's like, I don't know. Like, I'm just not down with people talking to me like that. And like, whatever. If that's what people got to do out here to keep an open floor and keep everything balanced and give everybody equal time. But if you're just going to if you want everybody to feel the same on your show, then it's going to be, you are equating, you're doing the equivocating, right? You're doing the both sides, everybody gets a fair share, everybody's point is equally valid, everybody's feelings, it's okay, blah, 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 blah. Why is it that I got to stay within the bounds, I got to get cut off, or I got to respond reasonably to, it's not okay for me to finally get like, yo, bro, shut up. I'm just trying to I'm literally trying to give him what he wants and say, can we move on? But the sound of my voice is so irritating to some people. And it's like, I don't even want to do this shit anymore. And James even said it later, like, oh, it would have been different if it was Derek or whatever. Like, I'm just tired of having to earn my stripes with people, yo. I just don't. I'm just too busy to be treated a certain way. I don't have time. I don't know how else to put it. And to be honest, to put it straight up, to just get to it, you know, it's like, from a technical perspective, I was streaming. I was streaming before James in the fucking gather that I set up. Okay? And I wanted it to be a place where more than one person could stream at a time. I wanted it in particular to be a place where James and I could stream at the same time. And so I've been streaming for a long time before James went live that day. And then it's like, I'm, you know, doing my thing, having a good day, getting shit done, you know, and then it's like, all right, James comes in and is like, yo, can I go live from in here? James, of course. You know, I really was excited about that. And then it's like he goes live. I realize we didn't have the voice meter or whatever thing happening, so he's getting an echo. It's really not that hard of a problem. We just got to cut down the individual volumes of people or go through voice meters so you have separate mixes. But I'm like, now's not the time to, you know, go through all that. So, you know, I'm like, all right, cool. Like, do your thing, you know, mute this or whatever. I'll hop on and patch it through. It's not a big deal. And I was excited about his stream. I was excited we all had a chance to be there and participate because, you know, that's what Gather's about. It's about we can all be together. I can be live. Anybody can be live. Different people are sharing their streams. People like Carrie Ann and Melody and a lot of people that we don't get to hear from or don't have YouTube channels, you know, have a voice and can participate and, you know, everybody can be what's going on. And I like it, you know, you guys know us. If I'm going to work or dick off and do some shit during the day, I'm going to put the James Apperson on and get to it. And we're happy to, you know, play hero support the way James has done for me. But it's like, I'm just tired of being treated a certain way. And it's differently. It's differently than other people are treated. And everybody could sit around and speculate as to what and why and how, but I have to recognize the reality of my situation. I am
a particular person, a particular gifts and talents. Not everybody's a fan. It's fine, you know, but I'm not gonna be black boy shut up anymore. And there's a lot of it. There's just a lot of timekeeping. And what do you want me to do? When I jump on, I'm trying to help James solve tech problems and give him a fucking Gather tutorial. Yeah, it's gonna sound like the black guy is teaching the white dude, and the white dude needs to shut the fuck up for a while so the black dude can show him what the fuck is going on with Gather. Now, why on earth should that be, oh, I have to secretly be magically keeping a fucking time clock in my head because if some rando jumps on the fucking stream in a couple minutes and we get a chance to answer the question, and since I'm already talking, and since James clearly redirects the question from, I can't even think his fucking name, Johnny, what do you think, to what do you guys think? It was clear as day. He wants to say, oh, well, James asked me 5 minutes ago. Well, if you were listening that closely, then you would have clearly heard him say, Johnny, what do you think? Guys, what do you think? And all I'm trying to do is state my piece and get out. So you can have as long as you fucking want, ironically. But that's the point. People won't even tolerate me long enough to give them the stage. Never to the mind, like, you want to talk about my fucking PhDs? Fuck my PhDs. Because long before I got my PhDs, I was a trained fucking facilitator in race relations and what's now the world in conversation. I know how to fucking interview people. I know how to balance conversations. I know how to balance a fucking talking stick. So go fuck off if you think you're going to check me on my panel discussion shit when you're acting like a jackass. People in real conversations let people interrupt them. And when somebody's trying to signal to you that you're going off track with the conversation to the point that they tell you to shut up, actually, most of us shut up. Right? Like, these are the people who just can't ever stand being corrected by certain people for some reason. Like, and honestly, I feel the same way about Wolf and Otangelo and Rebecca and Sal and a lot of these fucking people. Leo Phyllis sometimes, and it's not an atheist Christian thing. It's a out of your league thing. And some people really just have a sense of themselves to where they're entitled. They are on equal footing in every conversation with everyone they're in conversation with. And if they're not given that, then they're being done some kind of disservice. Rather than maybe these people are you should just shut up and let these people have a really intelligent conversation and learn something from it. Maybe these people are friendlier with each other than they are with you. Maybe if you just listen for a couple minutes, you'll be given plenty of opportunity to get in. I mean, he does everything except what he's accusing me of. And so, never the mind that from a technical perspective, I let James raid my stream. And then I turned my stream over by calling into James's show and trying to get all this down and run it up and clearly, and I'm doing things, trying to get the stuff going, and trying to get with Derek and all the shit, right? And if you just had any fucking decency and appreciation for the situation, especially after I made it very clear that I was live and we were co-streaming. I'm live. This is officially, you should now go, oh, this is like the James Apperson and Pocket Locker show. Whoops, my bad. Go ahead, Jay. As you were saying. Sorry, didn't know. Something. But nope, I'm a fucking piece of garbage or whatever. Fucking piece of trash, whatever the fuck he said. If you think I'm a fucking piece of garbage, I'll give you a reason to think so. You lowered the average IQ of that conversation. And you took that conversation from being something that would have been a good use of my time because it would have been a great conversation to something that was a waste of everybody's time because you started a conflict and literally were adding nothing to the conversation. Sorry, I'm not as nice as James Apperson. You weren't adding anything to the conversation, and we knew that. And all Bruce Wayne and I were actually trying to do was stop you from continuing to make a jackass out of yourself. And you couldn't handle that course correction, so you blew up. And then we got punished more than you did for it. Basically, another example of we're strong enough to handle it, and apparently you're not. But I get tired of carrying the timeouts for everybody. I call it psychological dumping. It's a thing I've experienced in my life. As a bipolar black motherfucker who has to live with people who are not that, what tends to happen is when you live with, this is why I don't live with people. It's also probably why I'm not in a relationship, to be honest. Because you just get sick of dealing with other people who won't carry their shit, who won't hold up their end of the fucking social bargain, who think they can treat you like shit. And if you dare to even lose your temper or call them out for treating you like shit, then you're an abusive fucking monster. So it's just a thing I'm literally tired of. Exhausted, worn out, don't have any more energy to deal with. Bored, tired, change the channel. So, like, I'm interested in doing whatever I can to help James Apperson under any circumstances. But if shit like this happens in the future and I need to be there to pipe sound through or something like that or some technical thing, I'm just going to excuse myself from the conversation, mute my microphone, turn my camera off, and go back to what I was doing. Have a conversation with James or whoever the fuck my friend happens to be in the situation and apologize and deal with it with them from there, because I just don't have any interest in dealing with shit like that. And also, you're going to find me being very much like Sacred Death, where I'm focused on growing my community. Literally the cult of the flying man, the people who feel and who feel enough to identify as such. So, like, if you don't identify as part of it, I'm literally not fucking with you anymore. I don't care if you're atheist, theist, academic, idiot, moron, truth warrior, social justice warrior, right-winger, left-winger, upside down, or sideways. Don't give a fuck. Don't give a fuck. Don't give a shit. Don't care. Really don't care. I'm trying to tell you, I hear you always asking for all types of classifications, qualifications, bents, leans, exceptions, and contortions. Nope, none of them. Nope. Except nobody. Nope. Skirt. Pump the brakes. Don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I don't need these people. That's the thing I remember always. I remember at all times, Jay Bundy is the reason Jay Bundy is here. There are zero motherfuckers on this planet, mama, papa, teachers, mentors, leaders, heroes included, that can take responsibility for Jay Bundy being right here today. Here's another thing I figured out. I'm smarter than a whole lot of people. I'm handsome. I'm more handsome than a lot of motherfuckers. I'm a better talker than a lot of motherfuckers. I cut better promos than people. I have way cooler outfits and attires than pretty much anybody. Got the best entrance in the history of YouTube. I'm pretty convinced that I'm one of the most entertaining people in this community, if not the most. Fuck Uncle Bobby. But I host show with him, so count him on the team. You know what I'm saying? Our squad is the best squad. We got my one black friend, James Apperson. James Apperson could be on. I don't have to go on James Apperson's show. James Apperson is fine. James Apperson's doing his thing. James Apperson comes over here. James Apperson hangs out. It's all love. I just don't want to deal with people like that. It's like Otangelo. I don't give a fuck. It's like if I can't curse out Otangelo, I don't want to talk to Otangelo. You know what I mean? That's kind of how it is. If I got to listen to Otangelo, I'm out. That's how I'm going to be. And people are going to hate me for it. They're like, Jay, like Otangelo said it, Jay prefers monologues to dialogues. I honestly do, because sometimes I don't want to hear what other people have to say. It's just the truth. This is why people cut promos. It's like, look, if I wanted to hear what you had to say, I'd suggest that you should start a YouTube channel. I did that with James because I like to hear what James has to say. But Johnny, I wouldn't see, if Johnny had a YouTube channel, I bet you I would never watch that shit unless I was watching to make fun of him. I'm just keeping it real. I mean, come on. Well, I just don't think certain people add anything to my perspective. And people who talk to me like that don't add anything to my perspective. Also, Johnny said, I know you. I know who you are. I've seen your stuff. Cool. Guess what I don't see? Your name in my chat on a regular basis. Guess what I know that means? You probably don't identify as Cult of the Flying Man. Therefore, ergo, I don't give a fuck. But I'm just saying, like, if it's a certain way that Derek is because he's got so many subscribers, or he's the captain of the community, or the centerpiece of the table, or whatever, then cool. Come see me when you think that I'm that. But until then, I got to handle the business for the people who understand that I'm trying to build that table as we speak. And it's a lot of people out here on their channels talk about, oh, atheists need to build community, and atheists need to do what the other religious people do with the church and the community building and the intentional relationships and the gathering and being a part of each other's lives. All right, I'll see you next time on YouTube, right? I see a whole lot of people talking about it, but I don't see a whole lot of people doing it. I do see Derek doing it in that crew. So if he's earned that in people's eyes, then cool, I agree. But if I haven't, then I guess I'm too busy trying to earn it. You know what I mean? Like, if I haven't earned that respect, then cool, let me go earn it. But I'm not going to sit up in here and be disrespected. And I'm not going to be treated like disrespecting me and me trying to hold the floor for a couple of minutes to say my piece are equally offensive behavior. Like, I'm just not, sorry. Just to make it, yeah, it's different strokes for different folks. I just don't want to create that type of leniency and inclusiveness. That's not my vibe. My vibe is you show us growth and change, or we show you the door. You show us you got some shit to contribute, or we're going to treat you like a fucking punching bag. I don't give a fuck. Heel shit. Y'all already know. I really don't care. That's what makes me different than other leaders. Everybody else is trying to be liked. I'm trying to do what needs to be done for my fucking crew. And everybody else can fuck off. I ain't even going to hit y'all with it too much because I already made a whole episode of our program called Jay Doesn't Want You to Watch Him. Go check it out. You'll see I'm being very consistent here. So, anyway, yeah, exactly. Otangelo always wanted to have the same art. I just felt like I'm being counter-apologized by somebody who's telling me they're atheist and blah, blah, blah. Oh, and let me make the point I really wanted to make with all of this. Was disappointing me about all of that, y'all, was the truth is that's exactly the problem. We were trying to have a conversation about promoting free thought and integrity in the skeptical community. And I literally try to make the point of what? If we are going to have integrity and promote free thought, we're going to have to do what? Come out about it. We're going to have to be able to say, I don't believe you. I'm not a Christian. I don't think God is real. And what's the problem? Every single time we do, they jump down our throats. Because we've now got to account for, well, some of the saints were really saints, and some of the people are really innocent, and some of the people are just misinformed. Again, is it a reasonable exercise that every time we criticize the Nazis and their behavior at World War II to be told, well, a lot of the people who took contracts with the Nazis really just did it because they paid well. So they really weren't bad people. They had just fallen upon hard times, and they saw that as their only way out. Yeah, we get that. Now, would you like to tell us that it's Friday, October 21st, 2022, or would you like to shut the fuck up? Because if you want to speak honestly about how there's so many great Christians, let me speak honestly about how I just don't think certain people add anything to the conversation. I guess part of people telling me how smart I am my whole life is I got to go, I guess that means there's some people who are not as smart as I am. And if that hurts your feelings or you feel insulted, then too fucking bad. Too bad. Too bad you're insulted. Too bad somebody made a hierarchy that you're not at the top of. Imagine me losing sleep over that. Too bad you tried to insult somebody who's more verbally gifted than you are. Too bad you complained about my gift of gab and then proceeded to insult me, not realizing that's a bad idea, fuckface, given that you complain about how much I talk. And then the shit that gets to me is the next day, somebody basically told me we should be careful because you can't interrupt Johnny. You just can't talk to Johnny like that. Well, Johnny, get the fuck over it. You just can't insult Jay like that. Welcome to the Pocket Locker posse, motherfucker. Welcome to the cult of the flying man. I'm the most high apostle in this bitch. You're gonna disrespect me? There are fucking consequences. Because that's how I like it. That's my preference. Being spiteful, vindictive, fucking punishing motherfuckers, making people suffer because I don't like them. I just enjoy that shit. I just think it's fun. But I just think everybody being nice. I love the James Apperson approach because I'm a psychopath. I need James Apperson to calm me down. But I couldn't be that. That should have bored the shit out of me. Are you crazy? I came on YouTube to fight people. What is wrong with you? I'm the United States champion of Word Wrestling Entertainment. I am constantly looking for a fight. Do you not understand how Word Wrestling Entertainment works? Everything you see in front of you, the fucking cameras, the fucking keyboards, the fucking track mouses, the fucking bongs, the fucking weed, the fucking dog, the fucking heaters and the cameras, all of it, this outfit, this vest, let me take this vest off. You don't even, look, let me reveal a big secret about Word Wrestling Entertainment to you. Everything is promoting a fight. Every fucking thing you see is going to lead to a fight. So the question is when, where, and how do you want it, motherfucker? And if you don't, shut the fuck up and keep my name out of your mouth. Because you had it down like that. Being nice didn't get me fucking anywhere in life. So I earned my place, and I ain't got to show nobody shit they haven't earned. I ain't here to be your fucking friend. Get used to it. All right, now, Oh, yeah. Let's get some Uncle Bobby real quick.
Your privilege for granted when you've been on top the entire fucking time and no one's kicking, again, those kind of white people. No one's kicking white people off their pedestal. But you were saying, you know this pedestal that you've been standing on by yourself? You know what we've noticed? It's big enough for all of us. Yeah. Now, God forbid, again, they start showing other forms of what an American looks like, right? One response was, it's an observation worth mentioning. My first response was, again, what TV shows are y'all watching? And I'm going to be honest with you. No, to me, it's not an observation worth mentioning. Not the way Kate called it out. Again, America is made up of more than just Christian white men. Did you guys know that? Again, take a seat if this really came to a fucking shock to you. Now, gang, there was one response. Here we go. This one really sealed in the fucking flavor. So this fuckface, who I'll call SS, did this fucker respond to my reply? Let me see. Because this fucker can eat a dick. White people have a right to voice concerns. You don't like it? Move along and keep bowing down to the woke crap that has been pushed on the West for years. SS, you can go fuck yourself. I thought I responded, but maybe I didn't. I'm going to fucking respond to this. You can guarantee it. White people have the right to voice their concerns. You're right, SS, you do. You don't like it? Move along. No, actually. That's what social media is for. Now I can stop. Kate had every right to voice her opinion, and I've got every right to tell her to go fuck herself. To my white fam, consider this a public service announcement. This is Uncle Bobby doing you a favor. If you ever feel the need to say some shit like this, we're all the white people. One, make sure you're in a room full of white people who feel the exact same way as you, and sprinkle in some Candace Owens, some Hodge twins, some fucking Officer Tatum, Brian Anthony Logan. Make sure you sprinkle in those coons because it'll make you feel good about yourself. I guarantee it. If you step out and you say this raggedy shit to where everyone else can hear it, you need to buckle up. You need to buckle up. You're right, SS. Kate had every right to say what she had to say. And I have every right to ask her, would you like some wine to go alongside your fucking cheese? Is this what you call a problem? Kate, SS, right? Go cut yourself shaving. Go stub your toe. Go run out of hand lotion right before you go jerk off. If this is what you call a fucking problem, again, I am glad you are white. I am. Because you would not last 5 seconds. Again, I've given you all the Uncle Bobby timeline. You know what? You just shut the fuck up. Yes, white people have experienced some fucked up shit. I'm not saying that never happens. Systemically, in this country, again, you can complain, just not to me. I'm not that old, and I told John, but I got some new followers. I'm not going to break down the Uncle Bobby timeline. I'll do that another show. I'm fucking tired. But for those that just started following, here's the fact about Uncle Bobby's family. My dad, not my grandfather, not my great-great-grandfather, not my great-great-great-great, my dad. Before my father's balls dropped, do you know what Big Bert, my grandfather, you know what he did? I never met the guy, and I'm about to tell you why. They used to lynch black people where my father used to live as a child. Now, if you aren't aware about lynching, the actual crime wasn't the message. The message was that body was supposed to hang there and just stay there. It was a message to all the other black people. had the audacity to cut lynched black people down from trees.
So yeah, y'all. I appreciate Uncle Bobby. I thought that was a good chaser, because, to be honest, that's kind of what a lot of this has had me thinking about. The way that privilege is taken for granted by those who do it. And sometimes for me, it's everything you don't see that becomes weaponized. And so for me, what I've noticed in this community, it's this talking time thing. I can tell you this as a facilitator, as somebody whose job it was to facilitate dialogues, as somebody who's a teacher, right? The natural balance of a classroom, the perfect balance of a classroom, is not every student in the class has equal talking time. That's horseshit. That's ridiculous. Matter of fact, forcing all of your students to talk when they don't want to about things they don't want to is a disaster. Certainly a bad idea. The natural balance is some equitable thing based on, their personalities, the topics, their experience with the topic, their level of being informed about the topic, their comfort with the topic, and then on and on. But it's like a thing with me here where I realized when we got started, a lot of what you need to do to grow is appear on other channels. We're in that small niche where you need to call in other panels so people know that you're out here, on and on and on. And I got to a place where I was doing less and less of that, and doing more like scheduled appearances and stuff. And I think I'm going to keep it that way, because I realize in this community, like, it's just used against me a lot. And it feels like people going, why is that dancer dancing so much? Why is that? Jay, for a drummer, you sure play drums a lot. And so I just get kind of tired of that. And also, I think this is what Cliff has come to as well. I get kind of tired of talking. I just get tired of the low-level conversations, right? We just get tired of talking about things that are settled issues. And, I want to give James his space. And maybe I should have just hooked James up offline or something. But I don't know. I was really excited for me and James to stream together, and I don't like when that type of interpersonal thing happens and it undermines what would have been fun, because we had the cross streaming working, we had the audio issues worked out, everybody was hearing each other. It was fun otherwise, and that's the type of thing that frustrates me. Just like when we do the Kent Hovind debate, and, we have a certain angle and mission going in. It all works according to plan. Things go well. It was a really great event. And then fuckface, Robert Beatty undermines, the things that we could have done as a result of it. And even, some of the things Kent probably would have been interested in doing. So it's just frustrating. So I'd love to have James on and, have James talk about it if he wants to. Obviously, James is always welcome to chat with me. I don't really have an issue with James. I hope y'all understand that. I don't think he did anything wrong in how he handled it. Matter of fact, I think the way he handled it is consistent with what I've always said, which is you kind of give people precedence in reverse order, like you would guest, right? So if somebody's a guest to your house, you let the guest talk first. If somebody's, around the house a lot, let's say they don't live there, but they're a friend that's there a lot, you would let them go next because they're company, right? But they're not as new as the guest. If you've got family visiting, they'd probably be next, right? And then anybody that lives there, right? The idea just being to give precedence to people who are newer, who don't get as much airtime as you. And I probably should have done that. To be honest, I guess I'm used to being granted a couple minutes. And, you know, anybody in these communities we're in, right? People do that all the time. They just take the floor, they talk for a couple minutes and say their piece. And it's not so much this incident as much as this incident was something I wanted to review. And obviously, like I've said, that like I probably would have done it differently. I could have just let him talk, I guess. To be honest, I just didn't want to hear what he had to say. Sometimes I get that. That's what I mean. It's like a certain thing. I just get tired of that, right? So I'm just being honest. I get tired of people impressing upon me how important it is for me to hear them say something I already knew they were going to say. And I already knew they were sitting on some bullshit. It just gets boring. And you try to tell people, but anyway, like I would have just let him do that. You know, the extra couple minutes wouldn't have killed me. And then, you know, but yeah, anyway, the point is I would have done it differently, and I don't think James did it wrong. You know, you let the person speak his mind, especially when the person's angry like that, because you want to let them speak their mind, and maybe then they get the fuck out of it after that. Who knows? Yeah, so it was all love. Just is what it is. But yeah, I don't appreciate being insulted like that. And the bigger points I wanted to make are, number one, I'm not going to let people talk to me like that. Number two, that's the problem. The problem we are trying to talk about is we need to have our integrity and have free thought in this community, and we can't do that if we constantly have to bend over backwards to accommodate the feelings of the very people we're trying to criticize. That's the whole point. So not only did we not need to hear his point literally undermined the intention of the broadcast. That's the sad part. And he doesn't give a shit about that. He didn't care about that. He just wanted to be heard. Just a person who needed to hear his own voice over mine. That's what that was about. But if he'd actually taken the time to think about what he was going to say and the context he was going to say it in, given the title of the stream, to the people he was going to say it to, a bunch of atheists who used to be believers who are trying to speak out against weaponized Christianity. Us trying to say, hey, if we're going to have our integrity and be free thought, we need to be free to speak our minds and say honestly what we need to think. Oh, but wait, but are you saying all the Christians ever? Because I know a lot of Christians and all of them are really, really good. They're such great people. Bro, that's the problem right there. That right there, boom, you hit it on the head. When atheists are going to do that to other atheists, that's the fucking problem. Because I'm comfortable with it, but most motherfuckers are not. That's the reason right there that most motherfuckers who are atheists and skeptics don't speak their mind freely with integrity. Because they're going to get treated like that. Because that is going to happen to them. And then the other thing is, it's not even that one incident. But I'm really just sick of people apparently not getting that I'm a podcaster, not caring that I'm a podcaster, or not liking me enough that apparently when I show up anywhere that's not my own channel, they just hit their stopwatch. They're just like, oh shit, Jay Bundy's here. All right, hang on a sec. Let me pull up the fucking timer on my fucking phone. Hang on, Jay Bundy's here. Clock. Okay, he's here. I've already given. That's probably 30 seconds it's taking me to pull this up. But let's just give him that. All right, start. Oh, it's not starting? No, you got to stopwatch. Oh, I hit the wrong thing. Come on, go. Oh, there it is. Right? And it's just like, cool, I'm out. Because I don't like that. It's not, and it's not even that it's them. It's like people in the comments do this shit to me. And to be honest, it's why I stopped calling in shows to begin with. Because to fit in and stroke people off and make people think I wanted to play nicely. I had to sit on these shows forever and not say anything. Y'all remember what this shit was like. We would call into these fucking shows. I would literally sit here smoking weed for like fucking 20 to 30 minutes because nobody fucking ever let me get a word in. Even if the subject was science, even if the subject was evolution, like, didn't matter. And if I said something, I would start to speak for like 10, 20 seconds and use whatever the fucking magic word was, and somebody try to interrupt me, and I'd be like, I don't really need you to do that. I'm just trying to say this or that. Then somebody else jumps in. Then it's a fucking 20-minute fucking panel discussion about the word I use. And so I'm back in the corner sitting quietly. Next thing you know, an hour's gone by, and I've been able to talk for like 45 seconds. Which is why James didn't even call into a lot of these shows and shit. But I was thinking about calling into more of these type shows. And then I was just like, nah, I think the route to go might be calling into less of these shows. And just being careful. And when somebody starts some bullshit, because I don't know what I have to do to earn people's respect, and I'm not interested in trying. So, and honestly, I want to focus on what we're doing. So it's all love. Who is this Athena, goddess of warfare person coming at Jason Torn? It looked like it's all good, because is Midnight, he's trolling.
Does he just follow Jason?
I don't know. Well, I just blocked him. Go troll somewhere else. Just don't care. All right, let's do something productive. All right, so I gotta. We've been doing some good shit with MABE. The MABE game is on lock. Let me get the stream off my screen so I can see what's going on in. Oh, I am in Gather, I think. All right, cool. I'm in Gather as. Shit, what am I in Gather as? Boop. Oh, yeah. I'm the spirit of Myron. Yeah. All right, cool. All right, who's in here? Cameron, Lena, UC Love. All right, nice. All right, sweet. But yeah, man, it's just a lot of people in this community that keep coming at me. And basically what it makes me feel is like, I don't know. I guess the thing I really liked about Derek, right, is I felt like he treated scholars with a certain amount of dignity and shit that I really appreciated. And I get it. I guess being a superstar in word wrestling entertainment to a lot of people means I've surrendered that dignity, but I disagree. But I just get tired of seeing like all these other scholars get treated a certain way, and it just gets to me like I would rather just go do work and build the community. I really want to focus on building the community. Want to focus on Gather. You know, James is an ally out here. Like I said, it's a lot of people talking about atheists need community and skeptics need community, but it's not a lot of people doing it. And I feel like James is definitely out here trying to do it. I kind of wish James was live right now, or at least go come out and talk to us. He was here, but then I don't know if he dipped or went to lay down or what. Yeah, man. I was mostly we got our stuff done. I got to switch machines over here because I have to start working on my computer in front of me. But yeah, I think there's some people in here with me. Let's see if this works. Lena, you in here with me? Cameron's in here with me.
I was muted, but yeah.
And UC Love is in here. In the bots. All right, let me switch screens. Now y'all should be able to see what I'm doing. All right, gang, let's get into this shit. This is gonna be fun. All right, let me finally show y'all what's up in here. So let's get into I think our code in here is working. Let's see what's up. Where are you at? Let's get into our MABE directory. Let me put on some, some coding music or some shit. Some vibes. It's Friday. Let's get the vibes.
Oh, I'm joining all of the clubs on Clubhouse. These Christians aren't going to know what hit them. Okay, I think I'm maxed out on clubs.
Wait, what are you doing?
I just joined like 29 clubs on Clubhouse.
Oh, really?
A lot of them had like Christian names and one. Yeah, it was just what was recommended. So I was like, all right, let's do this.
Tell them to call the cafe link and talk to us.
That is a great idea. Yeah, I'll link the cafe and I'll at the end of any heated argument or
yeah. So
just if there's people watching, yeah, I'll send them over. Okay, now I should be able to sign in on the desktop.
All right, here we go. Let me see if I could put that up. Small. Oh, it makes it easy to just see the chat and gather too, Lena. On the tablet. No, the gathered chat. Nobody's using it right now.
Cameron's out of pre-rolls. He's got to get his hands icky sticky.
Yeah, I got a roll too, actually. I got one rolled and one in the box. Oh, and I need to get my damn energy drink too. And I need Wayne to come through because I think Wayne said he wants to do SmackDown tonight. I'm with it. I'm trying to build us a wrestling school in there.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
I'm sure he'll come through pretty soon. I'm debating whether I should smoke now or wait till I go into work at 4, and I usually like to smoke at work. So it's awkward because if I smoke right now, I'm gonna be like coming down around 3, and then I have to go in an hour. So it's gonna be too soon to like I don't like to re-smoke after the come down until there's been like a little downtime in between.
Right.
Do you feel that?
Yeah. So is there a reason you can't do both?
I can. It's just I don't know if I got time. Like I'm thinking I'll just wait till like 3:45 and then I'll smoke and go into work.
Nice.
Something about waiting. to smoke. Like if you feel like smoking and you just tell yourself you can wait a little bit and you put it off, and then when you really do smoke, it feels that much better.
Absolutely. Yeah, so I'm about to get into some nerdy shit. Actually, I'm gonna take Bart Simpson off. Go full coding chill. Actually, but you know what, yo? I'm so excited. I'm having a good day. I'm in a good mood, actually. I got some shit off my chest. Lena, when are people gonna learn I'm not the one to be calling names like that? Because I'm just looking. I'm like. Lena, I might not be like Michael Jordan in terms of greatness, but I'm like Michael Jordan in terms of taking everything way too personally. I can't dunk, but I take everything personally.
Yeah, I was just telling Cameron, I try and take the real laid-back, nonchalant stoner approach to the drama. Because I'm more like James than you, I think.
Yeah, I smoke weed to become a fire-breathing dragon.
Yeah, I smoke weed to be more like James Apperson. But nah, I mean, Johnny was being triggered. It's weird because, like, you know, and it's part of the discussion. It's part of how we build a better skeptic community. And it's like this weird balance because on one hand, it's what you're saying, which is that we need to put up a better front, as I see it. We need to be more direct. We need to be less apologetic, and yeah, we just need to engage in a way that's more true to how we see things and how we want to have these conversations. But then on the flip side, they have, you know, Christians and everyone has their own perspective of what they want out of it.
Right.
And so it's this dance between being firm and being polite. And it's really quite a struggle. I keep going back and forth on like how much love to give, how much patience and empathy to show. And like the one side of me is like, well, as much as you possibly can. Give them as much patience, give them as much, be the bigger person in every way possible. And there's that aspect of it, which I agree with. But
yeah, I just feel like that is...
Does that even work?
Yeah, one, I don't think it works. I think it is religious. I think it's almost like a Christian worldview, but it's neutral, right? There's a lot of things I think are religious in the sense of, let's just say they're magical thinking. They're based on how we wish people worked rather than how people work. And so to me, it even comes down to simple like positive versus negative reinforcement. And it's like positive reinforcement is better and nicer and sweeter and maybe even more effective and all that, right? Mm-hmm. Until it's not. Right? And then you have to go, oh, wait, I've tried positive reinforcement 3 times with this person, right? Or really, you know, and you just have to realize that there are people, because our nature is to not change. Our nature is to resist change, it's to stay comfortable, and it's to do what's easy. And if you're trying to make a person do something difficult by keeping them comfortable, it probably isn't gonna work. It's something you learn when you play music, right? When you're a musician, you realize everything you wanna play is on the opposite side of hard, difficult, and it's gonna take a long time to get from here to there. You suck every time you try something new. And that's the part of me that wishes everybody played an instrument well. Not because I think it's some magic, but because it's fucking humbling. It makes you realize I suck until I earn it.
Right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're not going around like the Christians are. We're not going around like Jehovah's Witnesses saying, hey, we've got this great message. You're right in that it's difficult. Like, this is a rip the Band-Aid off sort of a.
It is, yeah. You
know, like wake up to reality, and that's hard. You know, reality. What is that? How does Aaron Ra put it? You know, the truth will set you free, but the facts are cold and hard.
Yeah. That's exactly how I feel about it. It's like it's a tough deal, and I don't think it's an easy conversation to have. So I'm not trying to fault people for not wanting to have it. I just think if you want to have it, you have to be realistic about the conversation you have. And I also think for a lot of people, I think you have to be, Carrie Ann said, her husband says the exact same thing all the time. Cameron also said he's more like James.
Do you love the Nazis or do you shoot them?
You shoot them. Shoot them every time. Shoot them.
But that's the problem, is that being a Nazi it's not an identity. It's not who they are. It's just how they act.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Okay, so here's the reality. I'm like an evolutionary biologist, right? So I'm thinking about this from a pure reality of what's going to transpire on the planet situation, right? Mm-hmm. There's these group of monkeys called people. They're really wonderful and they cooperate amazingly. But there's this thing, their cooperation makes them really good at killing other people. So the reason you kill the Nazis is because the Nazis are going to keep killing Jews. Now, I'm not saying you have to kill every single one of them, but you have to stop them. And if it's love them or kill them and you don't know, like you can't, right? If somebody could have loved them into not doing this, they wouldn't have done it. That's the problem with love, is it doesn't hurt. Plain and simple, right? If let's say
it hurts when you know you can lose it. It hurts when it's conditional and you lose that love. Then it hurts.
What you mean by that?
Well, like heartbreak, you know, I need a lost relationship. Like I think that's the kind of emotion we need to build. Like we need to build a community where there's a real cost
that I agree.
passion.
I just mean like
you lose love. Like you.
Yes.
But they need to taste it first. They need to know what they're missing out on. There needs to be the push and the pull, the positive reinforcement, the carrot and the stick.
Right. And I'm just saying, if you try the carrot and the carrot doesn't work, it's on you if you keep trying the carrot. And that's how I feel with a lot of people. And even some of these personality people, so Cameron saying he's more like James, a lot of people being more like James, I think you're going to suffer the rest of your lives for it. I think if you are in a situation that I would call, I don't know how to put it, like Christian domination. Like they dominate, let's say, like I should make this out there. Like your family or your friend group or something like that. I think you have to make adjustments to concede that. Like your adaptation now is to live within that system forever. Almost learn to like it, right? Because there's a cost to pay to be a change agent, and you might not have the personality to pay it. The thing that's fucked up about me is like I'm wired to do it, and I'm also wired to pay the cost, right? So like when I tell my mom, yo mom, yeah, you're in a cult, right? This isn't an easier conversation for me than it is for anybody else. I'm just going to do it. And I'm going to sit here and blah, 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 blah. You know what I'm saying? And then I picked her up. You know what I'm saying? I called her the next couple days, checked in on her, found out she was sick. You know, I called her, you know, so we're good. We got through it. But I knew that. I knew I had to just body slam you. It's going to hurt. I knew I had to say a lot of shit she wasn't going to hear. Yeah, so y'all are also slavery. Yeah, man, y'all raised me to be black. But yeah, think about it. You want to be worshiping this God and call him Lord and Master. That's the desire to be a slave. I know this is... Right? It's just, I have to do this because I've danced around it for like probably a decade now. I already know there's no soft way to put it. I put it softly, gently, mildly, hinted at it, suggested it, given them, you know, and you just realize that's not going to work. So now you just got to be real explicit. And to be honest, the only reason I'm being explicit with her is because I'm trying to see if she's going to turn and become more of an ally and say dealing with my grandparents, or if that's going to be on me too. Because I'm not willing to forfeit the future of my family to Jesus. I'm just not going to do it. And I'm letting all the Jesus freak know the past of this family is not its future. And that everybody living under the dominion of the love of Jesus is not about to happen. It just ain't. But that's going to cost me a lot. It's missed holidays and less financial support and, you know, disappointment and tough conversations on my end. You know, like the way you said that and all of that, you know, and I just have to deal with it.
And I don't blame people who keep family separate, because that's not even I can really.
I don't mean suffering.
I try.
Literally,
I'll send them a text message, but it's too personal for me.
Cameron, I don't mean disagree. I don't mean suffering like literally. I just mean if it's a condition where you feel like you're suffering, you're going to continue to suffer. If you don't feel like you're suffering, then it's not a big deal. But what I'm saying is if, you know, you just might be in a situation where whatever you're dealing with isn't worth confrontation to you. I'm just saying for those of you, because we're trying to talk about, you know, there needs to be a carrot and a stick, right? There doesn't really need to be a stick if you don't need, right? A lot of people, again, I always hate to say this because I just get tired of hanging asterisks all goddamn day, to be honest with you. I always say, if it sounds like I'm not talking about you, I'm probably not talking about you. But it's where there's a spectrum for everything, right? And, oh, God, see, this, even saying that shit really irritates me, right? Because it's too much qualification. I want to make a point, and I gotta spend 2 pages of small print so people aren't fucking offended when I want to make my point. It just gets irritating.
I think James does suffer, or at least he has.
A lot of people have, yeah.
I mean, that's why he has such a good understanding of his own boundaries, is because he's had to figure out what he is and isn't okay with.
Yeah.
In these sorts of conversations.
Yes. Same here.
And he just won't have it. If he knows it's going to make him upset, he prioritizes his mental well-being. And I think that's really important, because that's what keeps us able to react in the right way. Because you do have to decide between carrot and stick a lot of times. And if you're already, you know, getting caught up in the drama, or, you know, like I said, with family, that would be way too personal for me. I wouldn't be able to go there.
Right.
And so you have to respect yourself first. You have to figure out, are you a head or a heel? Are you a, you know, what's your emotional tolerance?
Yeah. Baby face or heel. Yeah.
Oh, is that baby?
yeah. But I know what you were going with that. But yeah. Baby face or heel. But yeah, that's what I mean. And the thing is, most people are tweeners. Right?
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, and again, I think we're trying to identify people who need help, right? So if you don't think you need help, you don't need help. But ask yourself this: do you really not need help, or do you keep telling yourself you don't need help because, again, you're trying to avoid confrontation? That's a question only you can answer. To be honest, I'm not even interested in the person's personal answer. But that's what we're dealing with. So let's say you've identified your life is uncomfortably Christian, right? For whatever reason. That's when there's this interest in needing change, right? If you don't care, and you go home for the holidays and your family prays and exchanges religious gifts and you really don't care, cool. If all your family's religious but they're the wonderful Christians, that's how my family, they're the wonderful Christians, cool. I just got sick of the wonderful Christians too, to be honest with you. Because for me, there's just no such thing. There's just no such thing. And I think anybody, I'll take it further than that. I think anybody who's an adult and is religious, seriously, especially above the age of, say, 30, should be ashamed of themselves. There's a certain amount of, and I think that's why a lot of them won't leave it. I think a lot of them realize the investment cost, but also they realize that what would that really say about them? It'd say they were a fool. And then they've tried to defend this thing and fight for this thing. They've made all their choices in alignment with this thing. They've essentially been embarrassing themselves on a daily basis as a result of this thing. And then they have to realize they've surrendered their free will and they've done all these things. And then they catch up all of a sudden. Holy shit! Now you think about all the terrorism your religion's done. Now you got to think about all the theocracy. Now you got to think about all. You know what I mean? And it's too much for most people. I just don't think they're strong enough. Or smart enough. Something's wrong with them. Something wrong with them. It's not okay to be 35 and not think for yourself. It's not. This isn't. It's not okay.
It's like fighting for something your whole life, and then you succeed, and you realize in the end that like you were the bad guy.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. Some people can't go there.
Exactly.
Which is hard when it comes to fascism, because that was kind of the lesson that I took away, was that anyone can be a fascist. We're all capable of great evil. It really just depends on...
Carrie said use their weapon against them, shame. Go ahead, sorry, Alina.
By the way, Carrie, I hope you're not dying.
Yeah, I hope we feel
all
better.
All of our hearts go out to you.
Yeah, she said it's not too serious.
Soon. Okay.
Thanks, Iris Gaming. Appreciate you. We'll see you soon. I want to get into the Clubhouse too, because I think that we got to go where the action is, and also I think people got to understand about me. I'm not a horribly violent, confrontational person. I am a pro wrestler. I'm one of those people who thinks, and Wayne understands this. Pro wrestling's something that you love enough that you just got to do it. And if you don't get that, then you probably need to not watch me anymore, because I just get annoyed when people don't understand it, because it gets kind of insulting. Because it's like if you don't like medieval times, cool, but don't go to medieval times and tell them that they're not knife fighting.
Yeah, you stand in line for the meet and greet afterwards just to complain.
Thank you. Exactly. And rightfully, the performers are people. They just go, they have a right to think, that person's kind of annoying. But go ahead. Yeah.
Well, let me get your thoughts on this, because I kind of see Word Wrestling Entertainment and what we're trying to do almost, and I don't mean to take it like not safe for work, but I think this is a good analogy. It's like a BDSM scene. You have the pre-talk, or you discuss what's going to happen.
Yep.
Right? And then you have the violence.
Yes.
And then you have the aftercare afterwards. And I think that's what we have to do. That's how we have to incorporate both the carrot and the stick, is you have to sit them down. All right, in the next conversation we're going to have, right, whether it's on Clubhouse or wherever, I'm going to call you a fascist, and I'm going to explain why, and I'm going to be contentious, and we're going to argue, and it's going to possibly get heated, right? But it's just for this time period, and I'm letting you know beforehand so that you're prepared and ready, and we can discuss what your boundaries are, and then we're going to get into it, and then afterwards we're going to stop, and we're going to take the gloves off, and we'll discuss how it went. And I'm gonna be able to get your feedback. Did that offend you? Are you? And maybe they can't even have that conversation because it was too offensive, right? And they needed to go take a break and recollect. And then you come back and you work through the meta. And I know Danny hates doing this. He's always like, I don't want to talk about the meta. I want to talk about the philosophy. He's like a dog chasing a bone. Sometimes you just have to address the emotional situation. You have to connect with the real people who really do have their ego invested in this, and they really do see it as their personal identity.
Absolutely.
And you've got to defuse this bomb of a person. And you've got to tread carefully. You got to get in there, and you've got to snip some wires, and it's gonna hurt.
Yes.
But you have to do it lovingly. You have to shoot Nazis with love. Does that make any sense?
It does, but there's a lot to what you just said, and I'm gonna take as much time as needed to get into this with you, because this is fantastic, and that's why I think it works. And it's sort of I guess a lot of what me and Wayne would call like the philosophy of wrestling, right? Which is pretty deep. So one thing is that's exactly what we're proposing to do with these cards we've been talking about, right? The idea is I'm getting tired of doing these call-ins all the time. I'm getting tired of these random conversations every day. I'm getting tired of just like what James said, right? We should spend less of our time just obsessing over this thing we don't believe in anymore and like move on with our lives, in a sense. And so that was like, okay, like you said, like let's set a time aside, right? You know, for the wrestling show or the pay-per-view, right? You're not having a UFC match every day, right? You're training for a big fight, and then you're gonna have one irregularly. And so that was one thing you brought up. But then the BDSM analogy, I think, was actually perfect, right? We're gonna discuss the terms and the procedures, right? Then we're gonna get to it, and then we're gonna have the aftercare. I just think that's a perfect way to think about it. And one of the things we thought would be good about that is that's what it would allow us to do. So the way I told people is, look, it's gonna be, you have to give the other person their time, right? Just like you saw with me and Ken Hovind, right? Where we actually volunteered to not interrupt each other and not go back and forth with the questioning. And so, it has to be, they get their 10 minutes for their open, then you get yours, right? And then there's this ref in the middle. And just like a wrestling match, the ref's job is to keep it within the rules, again, because that's a really important part of the storytelling, right? That there are rules, there are consequences to breaking the rules, you can't break the rules, right? The bad guy's willing to break them, and if he doesn't get caught, then that's that, right? And the good guy's always going to try to stay within the rules, and so there's that too, right? Where you've negotiated to stay within certain boundaries, but that allows you to work, meaning So let's just throw an example out there. Let's say James is having a conversation with Otangelo. James doesn't have to worry about holding Otangelo's hand to the point that he won't rage quit. To your point, there's this agreement where it said, look, this is show business. He's gonna tell you Christian indoctrination is child abuse. And yeah, that means that you indoctrinated and abused your grandchildren. He's allowed to say that, and then you get your time to say whatever the fuck you want to say, right? And there's the ref there to hopefully make sure you don't go off the rails or rage quit or cut the other person off and all that type of stuff. But you don't have to say, I'm opposing you, but I've got to coddle you at the same. No, this is the part of the program where I'm just whipping on you, right? And you got a safe word, and that's about it, So, and then, the aftercare to where, you have both sides or the analysis or both people. First of all, the idea is both streamers allowed to then go back home to their corners, right? So Otangelo gets to go to his channel and talk about why he thinks he won, and, James can do the same. And then maybe me and Donnie sit there and have a broadcast and talk about what both sides did well or could have done better. And then we promote the next one. But yeah, it was your idea, and I just wanted to show you that it wasn't just a good analogy. It was probably exactly the plan, where we think this might go. And it's a great.
And the underlying vibe to the whole interaction is love. Like that's
It is.
That's what BDSM is, love making, and so, or at least it can be, right?
Yeah.
That's what I would want.
Yeah, or at least a safe partner for that violent side.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was kind of the thing that I think people didn't understand going into the Kent Hovind debate. Great professional wrestlers are known, sure, for winning or their persona or their interviews or even their attires, right? Even the attire is a big deal because wrestlers do what? They go to the same show. They do their show, right, every day. And when they're on the road. And when you go, that entrance, that spectacle, that song and dance is a huge part of the presentation of that character, right? And great wrestlers make you not want to miss their entrance. Shawn Michaels, I do HBK, so I do HBJ, right? So HBK, Shawn Michaels, the Heartbreak Kid, the wrestler that's based on, right? Growing up as a fan of his, if I went to the bathroom during a commercial and I came back to my seat in front of the TV and he was halfway down the entrance ramp, like he was halfway down the walkway to the ring, right? I was pissed. Right? Because being such a huge fan of his, man, I wanted to be there the moment his entrance hit. I was actually hoping that when I went to the bathroom, first of all, I get back before a commercial, but it wouldn't be the commercial where we went to the Shawn Michaels match. That's why they put him on a fucked up part of the card. Right? And I missed that moment where his entrance hit and the crowd went crazy. And I miss seeing how he came through the gorilla position onto the screen, right? And then you certainly didn't want to miss his match because a big part of it was what was he wearing, right? He knew when he was on TV and he always wore crazy outfits and he always mixed up his entrance a bit with his valet and stuff. Was she going to be behind him? Was she going to have a mirror in front of him? Was she going to be blowing him kisses? Were they going to be matching? Was she even going to be acting like she didn't want to be with him tonight? All types of crazies. You didn't want to miss the entrance, right? And so that's a big part, the spectacle. But anyway, a big part of what makes them great professionals is that they're safe workers. They never hurt their opponents. The great ones they call light as a feather. They say he works light. That means he's never gonna hurt you. Bret Hart took a lot of pride in that. He never hurt his opponents in the ring. So,
and that's what I want to be. I was upset seeing Johnny get that triggered. I feel like it was avoidable. And maybe it wasn't, right? Like I didn't see the whole thing. I actually missed out. But
yeah, I mean,
I get what James says.
Sure.
It's like it's anxiety inducing.
Has anyone ever gotten a Tangelo to talk freely about himself, not his beliefs? We've tried a little bit. I've tried, and he's talked a little bit about some of the, I know he's like an audiophile and stuff like that, but not a lot. I mean, that's kind of his deal. I think the situation with Johnny was avoidable, but I think Johnny was being rude. And then I think for him to have this reputation of you can't interrupt him when he's interrupting other people, no, it's just no. And then again, we're atheists, so why is he that mad at us? And then to be calling me out my name like that, like nobody talks to me. I'm sorry. I'm thinking he's a Christian. And again, he said he's not, right? Maybe he is. But
I think he got personally.
That seemed like he was a Christian, and maybe that was it. Maybe he was a Christian, and I think we all assume he's an atheist. But I assume he got up there to do the not all Christians thing as an atheist. And if I'd have known he was a Christian, maybe I'd have handled it differently. But and I was literally going to say that's my issue with a lot of the times when I really get annoyed people and I just don't want to deal with them anymore. You got to realize I have an even shorter thing with atheists than I do with Christians. Number one, because I've seen the ass of this community already. I even want to tell people this. I got to a point where I was saying for a long time, I didn't want to even say atheist community. Like, I want to say there's our community. Like, we have a community. Like, we built the community. Like, me and you, Lena, are in the same community. There's no fucking atheist community. An atheist community on YouTube? Fuck out of here. Right? half the people in this chat are gonna send more super chats to PineCreek's anti-trans right-winger ass this month than they'll send to me, James, and Derek combined. Community what? Right? They'll support the enemy if they think he's a fun counter-apologist. So it's just like, I don't feel like, and you know, and I only pick on him because he's damn near deliberately anti-community. He doesn't talk shit about the community as far as we know, but he damn sure don't show no goddamn love and support either. You know?
I mean, he definitely doesn't strike me as an anti-fascist.
Nah.
And that's maybe that's the community that I want to build. Not the atheist community, but
I want to build a cult of personalities.
Anti-fascist community.
It's a community of there's Jay and Lena and Tux and James and my one black friend. And then they're all different, but we all love and support these personalities. Because I don't think it's about getting us to be the same flavor. Right? We're never going to be the same flavor. But we can offer a space and love and support for each other. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's the space that we need to be when we do outreach. We have to present the beforehand care first. We can't just jump into the word wrestling entertainment. We've got to, like, when I get into Clubhouse and that sort of stuff, I'm gonna just try and establish.
Oh yeah, no, I think that's a good idea. You know? Yeah. I think that's a good idea. Matter of fact, that's actually why I made the right wing troll accounts. It was so that I could go in as a right winger. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean, and live that part of my life. It's kind of fun. You know, it's almost like I have a feminine side. I have a right winger side. You know, some different things, you know, bring out some different aspects of your personality from time to time. But yeah, so I think it was a really great analogy. The other thing that I wanted to mention about that is, you know, that's how I felt with Kent, right? It was like, dude just had a stroke. It was like his 300th debate, you know, have a nice night, bro. But there's also got to be talent, right? Because a lot of people now are not safe to work with on the other side, right? Like, they've got to be that too. So I like that Otangelo likes to talk trash and blah, blah, blah. But at the same time, you know, I just don't care anymore because I almost don't, he's not bringing a lot to me right now. And I don't know, he goes off the rails a lot. Same thing with Wolf Den, like he's just too crazy. And I'm almost, like I blocked Wolf Den today and I'm just like, I'm just kind of done with the Wolf Den experiment. I just don't see him going anywhere. I think a lot of these are like high needs patients, right? You're going to put a lot of work and time and effort. And I think that's what they want. They want you to just care and build this relationship. And they want you to treat deconverting them with the same evangelical zeal that they often treat converting someone, right?
At least they get to leave it up to God's hands.
Yeah, but now for me, I'm just like, I'm done. Six Spider said, Otangelo's an idiot, just like Darth Dawkins. Yep, precepts thinking they are right no matter what. Pure morons. They can't admit anything and will not dare to admit anything, even when they get a good logical response. Yeah, and I just think we've dealt with them. And there's certain stories that, even in wrestling, there's certain stories you've told it for a while. You might come back to it a couple years from now when both characters evolve, but for now that story's been told. And that's how I feel. The other thing I felt about Johnny, and I feel it's a slight bit different if he's turns out to be a theist, but thinking he was an atheist, it's like I really have little tolerance for this type of conflicts with atheists. Number one, I've been getting a lot of shit from atheists. And so I've realized, like I said, there's no community, and a lot of these people are not aligned with us. They just don't believe in God, right? But when it comes to that, I don't have anything to gain with them either. So it's really just dumb for me. Mm-hmm. It's like, the thing I like about the theist is that the presentation has to be believable. And so what's great about a heel is a heel doesn't want to work against another heel. So the dumb part about fighting with Johnny is I'm sitting here like, are you supposed to be an atheist? Because if you're an atheist, this is a waste of everybody's time. Right? And so I have little tolerance for it because in that world, it's a bad guy against a bad guy. Now, what's stupid to me, a lot of y'all don't embrace the fact that you're a bad guy. To me, I'm surrounded by atheists that want to be good guys and friendly, and they want everybody to love them, and which I get, the lovable atheist thing. I get it. It's really nice. And when people do deconvert, especially when they're first deconverting, they really do need that sort of soft landing pad. But I like to play off the fact that the theists think they're the baby faces, always, right? They're not sitting up in church thinking they're bad people, right? They go to church, they're the good guys. We're the fucking heathens, right? So I get a lot of you guys are trying to break outside that mold by in real life being a wonderful person who happens to be an atheist. And I'm that way too in real life, but I'm not trying to be that way as an entertainer because it's just not entertaining to me. It's nice, but it's not entertaining. And you guys aren't entertainers. Most of you are podcasters or you're people, you're just trying to be out here in the community. I'm trying to entertain people, right? And so that doesn't work, right? You can't have this baby face theist, right? The theists are never going to present themselves like they're the bad guys. They're not. So it's not going to work, right? If you need to be the good guy and they need to be the bad guy, this isn't going to work. Right? It's not. You've got to realize in their world, they're the good guy. They're the hero. They've got sweet King Jesus on their side, the righteous one, right? And you're the fucked up heathen. So you just go with that. Now, that's not the story in real life. It's the flip, right? Where we think we're the ones that are actually honest and decent and righteous and standing for the truth, and they're sitting on some bullshit. And with such weaponized ignorance, they don't even realize that they're the monsters in their own lives, right? They're the monsters that they've created in their imagination. But, well, Carrie Ann, you part of the clique. You ain't supposed to. And she said rarely. I didn't hear. That's not a never, Carrie Ann. What's up with you? Zero tolerance now.
I go against you when I feel I have to. Sorry about the dog.
No, you're good. You're good.
But it's when it triggers that PTSD stuff, and then I'm full on fuck you.
Yeah. That's understandable.
Sorry, I'm muting again because of the dog.
No worries. Good to hear your voice.
It's good though. Those are those boundaries we gotta.
Everybody should have them. Yeah, everybody should have them. So that for me, that's fun. And the other thing I want to say is that's what we do, right? I mean, it's not like, I think that's the other thing people have to remember is it's not, so when we watch a wrestling match, like what you're enjoying is the consensual violence, right? And when it gets really violent, like the match is bloody or they're beating each other with chairs or putting each other through flaming tables, you're appreciating that if that's what you appreciate. Some of us don't even like hardcore wrestling. That's a whole different conversation. But what you're appreciating is that this is what they've chose to do to entertain us, right? Get slammed on a pile of thumbtacks because it'll really pop the crowd. So you've got to also understand that if you come at a person like that, you're coming at a person who does this for work. And you could to say then they have a passion and a love for doing this. You should remember that. Because even as a fan, or not fan, right? Fan or not fan, you should be smart enough to distinguish the performance from the performer. Right? So when you see me on YouTube as Heartbreak J ranting and raving, and then you go, that Dr. J Bundy's a ranting, raving lunatic. Cool. I mean, you put me over as far as an entertainer, probably trying to present a character, run and hide. He's a dangerous motherfucker, but you're a mark, right? And you've missed it. You've missed it, right? And even most fans aren't that stupid, right? And And so it would be nice in the community to say, oh, you know, Dr. Josh, whatever, is this guy, and Dr. this is that person. But I see the way we treat our scholars, and I don't get that treatment. Nothing close to it. And so that's irritating. And that's kind of the thing that I was getting to. And I know maybe people don't know me that well, or I haven't been presented that way on Mythvision. But that I guess maybe that Derek comment got to me, where it was like, oh, it'd be like where James said he would have treated it differently if it was Derek. Like if it was Derek, it'd have been given a clear precedent over Johnny, but I haven't earned that yet or something. And that just gets a little bit like, well, what the fuck does my black guy's got to do to earn the right to not be called a fucking piece of shit, trash to my face or whatever? But again, I just see this all over the place. A lot of the panels I go on, a lot of the discussions I participate in, and I see it a lot in the comment section on other people's channels too. So I'm just tired of that. I don't want to make it sound like it's all about Johnny. It's just about, I'm tired of being treated this way in this community. I'd rather just focus on the actual community I'm building with like you and people that are here, and not worry about what's going on outside until there's a reason to, until there's a special event or Word Wrestling Entertainment card, or, you know, a debate on somebody's channel, or Derek is interviewing me, you know, because again, it'll be funny. Derek wants to interview me. So now it'll be interesting to see how Derek treats me on his channel when he interviews me.
Well, and I doubt you'll have any other callers hopping in. I mean, I'm curious what James thinks about the whole thing. I know he probably doesn't want to get all into it again.
Sure, yeah.
What I'm wondering is,
I don't really either. It's just I felt bad, and this is why I felt bad, because people are basically constantly telling me to shut up or that I talk too much. That's the bottom line for me. I'm tired of people telling me I talk too much. Just am. If you don't want, if I talk too much, don't have me on your show. Because even now, like, I feel like I'm ruining James's show. I feel like I go in there and like Carol the Atheist and all these people in the comment section make it like I just go on James' show and I won't shut up. So it's like, if I'm that much of a hindrance to other people, then I shouldn't even be going on their shows. Because apparently I just go on other people's shows and I won't shut the fuck up. And I just get tired of hearing that. And again, I'm hearing it from atheists. So what motivation do I have? None. There's no motivation. These are people, like, they're not going to, like, my colleagues aren't going to be excited about me working with you. You're already fucking atheists or skeptics or whatever the fuck. And I think a lot of it dog whistles the racism in this community. It's this, oh, it's not that, it's that we think you talk too much. So it's I somehow, as a scholar, I'm supposed to give everybody equal time talking stick. And it's bullshit. And that's what it feels like is used against me. And I'm sorry, I'm verbally gifted. I have a high IQ. I've always done on the 99th plus percentile in fucking verbal and fucking written shit, right? So I'm an out of this charts speaker. It's what I do. It's a unique gift I have. Literally, when I was in college, we did this thing called Perspective Mic, and it was like a hour, sometimes hour and a half thing in the student union that I ran, and you know, it was about this. It was like talking about issues, like whatever political hot button issues were. And I used to tell them, don't tell me the topic ahead of time, because if I know the topic ahead of time, then I'm not on equal footing with everybody else who just found out what Perspective Mike is about this week, right? But at the same time, it was my job to host it and facilitate it. So I would literally go up. All right, Jay, the topic today is abortion. Oh, okay, cool, boom. All right, so my perspective about abortion is, yeah, it's a really complex issue, and I gotta just gotta go. And yeah, if somebody else raises their hand or gets up to speak, I gotta facilitate and get them in there. But if not, people expect me to give them a solid 90, right, off rip. No warning, no nothing, just, and go, right? Why? Because if nobody says anything, then this is going to be dead. But what did I do? I was good. People came there just to hear me wax. And everybody knew no matter what the topic was going to be, Perspective Mike was going to be a banger every week, because I'm going to wax, I'm going to kill it. And if people got something to say, then they're going to get in, it's going to be great. But again, you just feel like you're a dancer who's being told like you dance too much, a drummer who's being told, hey, for a drummer, you sure do play drums a lot. Somebody who's, dad hosted cable media show and he's a broadcaster. He's been a broadcaster for 35 fucking years. I'm a second generation media personality. I come from 5 generations of preachers. Fuck you think this is about, y'all? You don't get to start a cult and be live on fucking YouTube for 7 hours a fucking day if you can't wax. And anybody who thinks it's easy to just get up here and hold people's attention for this long, I dare you to try it. Like I said, get your 100 days in a row in, at least a couple hours a day, and then come back and tell me I talk too much. It's the same thing with social skills. If you want to be a person who meets a lot of other people, you want to be a politician, you think you're the type of person who can run for office one day, you better be a fucking talker. And if you think you're going to walk up to a group of friends, let's say you approach, a group of 4 or 5 friends in the mall, you want to tell them about your great political policies and that they should vote for you. If you think you're going to walk up to them, introduce yourself, and they're just going to start asking you questions, and then you're going to have this equally balanced conversation for 5 or 10 minutes, you are living a fantasy. You are a stranger. These people don't know you. And they're going to be looking to get away from you and make you go away as soon as humanly possible. What you need to have is the gift of gab. You need to be able to walk over there, work that room like a motherfucking magician, keep those people's attention, and you are going to do 90% of the talking for at least the first few minutes until people realize that you're someone they actually want to talk to, and then they start to open up. But if you are not used to carrying conversations, you will fail at this. So literally people who are trained in these type of skills, politics, dating coaches, sales people, all of that shit are taught what? 90-10 rule. Don't expect much from most people besides, sure, yes, no, maybe, sometimes, right? And you got to take that and do the other 90% and make that conversation magic until they start to open up and give you more substantive feedback. Then you can pass the mic to them. So again, it's something I work really hard at. It's not fucking easy. And to just basically be told the black guy talks too much, cool. That's everybody's opinion. I've heard it, duly noted. If you're getting too much Jay in the conversation, you will get a whole lot less than me. If you want me, y'all know where to find me, Pocket Locker 86. Because I'm not gonna be told I talk too much. Sorry, just not. Maybe I shouldn't take it so personally, but I do. Because it only seems like people who want to silence me.
Less personally, because I don't want you to, and I think that's the issue. Like, a lot of people just don't see it as word wrestling entertainment. I think James is one of those people, but I think a lot in the community just aren't used to the entertainment aspect or the.
But there are other spaces, right? So I don't feel like I have the. No, I mean, it's their spaces. Like, it's not mine. Like, what bothered me about that was technically James was streaming at the same time as me, and I was streaming before James. So it would have been nice for James's audience to appreciate that we were co-streaming, just like my audience does when we stream with Uncle Bobby, right? Nobody sits there and goes, "This is Uncle Bobby's channel. This is Jay's channel," right? It's just we're streaming together, right? We're on Pocket Locker 86. We're on Gin and Truth.
Yeah,
it is what it is, right? Same thing with Hot Program.
When I think of something like AXP, I mean, they would have just kicked them long before, right? Like,
right, but James doesn't have that dynamic. That's the dynamic here. It's like James is a panelist and you're a call-in, and if you say something too rude to James or Lena, you're getting kicked. But James put us back first. Like, it's just weird. I think he's just figuring that out, right?
Yeah, well, no, I think James, that's probably my critique, is that he's just a little bit too, and again, maybe this is something that you establish first. Hey, we're both streaming. Like, it's not, the rules aren't exactly clear.
Yeah, we could have.
Thing with Gather. I
thought about that too. We could have done more to make that clear. Definitely.
Yeah, it's
absolutely.
a learning curve.
Yeah, I thought that as well. Very true. Very true. Yeah, and I just don't want James to be discouraged, and that's the problem. I felt like James doesn't want to hang out or stream with me because that happened, and I don't know. And then it's hard because when you are co-streaming with somebody, you want both of those people to be able to set their boundaries, and you want them both to feel like they have control over the show, which is why anytime my one black friend or Gin and Truth ask for the floor, says something, you even hear me right. I would say, you're the host of the show, right? Like, it's your show. Like, you don't have to apologize to me for, what you want to say, right? But him and I both know that because he knows sometimes I get excited about something and I've got a lot to say. That episode where Jay doesn't want you to watch anymore, I called him and said, you might not even want to do this with me. Right? Because people have been going weird. Because I felt like I had that awkward situation where I was talking about people and Tux was there and I wasn't talking about Tux, but Tux got bothered. Because it's hard to understand a person's yelling and you're the person that they're looking at that they're not actually talking about you. But he was like, no, I want to be there. I want to show my support. He's like, but I'm just going to take a back seat because I'm going to let you say what you got to say, right? So that episode was mostly me saying what I had to say with him being there to offer support and questions and everything else. There was the episode of Richard Madsen where I don't like talking about Richard Madsen and his Space Jesus. But my one black friend is a Bible nerd, so I just smoked weed most of the episode and let them have at it. Most people thought that was one of our best episodes, and they really learned a lot about my one black friend, and they loved hearing him, have most of the show, and I did too, right? It was easy. Shit, I could tell. No, it was an easy show for me. But it's kind of we got to learn that balance. And James is not a wrestling fan, right? To your point, and not everybody is. Tux isn't, We'd like the people.
The expectations were different. I think Tux wanted to wax, and I think he didn't feel like he got his chance to wax. I think James was trying to do a little something different with his channel as far as. I will say that, and just to throw in at the end, I gotta go get ready for work.
Oh yeah. Appreciate your time. Yeah, I understand.
But I do want you to try to regulate the emotions better. I feel like you can. I feel like the that you bring is like super valuable for the entertainment aspect. But there are some situations where I think that bringing the patience and the taking a step back to reassess what people are going for, I think that could bring a lot to the community. Is that a fair
So there's a couple things. So yeah, it's a fair criticism, but it's for me, I'm not a patient person. This is something people should understand about. That's my one. I do not see myself as a patient person at all. So it's always trying for me. Also,
that's okay.
I do prefer monologues to dialogues, right? I'm not here to host a panel discussion all the time.
Sure,
but
I think establishing the context beforehand, so everybody knows. All right, this is gonna be a spank 'em hard BDSM scene, or this is gonna right, or we're just gonna have a panel discussion, and there's gonna be randos that hop in and say some stupid shit and interrupt, triggered, and you just kind of have to flow with it.
Yeah. The other thing for me is it's very selective. So I wish I was more patient in certain situations or with certain people, like Rebecca. I think what people missed was like when me and Rebecca really had the chance to sit down on camera, it was always magic. We rarely got space for that on big panels, and we were trying to set things up when
big
she
panels suck.
Kind of fell off. Yeah, so
panels are just terrible in general.
Yeah, for sure. But she had like earned that for me because she had like apologized to me. We had been through some stuff, and she had sort of earned my good faith, even if I wasn't sure always if she was acting good faith. I still, interpersonally, I didn't worry about that, right?
She's got patience out the wazoo.
Out the wazoo, yeah. But that's a different situation. Whereas, like, somebody like Otangelo or even Wolfden, I feel like they've abused our patience. Like once I feel like that's what a person's doing, I also just feel like I'm not the person to go to for that. I'm almost like a honey trap. I'm really trying to get people to be there's something interesting going on over there. And when they come on over here, you guys are supposed to be the nice and patient ones. That's what we realized when I was in college, right? I was like, look, we had a very serious plan for the student government, right? And I baked it. I had it reviewed by serious politicians, Corey included, people on the team, right? I worked with it was great, right? But nobody's gonna care. Nobody's gonna give a shit, right? Then I put together this team of amazing student leaders. Again, no one's going to give a shit because the problem is students are apathetic, right? And again, if you do what everybody does, I'm so great. Please elect me. I'm fucking wonderful. You know what I mean? It's like nobody cares, right? So I was like, no, I'm gonna be fucking wild also. And so again, like you said, it was orchestrated. We sat down with the newspaper. We sat down with the administration and we called it, we're gonna give you a shit show. We showed them the real plan, which they were all like, oh my goodness, this is really great. You know what you're doing? Yeah, we know exactly what we're doing, but look, nobody's gonna give a shit. So here's what we're gonna do instead, right? Like, this is gonna be wild, right? And they were like, we're with it. So when Fox News is reporting all that shit, it's fucking hilarious because they didn't realize everybody was in on it. Everybody, like they were dumb, but that made it great, right? Because that's what we do. You market, and the people who are outside, they don't get it because they're not in on it, right? So with Lupin, we can unblock Lupin if you. Yeah, but I think
I want to do some aftercare with Lupin.
But he's gotta show that he's not all the way. But anyway, yeah, the thing is, I bring him in, right, and then there's the other people around me that are very serious, kind, great, wonderful people. And then you guys realize, oh, this team's actually fucking incredible. They just got that crazy guy out in front to kind of get people to pay attention. That's the job of a great heel. He's to make you pay attention. And it's the truth. You don't care about good people. You want to care about good people. You think you care about good people, but I know you don't give a shit about good people. You don't even care about superheroes. What? Not until there's somebody you really want to see them beat up. Not until there's a villain who absolutely must be stopped, right? That's when you care. That's when you're buying your movie. That's when you're eating the popcorn. That's when you're fucking paying attention. And that's when you're feeling something. And that's when you're going to come back. So my job is to be the bad guy that just makes you fucking feel something. I don't care what it is. If you're on our side, it's go, that's our hero. He'll break all the rules. He doesn't care. He's the anti-hero fucking cult leader who's anti all the other cults. And we're on it, right? And for everybody else, it's we don't even know, but something, right? But the other thing is people got to remember that's the character. He's literally, so you guys got to look into HBK, you got to look into Ric Flair, you got to look into Brian Pillman. You might remember these guys for being cool and dressing good and all of that, but that's just that. The cool side is actually the work, so to speak. The part that really gets you invested in them is that they're maniacs, is that they're super villainous, they're crazy emotional, right? A good Ric Flair promo, if you go and buy Ric Flair, yeah, he was limousine riding, jet flying, but if you go to a Ric Flair promo, he used all that just to have something to come out of, right? That nice suit, he's taking off that jacket. And you think you're gonna get this title? What? No, Magnum TA, no. Right? And then he's opening the shirt. And see, the women think that it's all about Space Mountain. And I'm taking the gloves off. I do this. This is my life. Think this is a fucking game? You're dealing with the what? So, right? They're loose cannons. They're snapping. They're snapping on everything. That's kind of the funny thing with Johnny. It was just easy. He just gave me an easy excuse to snap. I don't actually care, right? Like, it's like Jay Bundy doesn't go to sleep and like worry about these things. I literally woke up today. I was like bored putting the show together. I was like, oh, what could I do? Oh yeah, that fuckface Johnny came out his mouth, right? He wasn't trying to cut a promo on me. He didn't know that I was gonna use, like, he's actually tried to make out with me since then. We're cool, right? That's the aftercare. That's the work, right? But that's you're like, oh yeah, you think we're cool now? No, I'm doing a show about you. Because that's fun for me, right? This is how I entertain myself. So I want you guys to understand I'm cool emotionally. Look, I'm going to tell you what keeps me cool emotionally. I have to eat every day, sleep, take my meds, and it really helps if I masturbate all over myself. That splooge is critical. But yeah, I'm fine. That's the thing. I like flipping out. That's what I do. That's how I am, right? I don't like when a wrestler cuts a cool promo, I'm like, okay, cool. When a wrestler looks like he needs medical attention immediately because he's about to collapse from rage, I believe him, right? I believe him now. Now I believe you don't like the other guy. Now I believe you're going to do anything it takes to win. Now I believe he might have to put you on a stretcher to take your title, right? Calm, cool, and collected. You might be doing this for the money. That's how it is for wrestling fans, right? Willing to die.
I want
is the
James
show.
to be comfortable.
Yeah, James is like Frasier, like, right? He's like the radio DJ who's like the voice of reason that you need for your relationships and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I feel bad.
Yeah,
it definitely was avoidable. I want to too, but I guess I might have to hit him up offline or something. I don't. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can have a private convo.
Yeah, I told him yesterday that I felt bad about it. So, yeah, I do feel bad about but
and he knows you. He's got patience.
Yeah, I don't feel good about what happened, but I also. It was a good example of exactly what I just don't want to deal with anymore. Like and I think that's part of it. Like to your point, like being more patient, like there is a need for me to take each situation and each day anew, so to speak. Whereas with the way I feel out here, even the short time I've been out here, I already feel like this accumulation of certain things that I've seen in patterns. And it's just like certain things I'm like, I don't want to deal with this anymore. And it might be the first time that person's done it, or the first time it's happened in that context, but I'm just like, I'm making hard boundaries probably a little too quick or something.
In fifth grade, I got selected as the pure mediator.
Yeah, I did that too. I was a pure listener.
Prided myself in that.
Yeah. I was a great pure listener, but you see me, I was like, get to it. Let's get it. Like,
you saw me with Lupin. I was, channeling my inner Joe Hunty a bit.
But see, I don't think. But see, that's what I'm saying too. Like, I don't think we have to. Like, why do we? All right, I'll put it to you this way too. That's part of wrestling, right? The heel takes the bumps. He loses the most. He has to lose at the end of the day, right? And the end of the feud, more times than not. Unless you work like we work, right? The way we work, you keep the belt on the champion. But you keep the belt on the bad guy. But that's because a lot of the baby faces are better chasing, right? Because a lot of times, like if you put the good guy as the champion on top, then they just beat everybody. And so they have to be presented as stronger. So there's like no end in sight. You see what I'm saying? It gets boring quickly. So what's better is like you have your best good guy always chasing the bad guy. The bad guy has the championship. The good guy always is doing better, but the bad guy always finds some sneaky, underhanded way to keep the belt. Yeah. And then sometimes you bring it into like a last match or something like that. Then the bad guy either gets that and then he has to start all over again, or he wins that, gets the belt. That's really cool. But then I get a rematch, cheat to win that, and then he has to start all over again. But that's because he's just better chasing. It's just more exciting that way. But yeah, it's interesting. You're right. But like today, I got sick of it. Like I didn't want Lupin to think. Like I didn't feel like it. Like I know where they're going. So how do you know when that is?
Yeah, it's different every time.
All right, here's the difference. Here's the difference. Is the conversation for you or for them? I think that's it. Because today I'm feeling it for me, and I was like, look, for me, I don't want to deal with you. But if the goal was them, right, then I gotta be more patient, right?
Sure.
Yeah, that's interesting. Damn, Lena, that's real good shit.
Yeah, you've given me a lot to think about, and I'll be back on the Discord.
Same.
If you're gonna stream tonight, I'll be in the YouTube
I'm
chat.
trying to dip, man. I think we want to watch SmackDown, so I'll probably end before 8, I guess, so we can get that done.
I'm off at 8. So
I think SmackDown starts at 8.
I'll be here for the late night gather.
Yeah. We'll be on Gather. Yeah, that's no matter what. We'll be on Gather, so for sure. I'll see you later. Have a good one.
Yep. See ya.
Academics and accredited sources don't nearly get enough praise. I don't really demand praise. I just don't want to be disrespected. Like, and especially like when I'm going to a friend's channel, because it makes you feel like you're not welcome there. Like, you have to remember, like, I hate to say this, but for the most part, when I pop up on somebody's channel, people are happy to see me, right? And so, you know, that's fine. And you also know that as somebody who really doesn't give a shit and embraces conflict, I don't care if I pop up on somebody's channel and people are triggered. That's fine too. The one time those two things are overlapping and I'm not comfortable is when it's something like it's a friend's channel and I know that's not what they want, right? Same thing like with Donnie's channel, right? Normally, me debating a creationist, if it turns into a dumpster fire, boop, let's get it, right? A lot of us are here for dumpster fires. Like, once in a while, a dumpster fire can be fun, right? But Donnie doesn't want a dumpster fire. Oh, so now I feel some type of way about there being a dumpster fire. Even with Johnny, like, I know I told him to shut up. I really just wanted him to shut up. Like, and that's kind of the thing. Like, I'm the type of person who I think at the end of the day, like, I try to take feedback from people, but I get frustrated when I feel like, I don't know, I'm just being disrespected. So I guess I'm trying to say, I don't feel like academics need to be treated like we're better than anybody else. But it'd be nice to treat it with the respect accorded other academics maybe someday. And if not, I just don't want to be disrespected. But it happens a lot. And when you feel like you're a negative distraction to your friend's channel, you know, that's a problem. You don't want that. That's more of the issue for me. But we deal with it. We move on. Damn, I had a great conversation with Lena. Shout out to Lena. Hope she has a great day. Shout out again to Hippie Smiles for the wonderful piece. I think I'm gonna hit that. We'll take a little musical interlude, and then I'll show y'all what's going on with what we've been able to do in MABE, because I showed y'all. I've been telling y'all about shape mating, but I finally got my code up so I could show y'all how I made it. I make it like a little mating game when I print it all out. I also talked to y'all a little bit about coercion, and so I could show y'all how that works. So I'm excited about that. It's actually kind of why I didn't show my. It's actually why I didn't stream with Cliff this week. It wasn't that. I knew we were gonna get it worked out, so I wasn't too worried about that. But I was so excited about this. I wanted to make sure I kind of had time to walk y'all through everything the way I wanted to. All right, so we'll do that. Let's kick a little musical interlude. Appreciate the lo-fi and chill vibes. Y'all know about that Bart Simpson and chill. That's exactly what that was. There's so much we could rock with. Man, I was thinking about clicking. Go ahead, click on my Uncle Bobby. Why not?
Wasn't the message. The message was.
Nah, we got to do a musical interlude. We got to get some OG Roddy up in this bitch. Let's do MJ interlude. We didn't do the MJ interlude for fucking communion. Let's do the MJ interlude from itsairplanemode.com, y'all. Yes. Airplane mode, ready for takeoff.
Start my morning every day with her. In the afternoon I lay In the evening I'ma stay with her. Hi, I'm in love. I ain't even tripping, but them say she a drug, cause she hear everything for me. In the morning hit her faithfully. At least a dub when we touch. No one falling in love. I ain't even tripping, cause she the one I could trust. Even bring her out on dates with me. See my mama new place with me. She hold me down on the days when I ain't feeling too up. I ain't even tripping, cause she with me in the clutch. I go all out the way for ya. Take some time out my day for ya. I even took her on a plane, but she ain't even a drug. Some say I'm tripping, but they ain't even in love. In the morning I might lay with ya. In the afternoon I play with ya. But I know I'm never tripping. The signs say I'm in love. Mary Jane is different, cause she ain't even a drug. She be there every day for me. She my sweet Mary Jane shorty. I even took her on a plane, but never enough. Some say I'm tripping, she turned me into the plug. She be there dealing way with me. She be there to take the pain from me. The homie said that I'm tripping, but all they do is get drunk. Smoking on the wax, they thinking I'm off the drugs. I go all out the way for ya. In the morning I might lay with ya. In the afternoon I stay, cause she know that I ain't even tripping, cause she the one I could trust. She go
Cheers, everybody.
every day with me. Take the kids out to play with me. They say I'm tripping, I ain't slipping, cause she ain't even a drug. Niggas sipping lean, ain't worried what's in your cup. In the morning I might play with ya. Take a long walk and stay with ya. She my sweet Mary Jane, and she the one I could trust. Niggas sipping lean, but me I'm smoking a dub. I go all out the way for ya. Take some time out my day for ya. I even took her on a plane, but never enough. Some say I'm tripping, but they ain't even in love. In the morning I might lay with ya. In the afternoon I play with ya. But I know I'm never tripping, cause hi, I'm in love. Mary Jane is different, cause she ain't even a drug. Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I always wanted to be one of those cool ass fucking engineering kids that fucking make shit at home and shit. Like one of those kids that could take like a fucking apple and a straw and like make a bong like a few seconds later. This shit is fucking dope. It's like a mason jar, but it's fit perfectly. It's so nice. It has the actual like fucking nice ass fucking pieces with the fucking holes for the percolation or whatever the fuck in the shit. I should put some water in this shit, right? Let's put some fucking water in this bitch. You put some water in this shit? Make it a fucking bong it up with some fucking water and shit. You could do whatever you want. You could put ice in the bitch if you wanted to cool it down. It just melt. No biggie. But yeah. I'm a big fan. I like it. It hits like a motherfucker. Like a motherfucker.
That body was supposed to hang there and just stay there. It was a message to all the other black people. My grandfather had the audacity to cut lynch black people down from trees. You know who he took with him? My dad. When he was a child. To help him cut lynched black people down from trees. Because Big Bert had this fucked up ass thought that, you know what? These people deserve a proper and dignified burial. They killed my grandfather for cutting lynched black people down from trees. And this raggedy bastard is complaining that there aren't enough white people on commercials. SS is sitting here talking about move along and keep bowing down to the woke crap. Woke crap as defined as showing more than just white people on American commercials. But again, maybe I'm just watching the wrong shit. I don't.
Maybe you are, Uncle Bobby.
I don't.
Here's a question, Uncle Bobby, for your ass. Fuckface Uncle Bobby. Uncle Bobby, did you make a video today? Because if not, you're a fucking fuckface. And if you haven't made a video, why aren't you making a video? And if you are making a video, where the fuck's the video? And in said video, are you reminding people to subscribe to Pocket Locker 86? Because if you're not reminding people to subscribe to Pocket Locker 86, then is that video even worth making? Now watch this. Fuck faces out there. You need to be subscribed to Gin and Truth. And if you're not subscribed to Gin and Truth, you're a fucking idiot. Don't tell me you're not subscribed to Gin and Truth because I will actually hate you, think you're a terrible person. And if you think I said some bad shit about Johnny, then go fuck yourself. If you tell me you are not subscribed to Uncle Bobby, I will change the title of the stream right now to some bad shit about you. And then I will say some bad shit about you because I fucking hate you. You're a terrible person. Yes, I even will take it so far as to say you deserve to die. And that someday you are in fact gonna die. And you're the same type of terrible piece of shit that I'm now guaranteeing you that if you are not subscribed to Uncle Bobby, when in fact you do die, you're definitely not going to heaven. Definitely not going to heaven. You're cut off from that shit. There will be no heaven for you because you're a fuckface. Now see the passion I did that promo with Uncle Bobby? See how I put you over? See how hard I go on my shit? See how I let people know exactly that they need to be down with the cult of the flying man. They need to be supporting my co-host, Uncle Bobby, and if they're not welcome here. Are you doing the same today, Uncle Bobby? If you're not, it's okay. What? Yeah, you know what? Lena was right. I need to show more patience. I need to be kinder, gentler, especially to morally inferior people. And Uncle Bobby has the great misfortune of not only being in a lot of pain this week, but shit got real ugly because Uncle Bobby is a Saints fan. And boy, them Saints laid them a big old turd on Thursday Night Football. Yeah, we had a Thursday Night Football party last night. And Uncle Bobby was invited, but I think he was in too much pain to show up, which was a really good excuse to not show up and see that massacre. I hope he took some meds and went to bed. I hope he wasn't up for that. I hope he didn't actually sit through that because it was excruciating. So if he's a little off his game today, see what I did there, off his game? Woo! It's because his Saints were off of theirs by a lot. It was bad. It was bad. But being the loyal Uncle Bobby fans we watched all of it in the spirit of Uncle Bobby. We held it down just for Uncle Bobby, and we rooted for them raggedy ass Saints all the way through the end of the Thursday night beatdown. Amen. Hallelujah. We're just that type of friends. Like I said, if you're friends, we treat you like fucking royalty. If you're not friends, you can go fuck yourself. We don't care. But Jay, isn't it better to just have No, it isn't better to have everybody watching with the blase and the Glavinoids. I don't really give a shit about the YouTube count. It's just a little number. It's like a little eyeball with a little number. And every time I look at it, I get pissed off. Why'd I even fucking look at that number? All I care about, who is getting down in the motherfucking Gather Town. So anyway, folks, Uncle Bobby's hurting. He's in a rough place today. Send him your condolences. Ooh, them Saints was looking sorry. Oh, Uncle Bobby. Oh, Uncle Bobby, I hope you do a show today, man. Something to feel better. Something to take your mind off of it, man. Oh, some gummies or something, man. Oh. Ooh, that was bad. Oh man, it was bad. All right, let's take a look at what's going on here. Let's play this game one time for your mind. Flip mode. All right. Let's pop this up. Now look at these fuckface digital organisms. First off, let's see if this fucking code thing works. There's this one called plot, mplot. What? No such directory. All right, boop, 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 boop. Boop. Can't open file, mplot. Oh, that's not the right thing. Here we go. Here, should do this. Should do this right. Look, you do this. You go to M, and then you do the tab, and then you see that I'm a fuckface. M tools, M tab. There it is. See, that's why I'm a fuckface, because it's actually called M graph. Install them shits. Install them bitches. Give me all terminal then. What happened? Pop.csv. Oh, okay, so can I do it in this run? No such file or oh shit. Yeah, what the fuck to do? Pop.csv. Who gives a shit? All right. So that's what we're going to do on Monday with Cliff, is figure out how to fucking graph shit, because I forgot. All right. Now, what we're going to do in the meantime, though, is teach y'all how the game go. Teach you how the game go. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's get over here into a little work directory. Did I say work? Because let's play the game of love. Come on, you little... Oops. Whoops. Whoops. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Evolve. Evolve faster. Evolve, fuck faces.
Don't see white people being just...
I'm working very hard here. I gotta teach these fools on the internet how the game goes, how to play the mating game in MABE.
So again, let's just close this shit out. I want to get the other stuff. What will get me just as pissed off? Again, I hope I made it very clear.
This is raggedy ass YouTube.
This isn't, of course, all of my white family members. I know better than that. But for the ones that are kicking this type of bullshit, save it. Or again, make sure. I've said this to people at work before. I actually have. Believe what you want to believe.
1,000 generations,
think
that fast.
what you want to think. But when you say what you want to say, make sure you know your audience.
Let's show you guys what's going on here.
Tell me, rich white people tell me, Robert, you have no idea how hard it is to be a white man in America. And every time
we're gonna change up the options real quick and show what's up.
Right? It's the same thing when I've heard Tucker Carlson say it.
All right. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna look into the system here. All right. So now, first things first. Let me show you guys what's up. You guys heard me and Cliff talk about shape mating. And we talked about this thing where if you are basically convex versus concave, if you're all the same type, you don't have any surface area. So you're man, let me do the fucking graphic thing again. You're all shaped like this, right? Which is like convex or whatever the fuck. And you're both like this, you don't have a lot of surface area in contact. If you're both like that, you don't have a lot of surface area either because you just have the little outsidey bits doing, right? But if you're the opposite of each other, boom, you fit tightly and you're perfect, and then you get like a perfect chance of mating. And so your chance of reproduction is determined by your shape. And that is shape mating, right? That's it. That's the idea. It's super cool. It's the fucking shit. When you fucking realize what the fuck is going on, it's gonna fucking, you're gonna love it, All right, now here's what the fuck the shape mating means. What happens is it's just a number, right? And the number is determined by one little location on your genome that can mutate. Their genomes is just a fucking big ass list of numbers. And their shape determines this function, right? And so we're going to see how this little mating game works out because our code is written here to debug it. And when we debug it, it should show all this sort of happening. And I'll take you through the shape mating. And then I'll also show you through coercion. And this is going to be important so that you guys kind of get a little flavor of the type of research that Cliff and I are going to be doing. When we actually do our project, we're going to be starting with shape mating. We're going to be kind of putting coercion off to the side for now. But I will break that down for you as well. So let's get into it. So normally when I'm coding, I listen to something. I'll listen to Uncle Bobby.
And this is I'm glad I remember this shit. This is how I know the shit's fucked up. Right? Well, Robert, I mean, we'll probably be alive for it, but, you know, they said like in the...
I need to pause his ass. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to get into my code and start by showing you guys what I do here. Now, what is this? I don't know where I'm at. Oh, this started on some crazy shit. It started way out. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. We're going to close that. Fuck that shit. First off, we're going to just celebrate the gang. Look, I'm Myron Bot right now. The gang is here. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Myron Bot dancing. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh, 6 spiders up in the house. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. If you're not in gather, you're a sucker. I don't know what are you doing? Why are you not getting down and gather? Yeah, and look at Cameron. Cameron's AFK. Always. UC Love might be here. What up, UC Love? Ooh, 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 ooh. All right, Mike, go sit your little raggedy ass back in the corner. All right, now. All right, let's go get into. Yeah, let's do Ubuntu. That's fine. Boop. All right, so programming. We're gonna get into our directory, folks, because I don't feel like jumping around all over Satan's hellhole in my fucking program there. So we're just gonna bump up this MABE real quick. Yep, that development shit, that's me. Nah, that's a command I just made up. Pretend I didn't say that. All right, Force JB. Is this the one we were rocking with? Which one were we fucking rocking with? See, this is why I gotta stop fucking around. Wait, ooh, that command sucked. Ooh, that command sucked. Ooh, that command, ooh, that was rough. Ooh, that was rough. What are you talking about? God, I'm terrible at this. All right. Oh, we're already in that bitch. All right, here we go. Yeah. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. Now that we're in this bitch, now we're gonna say open VS Code here. All right, so now I can actually run VS Code in the directory I want. Give me a new terminal. Boom, already in the right directory. And now here's my code. So it's just a little easier. I like working this way. So what we're going to be looking at here is that motherfucking tournament optimizer. Now, here's how this system works, y'all. It's pretty simple. What the fuck is a tournament? A tournament is simple. You take a certain number of rounds. I don't give a fuck. Let's just say it's 5. You select a random fucking agent from the population. You select another fucking agent, and they have a fucking tournament. They decide which one's fucking better. All right? Pretty easy. How do you do it? You do a prediction. You know their fitness. This isn't fucking magic. They have the fitness. The one that's higher fitness wins. All right. So you do this fucking tournament, and you know, the winner of the tournament becomes one of the parents. All right. And for shape mating, that's pretty much it. Somebody else wins another tournament. They become parent number 2, a.k.a. dad. That's how we have them labeled, because we're fucking nasty fuckers like that. And that's that. And it gets interesting from there, but that's the basics. Now let's see what the fuck we got going on. What we got to do is, first off, we got to turn on some settings so that we can see what's going on under the hood. So we're gonna go. Where the fuck are we gonna go? We're gonna go to settings, which is in work. Boom. I'm like proud of these settings because I made them. Now let's see if they work. All right, now I need you to turn on debug. I think I gotta and I also want to change the updates. See, it's 1,000 updates. I want to go to 100 updates. I don't need 1,000. I just want it to run fast as shit. Matter of fact, sometimes I debug with like 10 maybe. Let's do 10 updates. Fast. Now, it shouldn't run. Oh, wait, hang on. Run it again. Oh, yeah, it did run in debug mode. Nice. All right, so yeah, when I change the setting, I don't have to do that. All right, so here we go. Now, what is on? Let me see what's on. Let me check these settings real quick. All right, debug is on, no force, the function power is 2. The LEC mating is on. Okay, there's a LEC of 8. Mate similars off, 0, multiple force, no, number parents 1, force is off. Oh, no, it's gonna be 2 parents anyway. Optimized value, nothing, no resist, no selfing. Shape mating is on. Tournament size is 5. And unique LEC is 1. Yeah, okay, all right. So I guess I should explain what the LEC is. The LEC is basically the mom gets to have a preference for a particular food, food number 1, food number 2, or food number 3. You can think that of the green, blue, and red berries. I think in this particular setup, they are all. Let's check our foods. Yeah, they're all positive. All right, so they're all positive. Eating all of them is beneficial. We're gonna change that up because I think that's boring, right? No. I like toxicity. We can make these toxic. We can make them poisons, basically. So anyway, right now the mom gets to pick a preference, and then each potential dad they have to become a tournament. They have to win a tournament to get into the LEC. The LEC basically just means they become a potential dad number 2 or dad. Sorry, and if they have a higher score than the next challenger in the LEC, then they remain the potential dad. And this goes on for a number of rounds, equivalent to the LEC size. And basically what that simulates is like the mom gets to become the first parent. They go into what you might think of as the birthing chamber for the next offspring. And then they have a preference. They're like, I like red dudes, or I like blue dudes, or I like green dudes. And then they're presented with 7 dudes, and they're going to pick the reddest one, or the bluest one, or the greenest one. See, it's really not that complicated. Why is it dope? Because this is what you want. This is what you can't get in animals. You can't get this system that is just painfully simple, and it's just stripped down to this very simple world where there's these digitally evolving organisms. They have brains. Their brains don't really do shit other than play this thing called Berry World. Berry World is just a little grid that they go into and run around. There are red, green, and blue berries. They get a score according to that, and then they get a fitness. That's it. Their fitness helps determine their ability to win tournaments. You got to win a tournament to become the first mom. Sort of like taking the bid if you become the first parent, aka mom. It's not really a sex type, it's just the first parent, and we name it mom for convenience. It just means that you are the first parent into the birth chamber, and your preference determines it, right? Now, this isn't a strict rule in biology. I feel the need to stress that there are sex role reverse species where dads establish the nest and moms compete for access to dads and whatever the fuck. And obviously and in these types, they're not morphologically separated other than their shapes. And so that's the point of this, right? I don't want to give it away, but basically the point is to see if, regardless of all this preference and stuff happening, if they segregate into basically separate mating types, basically hard-coded into different shapes to ensure that they have a high chance of reproducing. But let's just take a look at an example here of what this looks like. I haven't looked at this code in a while, so I'm excited to see it all working. I'm excited also you guys are looking at my code, so I'm kind of excited to see this happening. And I remember doing this and showing this to Cliff, and I'm really, really excited that we're getting back to this. And, my colleagues have bought into a lot of this community building and stuff I've been doing with you guys. And now I'm excited to get back to working together and getting back into my research. All right, so we're speaking of which, I need to also be working on my manuscript, trying to get that published, but this is my upcoming research. All right, so look, let's start here where, all right, here's a little tournament. That's fun. Where do we start? Final? All right. So here we go. All right, so here's an example of a mating. That's the final parent. So this one just finished. The final mom. This ID is just a number. You can just think of this as, I think there's 100 organisms in this population. So there's 0 through 99. And so this is just the 37th and 40th organism. We just call them with their 0 index. So we say 36 and 39. 36 is the mom, and the final dad is 39. Now let's take a look at what's going on. This is kind of where the debug mode is showing us what's going on under the hood. Hang on, there's a beep here. All right, gang, it's my fucking heater. All right, so, oh shit, I didn't get my energy drink, y'all. I'm about to pump up the jams. It's fucking Friday, and I'm doing late night work and chill. I'm having so much fun.
2044s, 20 early 50s, white people will be the minority in America. Robert, how do you think that makes us feel? You want to repeat that? Fuckface. Say that again. Listen to what you just said to a black man. Which tells me you are aware of the shit that gets shoveled, not on just black people's shoulders, but other minority groups, including women. somewhere on the very surface level, you realize, or you are hoping that.
Fuck yeah, answers in atheism. Now, Mike, I gotta say that I love seeing you in the chat here, buddy. Love it because it's good to see you. Hate it because why aren't you live giving me something to work to, huh? Huh? Why are you being lazy, Mike? Huh? Where's the weather report? I don't see it. Anybody see it? There a new episode? You slacking, Mike? You been slacking? You been slacking, Mike, huh? Is that what you've been up to? Nothing? Let's see. No, that was a day ago. I already watched that one. Caught. Slacking.
That win.
But listen, folks, I had a revelation on the way to establish and get my morally superior energy drink. Ghost Energy, 0 sugar, Sour Patch Kids, Red Berry. I'm a nerd. And, I was going to say I take back what I say about all you Bible nerds and philosopher-tards, but I don't take it back because that's just boring as hell and ridiculous. But I am a nerd. And over the next couple months, you guys need to realize that shape mating is cool. And it's the basis of the coolest mating system ever. So until we come up with another one, of course. So yeah, I'm kind of a nerd, but it's better than the Bible because it's true. So there's that. And it's better than philosophy because it's useful. So, all right, so check this out. What this thing is, wait. I always forget where the fuck this shit starts. All right, here we go. All right, so they do that, blase flavonoids. Here we go. All right, so they start by identifying mate similar. No, that just means we can inverse the shape mating function such that instead of it selecting or it being a high reproductive chance if you're the opposite shape, it's better to be the same shape. That's all it does. It just inverts the function. Literally, we take the math and we put a minus sign somewhere. Or we took all, yeah, that's what we did. We flipped the sign somewhere, boom, made it similar. But that's off, so it's the way we talked about, where it's mating for the dissimilar shape, or selecting for dissimilar shape. The power, this is the function power. This is what I was saying about how we can change how severe the benefit of being a dissimilar shape is by adjusting the power of the function. So if we square the function, it's more severe. If we raise it to the third, it's even more severe. And in these little test runs we're doing, Cliff wants to try out the powers 1, 2, and 4. And I can actually show you guys this. I'm going to show you in a second. I'll show you guys now, actually. It's a good time to talk about it. Let me show you. Let me see. It's in oh, you know what? I might have to actually pull it up from Ubuntu here. I don't know how many levels I gotta go up. Here, maybe. Where did I put these damn things? I'm kind of glad they're not on the WSL system. All right, I just don't remember where I put them. Data. Nope. Where the fuck are these things at? Documents. No. I literally just saw them. I knew where they were, and now I'm forgetting where they were. I told Cliff I found them, and they were with my shit. Oh. Hang on, they're in something called plots. Is that in fucking MABE? Yeah. Here they go. All right, here we go. So open, explore here. All right, here we go. Plots, here we go. Now, shape. Now, here's the original function. It's with the power of 2. In other words, the function is squared. And you can see that, remember that I told you the shapes are just a number. So the median, the middle is 0. 0 you can think of as being flat. And you can think of -1 as perfectly convex and 1 as perfectly concave. And you have the highest chance of reproducing. It's a very simple game. You have the highest chance of reproducing if you do the sexy time with somebody who is the opposite shape of you, and you also happen to be an extreme shape in one or the other, right? Because if you're both in the middle, you have this sort of intermediate fitness, right? And if you're both the same shape, you have almost no, right? If you're both a -1 and you're both a +1, if you're both the same shape and you're either extreme of the shape, you almost certainly will not reproduce. Whereas if you're, and it's really interesting because it's like, it creates like a meaningful game, right? You have to have a high fitness. You still have to play Berry World well and fucking get a high fitness and have a high reproductive rate, or else you're not going to be good in tournaments. But then the preference, right? Because you can get score for eating any of the berries. So, like, all the scores are good, but then it turns out how you got your score matters, because the preference of the population then determines whether redness, blueness, or greenness is going to be your gateway to the punani. I mean, digital mating chamber. See, we can make all the kind of obscure and ridiculous sexual jokes about them that we want to, because it's actually true that they're digital organisms and they don't have feelings at all. So I could dehumanize the fuck out of them. Turns out they, in fact, don't have feelings. And if anybody treats them like they do, it's probably going to be me. Anyway, so this is actually how you can visualize the shape function. And I'm going to show you why I'm really excited about showing you this visualization. Because it shows you visually, right? Like, if I describe the function, let me show you the fucking function. The function's just in some Python code right now. Where the fuck's that Python code at? Isn't it in here? Nope. Yeah, Python source file. Plot. Here we go. Plot loop. Plot OG. This probably has the simplest form of it. Boom. All right, here's the function, guys. And remember the idea, guys. Remember the idea. Remember the fucking idea. The idea is fucking simple as shit, right? It's literally this. Look at the edge of this shit, y'all. This is shape mating, right? Fuck out of here, right? If you are this shape, right? Curvy. You have the best contact with something that's this shape, non-curvy. Boom, right? They form a tight seal. So you would imagine that this seal determines your chance of reproductive success. If you have this nice tight seal here, all your juicy bits are all aligned to all the other digital organisms' juicy bits. And you guys can exchange your fucking genes and splooge in the computer your reproductive bits all over each other's programs, okay? And make yourself a contributing member to the next generation of fucking digital organisms. But if you try to seal up and you're both this shape, it's not gonna fucking work. And if you're both this fucking shape, it's not gonna work. Now, how fucking easy of an idea is that? Okay, now, do me a favor. Tell me a fucking formula function for making that thing work. Yeah, just go ahead. Everybody in the comment section, type me a mathematical formula for what I just said. I just told you the shit's easy as fuck. If you're this shape, you can represent it with I'll give you one step. You represent each shape with a number between 1 and -1. That's it. 1 is perfectly round. -1's the complete opposite. All right, now go ahead. Give me the fucking function. Real easy. Just if you're this shape and that shape, this shape and that shape, this shape and this shape, bingo. All right, go ahead. Exactly. Who the fuck knows? Who the fuck knows? I was like, so when Cliff comes up with this shit, I'm like, Cliff, that's a great fucking idea, but I don't give a fuck. I don't know how to fucking come up with a fucking mathematical formula for that shit. But I don't have to, because Cliff did. And this is it. It's basically you take the fucking so then Red Pill is game. Yeah. We muted Lupin. We had to put you on timeout. You've been sitting on some bullshit. I'm gonna untime you out eventually on your other account. But I forgot you have like 100 accounts. So I don't mind that you're here on your other account. People do that shit all the time. I time them out or I block them and they come back on another account. And I'll block that account too. So consider that a fucking warning ban and I'll ban all 14 of your accounts if I have to. But you gotta think, you gotta spend some time. You gotta go to the four corners of the earth and think about what you've done. You gotta recognize that some of the people you support have done some real bad shit. And quit making excuses for them and blaming the shit on the CIA. It's not cool. Now, all right, so you take the power, in this case 2, and there's like a power, what the fuck is it? It's a function thingy you do. And this is one shape, and then you raise it to the opposite, or no, you multiply it by the opposite of the other shape, and then you multiply that by 0.5 plus, right? So you multiply all that, and then you add 0.5. That's right. So you do y times the opposite of x, and then you times it by that, and 0.5, and then you do that, and you raise it to that, and you feed it that. That's it. That's it. I don't know. Fuck if I know. But that's where we step in, because this beautiful thing Cliff wrote shows it to us. And that's where this comes in. Boop. You don't have to worry about the math. You don't have to worry about, that's it. That is it. That's the function. We graphed for you. That's literally the function. That's why I love it. It's beautiful. It's beautiful because you can see it. You don't have to think in math. What the fuck was that math? How the fuck could anybody intuit what the fuck this function looks like based on the math? But this graphs it. Like literally, when I mean it works, like I've literally tested it. Like you can take each thing's shape, like when it tells you what its shape is, it's going to give you the shape. It's going to tell you a number, right, between 1 and -1. And you can come each time and you can just take that number and be like, oh, if it's telling me the shape is 0, and be like, boop, and it's telling me the other shape is 0, boop, that means it's going to be like, boop. And if you take a guess at where that is on here, it's going to be accurate. Oh, so you mean if it tells me the shape is boop, and then the other shape is boop. It's going to be like right here, and like boop, and then you go see where that is, boop, and it works. Like, so this plot literally is the function. And then that's great because then we can do what? Remember we said that we can change the severity of the shape mating condition just by changing the power of the function? Well, we can. And so what we can do is then show what this plot looks like with different powers, right? So I'll show you guys a couple things. Remember I said you can invert the function? Here's the inverted function. Here's the code for the inverted function. Hang on a sec. So in this one, the plot power is 1. So the function's not squared. It's just, but you can see in this one, if you're the same shape and you're on the extremes, you actually have the highest chance of reproducing. And if you're the extremes and you're the opposite shape, you have no chance of reproducing, right? So again, you can use this to check the code. Like I can actually use this to check the code to make sure it works. And when we publish this, right, this is a really important part of publishing this thing, because if we publish this thing and we describe this shape mating function thing that we've done, which is a really simple idea, and right, and most scientific things that are really super cool are beautiful in their simplicity. And I give Cliff all the credit, man. This idea, which is going to give us a way to test this idea about just a simple sort of phenotypic trait, and it's just a number, right? But we think of it as being this shape, right? That's a metaphor. They're programs. They don't actually have a shape, but they do have this number, right? And this number, right, determines their reproductive chance. All right, and so let's say a couple more things about this. So the other thing we did is you can then show what it looks like at different powers. And here's another thing that I was into, and you guys will see me and Rodrigo get into this. Rodrigo is a graduate student who works in my Travisano lab at the University of Minnesota in the same experimental evolution lab that I do, but we're both really into visualization in science. And so one thing I did here that I feel like was a really helpful innovation to what Cliff gave me with this Python code was to try to recolor it basically into what I think of as semantic coloring, right? If you look at sort of let's take the power of 2 example here, because that's the one I'll have both for sure. Because I've deleted a bunch of old plots with different color codes and stuff just to keep what I thought was we landed on. But if you notice here with this sort of blue to yellow thing, it's fine and it's perfectly readable and it's wonderful, but it doesn't really give away much, and we're sort of stuck with, like I said, sort of correlating specific values, trying to go, oh, what is the number of this shape versus the other shape, and then looking over here. Whereas if we do something it seems very simple, but just changing it to this sort of green to red, now all of a sudden you see quadrants emerge very clearly, and all of a sudden you have these very apparent zones, right, where you can tell this is a hot zone and you can tell this is the green zone, and you really don't have to do as much translating. You can go, oh, here's a value, oh, okay, this should be in the orangey zone or whatever, and it comes over here. It's a little bit clearer, and it just means, it gives us that red is bad and green is go, and and now we can kind of visually see the function, and then that's cool because then we can take a look at that parameter, the power. So look at the difference between just the power of 1 and the power of 2, right? Boom. And you immediately see the difference, right? With just the power of 1 instead of what we call squaring the function, and again, it's nothing. It's just the number here, right? It's literally, I'm trying to show you, I don't want to overemphasize it in a technical sense. It's literally just when we go to this function. Sorry, I guess I pulled down that code here. Come on, baby. All right, when we go, I realized Python OG here. When we go to the function and we determine here what power this is, that's the number. That's it. So you're basically taking the number, changing the power of it, you're changing, I think, the base of that power function. And then what you're doing is, that's it. All right, so if that number is a 1, in other words, you haven't done anything, this is what happens. And you can see these quadrants, right? You can see that with that sort of flat or neutral shape, right, these intermediate values are really in play. And that matters, right? Because it means that you can kind of get away with these intermediate values more, right? Because remember, the goal of this, or not, I shouldn't say goal, but if you want optimal reproductive value, right? If you're thinking from the perspective of these are digital organisms and they're just trying to fucking survive and reproduce, right? They have the highest chance of reproducing if they basically all become either one extreme shape or the other, right? And then mate exclusively with the other type, right? That's we call that, like, Cliff and I think of this as a game, right? That's how they solve the game, right? So when we look at their populations and what they're doing and their shapes over time and their scores and their fitness values, all we're trying to do is, have they figured out the game, and how did they figure out the game, right? And so in this case, the game is somehow get your population, again, and the game isn't something an individual can win. The game is something they win as a population. The way to win the game is get your population to decide to just settle on being one of 2 extreme shapes and then mate with the other. Because if you mate with the same shape, that's never going to work. And mating with the other shape is guaranteed to work. But with this one, these intermediate values, they're not so bad, right? You still got about a 50-50 chance of reproductive success. What happens if we make that number a 2? And again, what I love about this is you don't have to think about the math. I'm just going to show you. Boom. Wow. Look how different that is, right? Now, all of a sudden, you really need to be trying to be one extreme or the other, and you really need to mate with the other type, because now these intermediate values are way down here, right? There's really, the odds are not on your side now. When you're so staying neutral is no longer neutral, right? We've fucked around with the value of and this is what Cliff and I are talking about, even modifying these even more so that we can make this sort of intermediate values even more complex. Like we can create sort of bands of fitness and high and low reproductive chance by making the function more complex. But I love to show you guys just the difference that simple number makes. And all we're doing is making a simple change of, basically, if you think about the shape as determining their adhesion, we're determining how important that adhesion is. Like, how severe is this sort of thing. And then there's what it looks like if we make it 3, right? Now the intermediate values are really way down here, and you're really not going to get anything if you're not going to those extremes. And so it's very easy to then compare this, which is 3, to say 1, where you have these quadrants, right? And you can see there's a big difference, right? And it's very easy to visualize that function. So that's very exciting for me. Why? Because as you guys now understand, a lot of my expertise that I'm trying to market and bring to the scientific community, especially to evolutionary biology, is my focus on programming and multimedia skills. Data visualization happens to be a huge part of that. And part of that is making science beautiful, but part of that is helping people do better science and making science more accessible by being sort of visually literate. Now, you lose stuff here, like you lose sort of maybe considerations for color blindness and stuff like that. But this is a very good example of how visualizing a function makes something that should be simple, intuitive, in fact, simple and intuitive, whereas looking at the math is very difficult for most people to kind of get a feel for it. And then it allows you to visualize changes much more efficiently. And then on top of that, we see that the color difference, just a simple change in the color scheme, also kind of really enhances the readability, we'd say, even of a graph like this, ironically, because that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to be able to correspond values and read, the data points based on that. So we'd say it enhances that, just by changing the colors. And that's the type of thing that, is the type of skill I want to teach. People like Rodrigo and I are excited about teaching grad students and undergraduate researchers and other scientists that paying attention to these type of details matter. To be honest, that's a distinction from somebody like Cliff, for instance, who would not take the time to do this because he just doesn't care, which is fine. He doesn't need to, but it's something I'm into. All right, so we've done that, and that's some work. I'm proud of getting those plots. And Cliff wants to make this 4. He wants to go 1, 2, 4, and skip 3. So we'll go 1, 2 being twice as severe as 2, and then all the way to 4, so by a factor of 2 each time. And we're going to start by looking at that data. We'll be interested in that. To do that, though, we've got to get running up on the HPCC. That's why that's going to be a little bit more of our focus, even so much than plotting. But on Monday, we'll talk to Cliff probably about plotting and getting up on the HPCC. For now, I just kind of want to poke around, show you guys some of this stuff. And then over the weekend, I got to try to get caught up with the Darwin's Law class and the Vita Ed stuff. Yeah. That's all well and good. So let me. So let's get over here then to this game, right? So that was sort of me showing you guys the influence of this number here, right? The difference that power makes. You could see in sort of the severity of the function, and love that. And again, we love this because it's painfully simple. We're going to show you how the game goes. And so here's an example where you see that it seems almost like they're the same value. So you want to say, is that one of a very common value or whatever? But we can see in this case that the mom and the dad have the same shape, right? And it's a moderate. It's 0.29. So let's call it 0.3, right? It's not nothing. Remember, it only gets really to nothing. It's only really an all or nothing endeavor if they're at the extremes of the shape. So in this case, they're not at the extremes. They're a third. So you can literally go to here, know that the power is 0.2. So you can pull up the 0.2 function here. You can check it out. Check our work, right? So we can. This is the difference. This is what we do. We check our work. We can go to so this one's 0.3, and the other one's 0.3, right? So they got to be somewhere here-ish. I don't know, right? And then you look that up, and you're like, should maybe be in that, I don't know, intermediate downside range, right? Certainly below 0.5, somewhere maybe 0.4 to 0.2, right? Because I'm just kind of approximating it here. We could run a program or something that would pinpoint the values for us, but let's just see if that, holds up. It should basically hold up, right? And there you go, 0.2, right? I said probably 0.4 to 0.2. It's a little bit above 0.2. So there you have it, right? And did they reproduce? Here's the other great thing about the game. It's stochastic, right? Again, only those extremes give you 100% certainty or never, right? That gives you the potential to be bumping into somebody with the completely wrong part. So we're not rigging the game to force them to go to the extremes. right? And so they have a point greater than, 2 out of 10 chance of actually reproducing, and they do. And so there's the new offspring. Goes up to 96, right? Sorry. So then they do true, and then that they become that's the thing. And so now we're going to the next new offspring. That's where this break comes in. And so we say the initial mom is number 60. They have a preference for 3. Let's just say that's the red berry. The initial dad, remember, they won a tournament to become, so they win a tournament. Number 60 won a tournament. They become the mom. The next tournament winner was number 85. They become the dad, right? So I'm just showing you guys how the game works. This is literally what I've been excited about showing you guys for a long time. This is my job. This is our research. This is how we do our code. This is how we check our code. And this is why we love MABE. We love MABE because it allows us to break our shit down such that our game is never rigged and it's really simple shit, and I can play it out for you step by step. So the next dad, right, they check his food. We do a food check score. I literally wrote this code out so that these are meaningful labels. The dad ID is 85, and then it tells you his food check score. The score should be score 2, and that's the score there. Index or something. Then there's a new dad ID. He gets a food check score. It's just 50. Challenger number 1. So that means the dad wins, right? The dad has a score of 85. The new dad is a challenger. Basically, the idea of being a tournament is somebody's the dad, right? And then, because they won a tournament, they become the dad. The way this then works out is there's somebody who gets temporarily labeled the new dad. If the dad has a higher score, then the dad stays the dad. If the new dad has a higher score, then the new dad, aka the challenger, becomes the dad temporarily, right? And then this goes on for a certain number of rounds, equal to the length of the lek. This is how lek mating works. You can think of lek as a mating system where a competitive female, in our system, it's a competitive female because you have to win a tournament to become a parent. So you have to win a tournament, be high fitness, that's natural selection, right? We want to think of the system as having both natural selection and sexual selection. Natural selection works as if you suck at life, you'll never become a potential parent. So you win a tournament, you potentially become the mom. You can think of that as then going to the birth chamber. Then, as the mom, you now have the ability to determine who the dad is going to be based on your preference. And so then there's a lek, which is we decide how many males, you can think of this as, they're really just, they don't have sex types, but they're potential dads, so we'll just call them dads. And how many of these dads are going to present themselves in the lek. Let's say the lek, I think in this case, might be 8, right? And then how that works is there's a bunch of tournaments. So the new organism wins a tournament, they become the potential dad, they're the challenger. Then based on the female's preference, she's not going to look at their fitness now. Fitness will help you get into the lek, but when you get into the lek, the female's not looking at your fitness. She's looking at whether or not what your score is, meaning how many, you can just think of that as for now as how many berries did you eat of the color that she prefers. So your overall score helps you get into the lek, but now that you're in the lek, these females are fucking choosy, right? And again, it's just the genetic encoding. Each organism carries a genetic encoding for their preference. If they become the mom, they express that preference, right? So it's not even like hard-coded where there are some females and they have preferences and there are some males and they have the trait. It's not like that. We're not hard-coding any of that in because we want to see if that evolves on its own, right? That's the point, right? And so the point is us to just establish these conditions and then see if evolution does that by its own damn self. And if it doesn't, who gives a shit? Right? But I'll give you the takeaway. It does, and the key is to figuring out how, when, and why. So that's basically how it is. There's an initial dad established, the winner of the first tournament, and then there's a tournament to establish the challenger. And as soon as there's a challenger, the female looks at the score of that particular challenger against the dad's score for her preference. Very simple. She says, I like red dudes. Whoever has the highest red score becomes the dad for now. Then there'll be another challenger. I'm keeping the reddest dude. Next challenger, reddest dude. Next challenger, reddest dude. Next challenger, reddest dude, right? And then at the end of that, she'll say, okay, you beat out 8, you beat out 7 contenders or whatever the fuck. Congratulations, you're the dad. And then what will happen? Shape mating. Right? And so that's the fucking game, y'all. It's like imagine a fucking dating game, right? Where that's how I imagine this shit. That's why I love this shit. Welcome to Pocket Locker's dating game, right? And these little fucking Mabians or whatever the fuck, right? These little fucking brains that are evolved to play this fucking Berry World game. They're playing this fucking mating game, right? And each time there's a new fucking female, and then she sits there and she fucking grills all the fucking dudes because she's trying to find the reddest one because she like her some red dude or some blue dude or some green dude or whatever, right? And so then she goes through the fucking tournament and she picks the fucking dude she likes, and then what the fuck happens? Shape mating, right? In other words, she gets to select for the phenotype she prefers, but she doesn't know what the shape is gonna be. That's just a morphological trait. They just happen to have a shape, and so she doesn't know. They don't know, and so now there's this tension between what they can do with their preferences than with what they can do with their bodies, so to speak. And so you can think about this now. Let's ask questions. Do they segregate into these two shapes essentially? Do they do that irregardless of preference? Do they also segregate colors based on preference? That way, they always are sort of preferring a certain color that becomes linked with a certain shape, right? So all of those are the questions that are on the table, even though this is a really simple system, right? You play Berry World, the number of berries you manage to eat determines your fucking score. That determines how well you do in tournaments. The preference of the mom determines which score dominates in the lek. And then your shape determines your reproductive rate. So you can see this all play out. Here we go. So the initial dad's 85, number 85. I think this is a case where his score is 2, because I think this is really early on. So let's say 85, his score is 2. The score index is telling me that we're looking at the third berry, I guess, or I would think that's 2, 0, 1, 2, and then now the new dad is number 50. Sorry, that's his ID, not his score. His score is also 2, but challenger in this case. If a tie goes to the original dad. So next round we still have 85. His score is still 2. We're still looking at the right berry score. The challenger is number 49. His score is a 4, right? So what did I print out? I printed out big and clear. The challenger wins, right? How do I know the challenger wins? He had a score of 4 at that particular thing. And now that so now we're still not done, right? Because we've only gone through challenger number 2. So now the challenger wins, and now we can check. It should be number 49, right? That's what we see. So now the new dad ID number 1 is 49, because 49 became the new dad. So we picked the new dad, and the reason we picked the new dad here is we might have the same. If you pick the same number, you have to pick a new dad. But the new dad ID is 49. is 15. So 15 goes up against 49. 49 has a score of 4. 15 has a score of 3, right? It's challenger number 3. So 49 goes on. Same thing. New dad. The dad ID is 49. He's still winning. It's almost like a game of craps or some shit. It's like a street game. 49 still goes strong. 49 through the tournament. All right, then there's a new dad. It's 15. 15 comes up with a score of 3. Nope, doesn't get it, right? So same thing goes on. 13 comes up, score of 4. Nope, tie goes to the original dad, right? 49 comes up against up, and we have another challenger who wins, right? 69 has a score of 6, beats 49 with the score of 4. That's challenger number 5. So the challenger wins. And then here we go. 69 is the dad. Gets challenged by number 3. The score is 0, right? So easy one. 69 comes through. Boom. Gets into this with 45. And there it is. And then I get a list of all the challengers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You can go back and check it, right? We started with 85 was the initial dad. We ended with the last challenger, who was 49. And this is list all the challengers. The final mom ID is 63. The final dad is 69. Remember, the mom really doesn't change. It can change in other conditions, but in this case it does. Just carries down. Tells us the final dad is 69. 69 is the person who won the last round of the tournament. Boom, it's 69. And here it goes. It reminds us. Mate similar is off. The power is 2. And then it tells us, here's their shape, 29, 29. Again, they had that same shape. Same reproductive chance, but this time false. They don't reproduce. So what does that mean? The new offspring count remains 96. Remember up here when we started this, the new offspring count was 96? So what's happened is, and Cliff tried to explain this, the way we do this is you can think about it as we're always picking the next generation. And so say we have a population of 100 organisms. How do we pick the next population of 100 organisms? In a sense, we don't. We just create a new lineup of organisms. And we do that by picking an offspring for each spot in the new population. So basically, if we have 100 organisms, 0 through 99, we're just going to pick a new set of organisms, 0 through 99. How do we do that? For each number, 0 through 99, we're going to play this fucking game. We're going to pick a mom, right? The mom's going to be the first fucking organism to win that initial tournament, right? We're going to pick a random organism. We're going to pick another random organism. The best one wins. Pick another, best one wins. That's the tournament. And so the tournament, which is going to be based on fitness, their overall fitness score, their overall fucking vigor and shit, is going to determine who becomes the mom. Now we've got a mom. The mom's going to do the lek, right? So the mom and the dad who win the lek fucking go into the fucking birthing chamber and they try to have a baby. How good are they at having a baby together? That depends on their shape. Their shape determines whether that shit, and remember, it's chancy. It just determines the chance. It just determines a probability. It does not hardwire yes or no. It determines a probability. And so some shape combinations are more likely to work than others, right? And so, boom, we either get a heads or a tails. They either reproduce successfully or they don't. If they reproduce successfully, we move on to the next slot. They reproduce successfully. They make a baby. That baby becomes the offspring in that spot for the next generation. And we move on to doing it all over again so we can get another offspring for the next spot. If they fail, then the new offspring spot remains the same because they failed to reproduce. So we're going to do it all over again, and we're going to do it again and do it again and do it again and do it again until finally somebody successfully reproduces and gets us a new baby. And that's why, depending on how this game goes, it determines how long our runs go. Because if we make this shit hard enough, right, and they can't reproduce it, I'll show you guys times where like they just don't get it done for a really long time, and it takes like a whole bunch of rounds for them to pick a baby and make a baby successfully. Also, by the way, the organisms can also have no preference. So their preference can be for either of the available berries, but they can also have no preference. If you don't have any preference, then the first dad becomes the dad, right? They don't care. So they just mate with the winner of the first tournament. That becomes important at times when you'll see that happen. All right, so here's the deal. They didn't reproduce successfully, so the new offspring count, like I said, it remains 96. We're still picking the 96th organism. We're picking the 96th baby, which is really the 97th, but that's okay. So it remains the same. We do it again. This is the mating game. We pick a mom. The mom is 95. The preference is 3. The initial dad is 60. Do the same thing. This is crazy. 60 has a score of 45, right? So 60 beats 40 with 7, beats 85 with 2, beats 2 with 3, beats 69 with 45, beats 95 with 0, beats 58 with 5. That was a high score, right? So, boom, 60 goes all the way through. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's our Lex size. We said our Lex size should be 8, so we had 8 challengers. 60 had the highest score of all 8 challengers at the preference of organism number 95. Have a reminder. We're doing our dissimilar mating. The power is 2. I probably don't even need to print this out here. I could change this if I want, but I just did it so that when I'm reading down these, I don't have to remember whether it's mate similar and what the power is. And then there's the shape, same odds. And what happens? They don't reproduce, and this happens again, right? And then finally, with that same odds, 69 and 10 reproduce. And then we move on to 97. So that's shape mating, right? It's this thing where, and again, we can take off Berry World and make it so that it's pure shape mating. That's something Cliff and I are going to talk about. But this was the initial thing that we had going. And it's really fun. And it's cool because it's such a painfully simple system. Even Berry World, you guys are going to see me make Berry World and make a brain. That's one of my longer term projects, just to get better at coding my own brains and building these systems from the ground up with the mentorship of Cliff, of course. But, you know, you can understand Berry World very simply. The organisms dropped. You can think of it as the organism just dropped in the middle of a grid somewhere. And they've got this encoding in their brain, which basically has commands like eat or move forward, turn right, move back, whatever, right? Like it can turn. I'll have Cliff break it down, but it can turn, it can move, it can eat what's underneath it, it can not eat or whatever, right? So, and again, we don't hard code any of that. It just has the ability to have this encoding. And so numbers determine all of this. Its genome determines what it does in Berry World, and through us, that's all we do is we map an encoding. We basically say your genome has a bunch of numbers. This section of numbers determines your brain. The numbers in your genome translate to this thing. Move this way, move that way, turn this way, turn that way, eat, skip, whatever, right? And then natural selection happens as the motherfuckers get up in there and figure out Berry World, right? And Berry World's really simple in this case. There are 3 berries. We can assign the benefit or cost of each berry. A 1 increases your score by 1. A -1 decreases your score by 1. Everybody clear on that? So, or that's essentially how we're gonna. It's a scaling or whatever the fuck, but who cares? And so, like, if we make the benefit, if we make the score -1, then it's a toxic berry, and that's where things get interesting, right? Because what happens if I make red berries toxic, but the females prefer red berries? What happens then? Well, if you eat too many red berries, your score is going to be shit, and you're not going to be able to win any tournaments. But if enough females prefer red berries, then you're going to have to do that toxic shit just to reproduce. It's sort of like testing the theories of things like, why do salmon swim upstream just to fucking reproduce, knowing that, you know, once we know that they don't know, which is that once they swim upstream and reproduce, they're going to die as a result of this. It's like, well, because if they don't, they won't reproduce. And so you can sort of test what we call toxic preferences, right? What happens if females start to select for toxic behavior, and they do this? we see this evolve, and we'll show you this evolving. And it's super simple, it's super clear, and it's undeniable. So you know, love this system. All right, so that is shape mating, and we can fuck with that power, and we can fuck with the benefits and cost of the berries, okay? And we're gonna do that because of exactly what I said. We wanna test, normally we actually start with the situation. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and, no, right now we wanna leave them all 1s. But a lot of times what we start with is we make and poison is something different. Poison is there a cost or benefit for just landing on the food, right? What we're going to deal with is reward, which is the cost or benefit for actually executing the eat command on the right or wrong food, right? You have to figure out that you should actually eat it. It's not just landing on it. Yeah, they have to execute the eat command. And so that's the game, is when we actually start to make these different, like a lot of times what we do is we say, I always treat it like this. I always say green, the first one is green. Just think of it like green for go, blue for neutral, red for bad. And so I always go, reward 1 is for 1, reward 2 is 0, reward 3 is -1. And so it becomes the green berries are good, the blueberries are neutral, meaning you can eat them, but they don't give you a cost or benefit. And then the red berries are poisonous. And so that's when the game gets kind of interesting, playing with that. And then we also have this thing called the switch cost. That's another really important part of this. The switch cost is basically saying you pay a penalty every time you switch the cost of the berry you eat. That also makes it interesting, and you know, because it models sort of specialization, right? Like normally, you know, to switch resources, there's some cost incurred when you decide to take on something different. So that switch cost is another important thing here. And as you can see, with the way we currently have it rigged, we can also rig it for more. But with the way we currently have it rigged, we can have up to 8 foods. We normally work with 3, but we can work up with 8. There's also things we can put in: cost for hitting the wall, cost for running into other organisms, or other agents, I should say. You know, so, you know, it becomes like a game that this is sort of our, you know, our settings, right? And we don't actually, you know, see the game. Although Cliff does a lot of work that you guys are going to love, because Cliff does shit where he visualizes his runs and it straight up looks like a video game. No cap. No cap. But Cliff comes from that world of fucking animation. That's why I work with Cliff. secretly, like, I'm hoping to work with Cliff the rest of my life because, like, dude's just fucking crazy good, right? So anyway, like, this is super cool. And so there's all sorts of stuff. We have sensors where they can smell food or detect others. And Cliff has basically overbuilt Berry World. There's all sorts of sensors. Matter of fact, that's what we're complaining about, is that sometimes for a lot of the questions we need, the questions that we're asking, we don't need Berry World. But the reason I want to run with it is because I love it. I think I'm going to do my first builds in Berry World. And I want it for the questions we're going to layer on top of shape mating and stuff. So that's why I basically was like, nah, we should work with Berry World. We'll strip it down to start, but it'll be neutral such that we don't have to worry that anything else is different other than the parameters that we turn on and off. Basically, design philosophy, it's okay to use an overbuilt system for an initial project if you already know you're going to need those other features down the line, or if at least that's the understanding at the time. All right, gang, here we go. So now that I've done that, I'm going to show you guys what I cooked up in the kitchen, and that is coercion. So let me tell this story again real quick, because this is some shit to wax about, because this story that we're working on with coercion is fucking dope. It's beautiful, and I got to admit, it's kind of fucking inspiring. But you guys hear me joke a lot about being an evolutionary biologist who needs everyone, especially all you white people, to go to work your ass off so that you can pay your motherfucking taxes so that the government can send me said tax money. Fucking that shit always takes forever. Fuck, this one's better. Boom. Cash. There we go. So that I can
indoctrinate children
with that money. But the truth is, like, I take a lot of pride in being an evolutionary biologist, being the heel of biology, so to speak. Because if you think about it, it's all of the good shit, it's all of the bad shit that explains all of the crazy good shit. Like I was saying, you don't give a fuck about good people. I'm sorry. I know you think you're a nice person, and if you met a good person, you would support them and give them your love, and you would probably even give them some money if they were truly striving on behalf of an... You're a fuckface. This makes sense. It just makes sense. It just makes sense. The truth is, you're not that good of a person. And you really don't give a shit about a good cause or any of that shit until it has a worthy opponent. Until there is a bad guy, a bad thing that must be stopped at all cost, who gives a fuck? You do not go to fucking the movies to watch a superhero take on a person of average moral integrity. of average capability to do damage and evil in the world. No, you go to the movies, you pay your money, sit there with your motherfucking friends, family, and lovers, and eat fucking overpriced popcorn and on a sticky ass floor, listening to niggas like me talk through the whole goddamn movie. I'm kidding, I don't actually do that shit at the movies. Why? To see that fucking superhero whoop the ass of some fucking terrible monstrosity who's trying to take over the world, destroy the whole thing because they think it would be fun and entertaining to them, and has somehow enough money, power, magical fucking evil shit, corrupt army of super villains and fucking henchmen and shit to actually credibly make you think they might fuck around and pull that shit off if this fucking superhero does not show up and save the motherfucking day. And I got news for you. If you think it's fun to be the fucking superhero in the goddamn movie, you should try being the fucking villain sometime, my guy. All right, anyway, personal preferences aside, you know, I'm not gonna go. It's just the part where the fucking superhero comes back and say, "We're done. Fuck out of here. This shit is lame." Did any of my true hip hop heads catch that? Did any of my true hip hop heads catch that? That was a 50 Cent reference. Y'all don't know. You got to be deep in your hip hop. 50 Cent said, I watch gangster movies and root for the bad guy and turn it off before it ends because the bad guy died. Right? That's what that is. We rooting for the bad guy. Is this the part where the bad guy dies? Fuck that. Change the channel. Put the game on. The fun part's over. You know, let's think about that in terms of evolution real quick, right? You have to have zebras, right? Zebras have beautiful stripes. Why? Because they have to, you know, do this fucking swarmy shit that helps them evade fucking lions and all of that shit. And it's hard as fuck to find a goddamn zebra in a herd of fucking swirly shit. Same thing with the fucking cheetahs and all of that fucking nonsense. You know, why do giraffes have them beautiful long-ass necks? Because they use them shit like maces to fucking fight each other so they could fucking fight over chicks. You sitting here talking about toxic masculinity. Go talk to a motherfucking giraffe about toxic masculinity. Yeah. Yeah, did I just fuck up your whole world? Did I just fuck up your whole world? See, a lot of you out there, you've been thinking about that natural selection. And now Daddy J gonna have to spank that ass because you've been thinking about that natural selection too long. You've been like, no, Jay. Giraffes have long necks because it helped them reach food that was higher and higher and higher and higher up on the trees. Who the fuck told you that fucking fairy tale? And show me some motherfucking data that supports it, because it doesn't. What the fuck are you talking about? Why don't you go talk to somebody who people know? Giraffes have long necks because they use them shit like maces. Come to fucking biology class with fucking Pocket real quick. Let me show you why giraffes have long necks. Fucking fairy tales they tell these kids. Look, all you got to do is start typing giraffe, and the first thing that comes up is fucking giraffes fighting. What the fuck told these kids these fucking fairy tales about high trees and shit? No, this is why giraffes have long necks, so they can do this shit to each other. Oh, yeah, I heard you talking to my girl the other night. Oh, did you? Yeah, nigga. Yeah, I heard you. Oh, you think you nice? Oh, nah, nigga, you ain't gonna be talking to my girl like that. Nah, oh, what? Oh, what? Oh, what? So, you think, oh, I heard you looking at my girl. Nah, I see you looking at her. I see you looking at her. What? Ooh. Ooh, this is vicious. Ooh, I'm looking away, y'all. Oh, that's violent. Oh.
Oh, they ain't fucking. Oh, this. What? Now, oof. Who told y'all? Now look at them low ass trees right there. Tell me why they neck gotta be that long. Man, they necks ain't gotta be that long for no fucking trees. Who the told y'all kids these goddamn Yeah. Giraffes are fucking awful. Now welcome to fucking biology, folks. Y'all spend too much goddamn time at the zoo with all them tame ass friendly giraffes. I don't fuck with giraffes. That's why I don't be going to the safaris or the got him. Slept him. What? Slipped him? Slipped him and dipped him. Ooh, he parried that nigga. He parried him. Hit him with the defense. Defense for the win, y'all. Stop lying to yourself about these fucking animals, y'all. Stop, really, you gotta stop that, man. But seriously. So all the wonderful things you think exist in nature, they exist for some bad shit. So let me give you another example. Your fucking immune system, right? People be talking about, isn't the immune system so wonderful? You can fight off the fucking infections and it so miraculously restores you to health and it just fucking fights off all of the shit and it keeps you fucking healthy and it's wonderful. Yeah, but why did that shit exist? Let me give you a clue. He loves you and he cares about you and he died for your sins. Yeah, Jesus. Yeah, Jesus designed that shit for you. No, of course not, nigga. If you were fucking created by a perfect being in the image of perfection, your ass would be perfect. Duh. Instead, you weren't. You don't have dominion over the earth. Rather, quite the opposite. The earth has dominion over your narrow ass. And instead, viruses and bacteria have been wiping out your fucking ancestors since there have been virus and bacteria. And so when you understand how viruses and bacteria work, you realize the only reason you have a fucking immune system that you like is because virus and bacteria will kill you. Oh, and by the way, that shit's going to wear out, get less effective over time. You're going to find yourself old and vulnerable. And then if nothing gets you sooner, those bacteria and viruses will get you and wipe your ass out of here. So the next time you think about talking all fucking flowery about the fucking wonderness of nature and how nature loves you and isn't fucking nature so beautiful and I just love the fucking the earth and the trees, that's just gonna kill you. Plain and simple. So when somebody like me thinks about sex, you think about courting, you think about what Uncle Bobby thinks about. Uncle Bobby thinks about women's self-defense, right? Why does Uncle Bobby teach women's self-defense? He doesn't teach women's self-defense because all the dudes are super nice and lovely and they write fucking love letters stating their qualifications and what type of partners they would be, and then they carefully let the women decide whether or not this is the type of person that she would like to attempt to mate with. Yeah, it doesn't happen that way. See, what happens instead is motherfuckers be rapey. Sometimes violently and nastily, and it's really a problem because, let's put it to you this way. It's a problem for everybody because, let's think about it. One, you're potentially subverting this woman's choice. That sucks. Number two, it's like violent and it's fucked up and there's no, the whole consent thing is violated. And believe it or not, consent is a concern for digital organisms. You might not have known that, but I'm about to teach you that. I'm about to teach you that right now. Even digital organisms are concerned about consent, right? Because if you think about that whole system of the blase and the flavonoids that I just taught you about, the food scores and the preferences, and the mom shows up and she goes, I want a red guy, and then I want a blue guy, and I want a green guy, and then the dumbass males sit there, or the dumbass other guys, they go, well, I guess I gotta try to get with this female, so I'll show up and do this fucking tournament, stupid as shit, right? And then they go through in all 8 rounds of the blase and the fucking flavonoids, and then they go, oh my goodness, Cameron, you're the greenest dude. You win. I love you, Cameron. Come into my birth chamber and let's make us a little May baby, right? What is some fuckface who happens to be red as shit
and she liked green, and she picked Cameron because he was the greenest, and she wanted a green dude, and she loves green. She wants a green dude, but this fucking red dude comes up, and he says, I don't give a fuck. I'm the dad. Boom. Tournament's over. Nobody else is going to be in the tournament. I'm the dad. Shut the door. You're taking me in the birth chamber. Forces himself on her, and then what? What the fuck is she going to do? Right. You immediately see the problem. Digital organisms are concerned about consent. Hashtag free the digital organisms. Now, we got to understand this shit if we're ever going to save these fucking digital organisms from these coercive motherfuckers. So, you got to understand something, that when they're coercive, they undermine the female's reproductive choice. That's not a good thing. They didn't ask for permission, and as a result of them not asking for permission, there's a really good chance that they might not align with her fucking preferences. As you know, that's the fucking problem. If she fucking liked the dude, he wouldn't have needed to rape her, right? It's a problem. But what about for the dudes? Well, it sucks, because what if you're fucking Cameron or Uncle Bobby or me, and you're fucking working your ass off and you're going to fucking school so girls could like you, because you realize you're not that big and you're not going to ever be that muscular, so you got to fucking learn how to be entertaining and play fucking instruments and sing and dance and get yourself a fucking PhD so you get yourself a respectable job, because everybody knows you're crazy as shit. But if you got a little career stability, like, oh, well, shit goes to the fan. He's got tenure and some fucking, good faculty health care. It'll be all right. You need that shit. You got Uncle Bobby, and he's playing football, and he goes into the fucking NFL, and it sucks dick and all that shit, and he fucking does all the shit, and he hustles and loyalty and respect and all the blase and flavonoids, and Cameron Bennett becomes a fitness instructor, and he's fucking pumping iron, he's using the fucking resistance bands, and so, you're doing what you can to become a good guy so you can win these motherfucking competitions, so you can fucking earn yourself a goddamn woman who picks you and says, I choose you! And you go, that's right, you choose me. Damn right you choose me. I am the sexiest man in all of word wrestling entertainment, and you would be a fool not to choose me. What coerced? What do you mean? Exactly. You see the problem? Even for the dudes who are competing to be high fitness, competing to be the strongest so that they can be selected, and they're the good guys. They're not coercive. They wouldn't coerce somebody. They're safe. They don't coerce females. They don't do that. They just win competitions. Well, then what happens? The coercive dude steals their reproductive opportunities, and so the female loses out on her preference, and the male loses out on the competition. He just won a goddamn tournament to get into, and then a motherfucking lack to actually survive to get this goddamn opportunity, and then this motherfucker waltzes up in here and steals my goddamn mating chamber time. People don't understand. What I am doing here in this digital world of MABE is not just real evolution. It is real shit. It is real drama. Lives are on the line. Shit matters. Shit gets real quickly. All right? This is pure algorithmic evolution. There's no fucking mercy in this system. These organisms are fucking ruthless. All right? So you got to wrap your heads around. This is some real shit going on. All right? Yeah, you ain't no fucking alpha. That alpha shit goes out the door if you let a coercive motherfucker slip in there. Now, how does coercion work? Just like it works in real life. In this case, it's genetically encoded. There's a chance that you might try to coerce your way into the mating chamber. And then there's a chance that if you do that, all right, so there's the way we broke it down right now is you have three chances. There's basically a chance you have the basically the expression level, right? There's like this chance. It doesn't matter. We could have built a simpler or more complex, but eventually we want to make it a multi-trait gene and space it out and move it over the genome and shit like that. So we made it basically, there's three numbers. One is the probability that you have the ability to attempt a coercion. Basically, you can think of it as a chance of expression, right? Because most expression is probabilistic in a lot of traits, not like an on or off thing. It's just like you may or may not express this tendency based on, certain factors. Then there's a chance that if you indeed express the trait, that you'll actually attempt a coercion. So you might, you can basically think of it as some people never coerce under any circumstances. Some people pretty much always are aware of their ability to coerce, and then independent of that, you have a probability of whether or not you will actually try it. That's the probability of attempting it. And then there's another probability that determines your success. And then females have in this system basically the inverse probabilities. The way we built it for resistance, so you can turn on force, we can turn on resistance. Resistance basically works is there's also a genetic encoding, 3 of them. One is expressing the potential to resist. The second is whether or not you would actually attempt to resist. And the third is whether or not you are, in fact, successful as resisting. You can think of it as whether or not you've taken Uncle Bobby's class. No, actually, we should say you can think of it as whether or not you're genetically encoded with Uncle Bobby's class, passed down to you if you get it from your mama. If you get whooping niggas' ass who try something from your mama, then you will, in fact, successfully resist attempts at coercion. So that's sort of the final, and it's just like kind of a step-by-step dance. If he expresses it, if he attempts it, if he's successful, then it activates. If she expresses it, if she attempts it, if she successfully resists. And then it's pretty simple to understand how coercion works. A male has to win a tournament to get into the LEC. A coercion, or force mating, we call it, right? That's what coercion is. You force mating sounds exactly like what it is. Almost like we said, a female cannot have a preference, then she'll accept whatever male she's offered. If a male successfully forces his way, he skips the rest of the LEC, right? So you can basically think of it as, like you see the LEC is, there's a bunch of challengers, and she's going through all the challengers. If a successful coercion happens, he automatically becomes the dad that she goes into the birth chamber with to do the shape mating. She no longer has a choice. So he just cuts off the tournament, automatically becomes the dad. And so you can immediately see the consequences. If she gets a chance to go through, let's say, 8 guys, she gets to have her preference established between, say, the first 2 guys, and then guy number 2 and guy number 3. And then all of a sudden this guy pops up, coerces her, may not have even been the right type, and then all of a sudden tournament's over. So her preference is thrown out potentially, and then also the competition between the males is circuited. Well, what if the males they like actually become the ones that they coerce? What if the females start to choose for coercive males? None of that's hard coded in, right? So that's all the weird, interesting stuff that we get to see, and we get to sort of see what happens to the system if, for instance, we turn off resistance. If we just say, in this system, there's a chance of coercion, and if coercion happens, coercion just happens. Just coercion happens. And then we get to see how a bunch of different things play out. What effect does the function power have? What effect does the cost and benefits of the berries have? What effect does the switch cost have, right? All this, right? You see what's happening? We're building a toolkit and sort of a playground of all these questions we can ask and all these parameters we can vary. And we have this model that at the same part, we can take it all apart because it's painfully simple and we know how every single part fits together, but we can ask crazy cool questions. And the backstory to this is super cool too. Some of you have heard of talk about this, but basically Cliff has a very particular, pickup arts work? I went to Penn State to basically be a dating coach, and spent most of my time there studying and critically evaluating pickup artistry. I was and I became kind of the anti-pickup artist. But I think social dynamics certainly works. I think people need those skills. I think the industry that I literally ran away from, even though I think I was probably more qualified to work in than anybody ever, just my humble opinion, but just didn't want to do it. You know, it was just, I got into academics because I didn't want to have to sell a product, and unfortunately helping people get laid or, you know, be more effective in their relationships or whatever is big business. And I think it creates basically high pressure sales tactics. And so I think the model is something that I think gets people dependent on learning and studying and more information. It really does more to feed their insecurities than it does to help them overcome it. But I think you do well to take those skills and apply them pro-socially. And so then you end up more in the space of things like, I don't know, how to win friends and influence people. You know, stuff where you're going to be, you know, you're going to be able to behave in a way that's consistent with your personality and your values. Because otherwise you're just going to be insecure anyway because you're just presenting some goon. And then there's issues of consent where, you know, there's actually a paper by I think her name's Amanda Nuns, Dennis or something like that. It's called, let me look at this fucking paper. It's called Problematizing the Scientific Seduction of Women's Bodies. She gave a presentation about this at Penn State University when I was there in the anthropology department. And it was really great because at first, you know, people were kind of treating me like a weirdo for talking about this whole pickup artist thing. To be honest, I'm kind of over it, but I realize for most people that a lot of people are still getting around to it. You know, it was something they kind of wanted to like not pay attention to or think that I was a weirdo for talking. I was like, look, this is here to stay, right? Like, you can't have this evolutionary worldview. You can't put all this information out there and not expect that people are going to use this for their own ends. And you need to pay attention to what's going on. And I'd be talking to my students about it. And in my lab, it was embraced because I worked in a lab that studied the evolution of human sexuality. And I made it clear, like, I was interested in behavioral modification, how people change their behavior to do this. So it was perfectly fine, and it's like what I studied, like that's what I was there to do. So it was really accepted. But even in the anthropology department, they treated us like some fucking weirdos because we studied sex and we worked with students to like study their perceptions of each other and all this. We did studies with the fraternities and sororities to like assess their sexual hierarchies and shit. We were the fucking weirdo sex lab in the anthropology department. But when she came and did this study, this paper on problematizing the scientific seduction of women's bodies, like all of a sudden people were like, oh, so there's a super rapey mega industry emerging that people are very uncomfortable with. Yeah, fuck faces. And then we had another person come, and she wrote this book called, fuck. It's a really big book, too. It's all about how people have, like, groups. Fuck, what's this book called? I don't know. It was, like, a really big book. It's, like, a fucking bestseller. It was all about human sexuality and shit. I got it somewhere. And, that was another thing because she showed this like documentary shit where like you know, frat boys were like getting girls all drunk and dragging them off and shit like that, and everybody wanted to throw up in their mouth. And I was like, I don't know, maybe you should teach these kids how to talk to each other. was pretty fun. Good times. Good times. Let me drop the link to this paper. God damn it. How do I not remember the name of this fucking book? Oh, I suck at life. Oh well, it'll come back to me. But yeah, anyway, I think pickup artistry is some dangerous shit, bro. What concerns me is the type of nuance and care that one needs to exercise when doing that shit is usually critically lacking in the population of people that material most appeals to. So that's the problem. But I do think the cat's out of the bag. The self-esteem benefits are incredible. I mean, I used to tell people this. We're all about teaching people social dynamics because it's how you change the world. And the thing is, it's like if you teach somebody that they can talk to people they're interested in, kind of, you know, and it works all around, right? It's not just, it's something even like me seeing Uncle Bobby, thinking, oh, this guy's cool, and then being like, well, yeah, let me approach him about doing some shit, right? And just believing and knowing, like, man, if this nigga gets a clue to what I'm about, he's gonna want to fuck with me as much as I want to fuck with him, and then we're just going about it. I'm hitting him up on Twitter. We're hitting him up in his fucking comment section and shit. And I used to always tell people, if you teach somebody how to approach people they're interested in, all of a sudden they feel like they have superpowers and shit. They think they could be rocket scientists and brain surgeons and president of the United States and start their own businesses and shit. And so that's what we were at. We were kind of about, look, people are, you know, animals, and a lot of our behavior patterns are quite predictable and understandable. And if you can understand that, then you're good. You know, it's not magic. I like the mystery method of breaking it down. Attraction, comfort, seduction, beginning, middle, and end. We always tell people the game is played in comfort. In other words, in the middle. Attraction's pretty simple and happens pretty quickly. And it isn't, when we say attraction, it doesn't have to be like magnetic, oh my God, I want to drop on my knees and give you a blowy real fast. It just means I don't find you repulsive. When I interact with you, I'm willing to continue to do so. Attraction done. That's it. When I'm working with my students, that's what I'm trying to do to get them hooked in the class. I'm trying to be attractive. Hey, let's have some fun. Gather up with your squad and your team. Let's get ready to fucking evolve some digital critters up in this bitch. All right, cool. You know, once everybody's perked up, let's move on to the business at hand. So now you can break that into a beginning, middle, and end. So that's why I like that. It calls it the M9 model. There's attraction, comfort, and seduction. That's beginning, middle, and end. Each of them has a beginning, middle, and end. So if your A is attraction, C is comfort, S is seduction, you then break each of those down into 3 phases. A, 1, 2, 3. C 1, 2, and 3, S 1, 2, and 3. But basically, the way I shorthand all of that is to say attraction happens quickly. It usually starts with an opener. Usually, you want to accompany with that opener with some demonstration of value. They talk about leader of men and pre-selected by women. I think that's kind of nonsense. You just want to make sure there's a reason why you're talking to somebody and you know what that reason is. And then, you know, from there, you need to normally find some sort of way, I think of just as transitioning into comfort, which is sort of where you're going to slow down, let off the gas a little bit, and find a way to start spending some time with this person. Then you go to comfort building. That's just being safe for a person. I honestly, I hate to say this, I think of it as babysitting. right? If I'm kicking it with a young lady and you know, we go out, we start chit-chatting online, sending the messages and the whatevers. We decide to meet for some tacos, okay? We go out for tacos. We spend about an hour together for tacos. I don't think after, 45 minutes of tacos, she's gonna be ready to get to the freak nasty. But I'm gonna invite her back to the place, maybe kick it on stream for a while, play some games, fucking watch some football, kick it with Sam, And what's the point of all that time, y'all? Literally time. Literally the clock. First thing we walk in the door, give her the fucking tour. Why is that? Show her there are no boogeymans in the closet. I took the time knowing I was going to have some company to clean up my fucking kitchen, make sure the bathroom's usable, know where that is, make sure you know how to get to some fucking water, know where all the fucking exits are. All right, now you can kick it in the studio or chill in the room if you want. All right? And now we're just wasting time, y'all. Why? Because the person just literally has to get through their fucking head that you're a safe person, that they can spend time with you, that they're not going to die. And then sometimes that then gets relayed over multiple occasions, right? So, they come back, you watch a football game, watch a movie or whatever. They got to go make sure their cat doesn't fucking murder their gerbil while they're gone. So they fuck off for the rest of the day. They come back over next time. Maybe if that's the first time you met them, you should meet them out again. Meet for coffee. Go to the fucking ice cream parlor. Grab some donuts. You know what I mean? Be smart about your time. Get that glazed donut in your life. It always makes your day better. Go back to your place again. Find out what the fuck they like to watch on Netflix. Put that shit on. Try not to fall asleep. If you do, say, sorry, I fell asleep. Now, eventually, if this person wants to jump your bones, you're going to pretty much know that. Why? Because they're in your fucking bed, spending time with you, probably making themselves comfortable, maybe even taking their clothes off. So you transition on into the seduction, which pretty much takes care of itself. You have yourself the little chat or whatever about the consensuals and the safety procedures and the protocols and the limits. And if you want to know a good old power trick from your boy Pocket, you then go back to whatever the fuck you were doing and pretend that conversation didn't even happen. Why is that? Because I'm lazy. I really don't want to do all the work to get this sexuality thing going from 0 to 10. If she's got the motivation, hey, give me some inspiration, hallelujah. So honestly, folks, it's not that hard. We're all grown. Like, a girl likes you. You're going to know she likes you. You start the kissing or the touching or the whatever, cool. Other thing you want to do throughout all this is you want to establish physical contact early. I always tell people, if I like somebody, if I want to hit on a girl, I'm going to hit her. Quite literally, I'm not joking. If I like a girl and I want to hit on her, I'm just going to hit her physically. I'm going to walk up to her just like I'm going to do to Sam as my demonstration. I really like Sam. Sam, you're standing in for you're super cute, Sam. Everybody likes you. Let's pretend Sam's a really hot chick and I think it's super cute. I'm be like, hey, Sam, what up, you punk ass little bitch? Boop. Oh, what, you want to fight? You want to fight? Boop. What? Say something. No. All right, don't talk all the trash. But no, literally, what does it do? It just breaks down the physical barrier in a very, harmless and, non-sexual way. And so a lot of times the girl will just go, whoop, what are you doing? Or she'll punch me back. Or she'll just be like, what are you doing? I'll just be like, nothing. Right? It's just nothing. It's just a little thing I do. Boop. But there's a reason I do it. It just establishes that I can get up in your space. If I do so, nothing's going to happen to you. You're in good hands with Papa J. Pretty much everything works out from there. So later on, if we hug, sometimes if I meet somebody, I'll just hug them. If I meet somebody that I've been talking to, when I meet them on their way and I'll give them a big hug, same deal. You hug them, let them go. Nothing creepy, nothing weird. Don't go grabbing any of the weird parts or anything. Just normal person shit. That's what you're doing. That's called comfort building, folks. And so then those levels just kind of escalate of the comfortably, and then you have the chatamadules, the conversations, and then you do the things, and that's kind of it. Yeah. So keep it simple, keep it pro-social, don't do anything weird, and not all pickup artists are bad. I spent a lot of time with Neil Strauss, helped that dude out. He's taught a lot of people, helped a lot of people. I don't like to wholesale endorse anyone because I don't endorse everything anybody does or has done, him included. But there's definitely a lot of people in that community that have helped me and that I've gotten to know, that I spent time with Neil Strauss, right? Neil Strauss was voted the world's greatest pickup artist 3 years in a row by all the other pickup artists. He wrote the New York Times bestseller, The Game. He gave me his copy of his book, right? When I was at his house in Malibu. Just fucking mind-blowing fucking story. I got Penn State to send me to fucking Malibu, right? to meet with Neil Strauss, because I was like, yeah, this is my field. Yeah, I'm going to be a dating coach. So when the world's most famous dating coach and pickup artist says, hey, Jay, come see me in Malibu, y'all got to send me. And they were like, oh, fuck, that's a good point. He made a good point. Here's money to go to Malibu. But I made up my own major, so I kind of flexed on them a little bit. They were happy too, but that's why I'm Penn State proud, right? Penn State did incredible things for me. Got a full academic scholarship, incredible, unbelievable academic journey, sort of capped off by a trip to Malibu to see Neil Strauss. So spent some time with him. Some of y'all know Tony Robbins. There was 3 people there. It was me, one of Tony Robbins' assistant, and another guy who I remember. I just don't remember what got him there. But Neil Strauss handpicked us, and we had a lot of fun. That's where I met the Allstate guy. I stayed at the Malibu Inn. The Allstate guy gets steaks and shit there regularly, so he was there. That was cool. Great time. And that's why I tell y'all I'm trying to go to Pepperdine. That's why I keep telling people my dream school is Pepperdine, y'all. It's in Malibu. I was in Malibu. I rolled by Pepperdine University, and I was like, I get it. I see the drawing of this. I see you. I always had this philosophy, y'all. Like, I got to ask Uncle Bobby about this. No, Uncle Bobby went to Texas. That's kind of okay. Plus, he's around from that area. It never made sense to me when people from different parts of the country came to Penn State. Like, don't get me wrong. I loved all the ballers that we had over the years. But I would always be like, why not go to the University of Miami? Why not go to somewhere in California, right? You could play football and get an education anywhere, my guy. And if you're a really high-ranking recruit, why would you volunteer to spend 4 years in the middle, dead in Center County? It's called Center County. Why would you want to spend 4 years dead in the middle of Pennsylvania? Have they told you about the winters? They suck. Have they told you about the people? Not the best. Have they told you about the beaches? There aren't any. So, When I was in Malibu and I'm rolling by Pepperdine University, I go, y'all get it. It's all about real estate. Location. Why not cram for those finals on the fucking Malibu beaches, sipping fucking Mai Tais, watching the models and all the fucking Barbie dolls and beautiful people go by with the fucking ocean in the backdrop. Not the ocean sound effect, the ocean. Pepperdine, call me. Now, why do I laugh? Because Pepperdine's a Christian university, and there's no way they're going to hire my atheist black ass to come up in there and teach about evolutionary biology. But if they should so happen to, discount. Real estate discount. Just give me a reasonable salary amongst the professoriate. Make sure I'm not getting paid less than my colleagues. Make sure I've got enough to live it up pretty decently in Malibu, California. Holla at your boy. That atheism thing, I will set that aside. Statement of faith, don't believe it, we'll sign it. Facts, y'all. I will be like, I am the only Bible believer you know, so committed to his Bible belief that I have to tell you, I don't believe in the Bible, although I'm contractually obligated to tell you I believe in the Bible. I believe in the Bible so much, I just want the Bible to be better. And the Bible would be better if the Bible was true. So let's I don't know, we got to work on it, we got to do some shit. But Pepperdine, let's not let this atheism, Christianity thing get in the way of what could be a beautiful, long-term, harmonious relationship. People in Malibu need digital evolution. They really do. Because they could be out on the beach typing on their keyboards, evolving populations of critters. I'm with it. I think that sounds perfect. I think, y'all, I'm going to end up with a job in fucking South Dakota. Our kid's going to be terrible. It's too terrifying. I need the Jordan Peterson sound. They're going to send me somewhere off. I'm going to end up with a job in Alaska. It's going to be dark half the year. Oh, no.
It's too terrifying.
It's too terrifying. Too terrifying, y'all. All right, y'all, 7 o'clock, and I got to watch wrestling soon. So let's teach you little bitches about how coercion works. And then me and the gang are going to link up and get down in the Gather Town. All right, so let's see if we can turn on some fucking bullshit here. Let's turn on a little bit of force. Boop. Force is now a thing that happens. And let's go ahead and slap on that resistance. You can see we got that tournament size 5, that leg size of 8. Boom, boom, booms. All right. Let's get back down here to the beginnings. Ooh, I did Control L. It just cleared the terminal. Boom. It was all messy looking. I didn't like the messiness. Save that. Now let's go ahead and run this bitch. See if that works. Oh yeah, here we go. Here we go, y'all. Here we go. All right, let's go find us an offspring. All right, here we go. All right, so, ooh, guys, you see what's happening? This is where force is happening. This is the consequence of force. There's only 2 challengers. Let's see what the fuck happened. Let's see what the fuck happened. What happened? All right. So we're at new offspring count 93, I believe. All right. And the initial mom is 26, and she has no preference. Oh, that was important, right. So this mom has no preference, right, doesn't give a shit. So what does she do? She mates with the first dad. All right. So 26 and 16 go into the chamber. All right. Now, look, they got a pretty good shape combo here. 0.9, negative 0.8. That's pretty good. They have basically a 0.8 chance of repro. Do they reproduce successfully? They do. And so we move on to number 94. Now let's see what happens here. Now, guys, why does this matter? We're not going to see any of the coercion information here in this readout. And it's very important to understand why. If the mom doesn't have any preference, then she just accepts the first dad. There's no need to coerce somebody who literally doesn't have preference. Remember, coercion only undermines preference. And the whole LEC thing only happens if the mom gives a shit and thus has a preference and a reason to evaluate multiple dads. She doesn't have a preference. She's just going to jump into the mating chamber with the first dad to win a tournament and pop up and say, hey, you want to go at it? She can be like, sure. And before you judge her, it worked, okay? She got a good-ass man, all right? Like one of them prearranged marriage type situations where, they don't take her preference into consideration. She just gets whoever the fuck pops up in that bitch. She goes, hey, man, if it's going to be good to you, let's try to work this thing out. And they work that goddamn thing out. So you can go fuck yourself with judging her. Sorry, I get a little defensive when people talk shit about my digital organisms, okay? Hashtag lives matter. Now, some of y'all didn't get that joke. Hashtag lives matter. I'm going to show you what I mean when I say that. When you represent Avita, when you represent Avita, you get this type of shit that ain't got nothing to do with your research. When you search for Avita, right? Y'all know that a lot of times what I show y'all is Avita Ed, but even real Avita, the research version of Avita has a visualization. And the visualization of that grid, like what you see in Avita Ed, is based on this. In Avita Ed, we just have squares. But you used to, in Avita, have this grid. And it's actually hashtags. Like, you can't really see it, but they are actually little hashtags, or the pound sign. And so when I do little dramatizations of Avidians, like the real Avidians, like I'll always use them as basically hyper anthropomorphized hashtags. And MABE actually doesn't call its organisms Avidians, but I'm gonna just rock with it anyway and probably represent them as hashtags too, because that's what I feel like doing. So hashtag lives matter. Now you know what it means. It's dumb. It's stupider than you thought. It's nerdy as fuck. But it's my shit, y'all. And these are my organisms, and I gotta represent them. If nobody's gonna fight for them, I have to, because they're literally fucking organisms of my own creation and design. That's right, I am in fucking God mode. When I tell you in Word Wrestling Entertainment that I'm in God mode, I'm used to being in God mode. You shouldn't be in God mode. God mode's very risky. I do this professionally. Don't try this shit at home. Also, go fuck yourselves. I told you guys, Ghost Energy Drinks, the shit is the shit. You see what I'm talking about? You guys know I wax all day. I spit the actual factuals to break the actual factuals. And when it happens, people gotta understand, when I get caffeinated, when I get some fucking energy in me, go the fuck somewhere else, because I'm gonna be fucking ripping ass. When I get caffeinated and energized, extra motivated, when I start feeling extra energy, you're fucked. You're fucked. People are fucked. Now let's gonna break down the dating game, but I gotta light up real quick. Hang on. My homegirl Carrie Ann might be around somewhere trying to catch the vibes, because the rest of y'all are fucking lazy and y'all don't know what time it is. I gotta hold it down for the bot. You gotta light that bitch. Just give me the light. Mode. It's time to get in fucking airplane mode. Matter of fact, fucking musical interlude before I kick this coercion shit to you. Fucking musical interlude. And we're going fucking OG Roddy. Go fuck yourselves. We'll listen to fucking Cuz. What do we want, Cuz? There's so many options, Cuz. They're all good. Yeah, let's link up with the gang, man. That's what we're about to do with the after party. We're gonna go link up with the motherfucking gang. Your attention, please. This is the designated smoking area.
Smoking is only permitted in the specified smoking areas.
Zach. OG, I throw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I throw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I throw up the plate.
It's one of the gathered themes.
Then we link up with the gang.
It's the weekend. It's the freaking weekend. We're gonna be on YouTube sporadically throughout the weekend, but we gonna be together all throughout this bitch.
Thought I get money, you change. What you thought we was the same? Still stay away from them clones. Niggas better leave me alone. Talking about niggas is low. Run with niggas who don't know you. Whoa, I make that zagging when city to city. You niggas not hot in your state. If it was money to get a hit Henny, we get it and never complain. Same go for the game, and we put it up all the same. I can't really eat, let's stay straight, cause we go way back in the day. My day ones from back in the day, they still hang around me today. You wanna come round us, you can't. I'm rolling up loud, it's great. But mama, she bad but complain, cause I'm too in love with my dreams. And I gotta get on the plane, and go get this money with them. I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang.
I get the bag with the gang. Taking that Zach to the bank. Henny be all in my drink. You niggas is stupid, you think that should change? You not even hot in your gang. Ain't nothing even hot about your gang. You niggas be lying about saying, be posting them pictures of guns for the fame. Niggas just look at me different now. Say that's your man, but he a clown. But fuck around with the fuck arounds. Little nigga, you should cut it out. Me and my niggas take different routes. Punch a bitch nigga all in his mouth. Hold up my nigga, we different now. I need a Robert, this is my style. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I get a bitch today, she probably a foreign model. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I'm with my gang today, tomorrow never promise.
OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the
yeah.
gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang.
Yeah. That shit's a banger. All right, man. So crazy, man. It's about to be freaking weekend time, man. Man, I'm trying to have fun, man. I gotta understand, we can gather pretty much around the clock, man. You gotta stop looking for us on YouTube, man. If you're looking for us on YouTube, you're only catching the part of it that's YouTube safe. You know? All right, now, before we get on into this shit, man, let me tell you how this shit became so relevant. Like, so there's basically a lot of talk in sexual selection research about sexual conflict. Basically the idea that males and females within the same species have conflicting interests, right? They're not cooperating all the time. Because what's best for the male, you could think of an example like mating with every female, mating with as many females as possible, or having as many offspring as possible with as many mates as possible is not good for the female, which might be, for instance, having exclusive access to her mate's resources, or exclusive investment only in her children, or a male who's less competitive and therefore is, you know, not as much the target of attacks, or he may want to be, you know, just overall more competitive, which might bring him status that she benefits from, but because of that, he's fucking literally difficult to get along with. He's an angry bird. He's fucking pecks at her all the goddamn time. And if she was with, you know, a different male, he doesn't peck at his partners as much. Shit is out here. Stuff on these birds out here, yo. And you know, there's a lot of these examples of conflict between potential mates, or the males and females in a species or in a brood. Similar to, you know, competition among siblings, right? You know, all this type of shit. And that gets interesting, right? Because then you have not only the tension amongst individuals in a population, you have the tensions between the males and females playing out at the population level, which then contributes to the constraints of what how the species can adapt to the environment, right? Because there's this other filter than the environment. The environment is the only thing that determines your fitness, right? What determines your fitness? Sure, the environment can determine that all it wants to, but if you got to mate reproductively, if you need sexual reproduction to get your genes into the other generation, guess what? You got to deal with them fuck faces. And so Cliff, who y'all know is my guy, never bought into sexual conflict theory. And that's why this is so amazing, because I love Cliff to death. And my background is I studied the evolution of human mating in a biological anthropology lab. We taught sex and evolution, this big lecture class, like 400 fucking students. And then we had recitations. Every semester I had 2 classes of recitations. The recitations are 25 students each. So, you know, there's me and 3 or 4 other TAs, and we're all in this lab, and we do this amazing fucking research where we use contemporary human populations, aka the students at Penn State, one of America's largest universities, to have all these innovative ways to study sexual and social dynamics, and we get all up in their business and find out who's sleeping with who and when they're reproducing, and we measure all their fitness and how attractive they are when their DNA and their hormone levels, and this fucking crazy lab was amazing, wild shit, really fun, crazy stories. So, then I end up coming to Beacon, and I'm really a fish out of water. Because my background is studying sexual selection. Hardly anybody studies sexual selection. My background's working with people. Hardly anybody works with humans. I work with contemporary populations. That was the deal. So I'm trying to find my way at Beacon. And for the most part, I thought I was going to work there and then dip. Of course, Rich Lenski, being just the awesome guy he was, recognized I'm super passionate about evolution and felt I could learn what was going on in the lab. And I worked in the lab for a year. He decided to keep me. And I identified Avita early on as, okay, I may not be great in the lab, but I like working with computers, and I had to learn to code a bit as part of the classes that you take at Beacon. They make you take some interdisciplinary courses. And so, I've identified Avita early on, but it was going to take me way away from sex, right? Because you don't ask these type of questions when you're working with E. coli, right? And you certainly don't ask these type of questions even when you start working with Avita, because you're working on essential evolutionary dynamic questions, and you're at a place where so much of what you're doing is inspired by asexual systems. So, my dissertation research just was something else, right? It's about history and some other shit we'll get into. What my manuscript's about that. But working with Cliff was really awesome because I finally got to get back to studying sexual selection. And early on in grad school, I identified Cliff because we started talking about sexual selection type stuff because we were both just interested in it. And then he started coding up shit. But then we both had to go different directions because, I had to focus on my shit. And then at the same time, Cliff ended up a PhD student. When we first started, he wasn't. So he was just fucking around. But then he became a student and had to do program shit, whatever. But it really inspired me because even the whole time I was in grad school, I knew that if I just stuck it out, I could get back to studying sexual selection. And I knew I could particularly start working with Cliff again. And, as soon as I graduated last year, me and Cliff got right back to it. So, and now Cliff and I is working together on cultural evolution stuff, and he's helping me build my own shit and everything. So, it's that collaboration's been more fruitful, and love Cliff to death. Y'all don't understand. Cliff is like my guy. I miss Cliff. Cliff is one of the people who, just known for a long time, and the disappointment of COVID is, I spent a lot of time at Cliff's house and with Cliff, and I hope you guys get to see that. Actually, I was joking with him at our meeting yesterday. I was teasing him because he has asked me about meeting in person. And I told him, I'm just not meeting anybody in person. But if I do start seeing people again, or if I was going to, try to work towards that, as long as I'm here in Michigan, if that happens, Cliff would be the first thing would be doing my meetings with Cliff, once in a while in person. Because I already know I love Cliff and spending time at his place, and I want to, and then I could get up in there and start to show you guys how awesome Cliff's house is and his blacksmithing shop. I'm like, if I can't get Cliff to start streaming this shit on his own, I might have to sneak up in that bitch and then start showing you guys how awesome it is. And then when you guys freak out, he'll realize he needs to show you more. I have my ways, God damn it, I have my ways. All right, let me show you. But so what happens, right, is Cliff doesn't buy into sexual selection, right? So I'm super happy to get back into studying sexual selection with Cliff. But it turns out he's had this idea, and he's had these ideas for years, actually. This is not some shit Cliff just cooked up overnight. He's really, the entire time he's been studying sexual selection and all this shit, he's been kind of always, reading a lot of shit, kind of edging around the sexual conflict theory, and Cliff was just not buying it. Now, he wasn't not buying it because he's an idiot and he doesn't think that, because he's an idiot, or he thinks the people that are, publishing about it are idiots and don't know what they're talking about. He's not buying it because he's looking at it at a different level. And he's thinking of it as what he calls collusion. And by collusion, he's really saying, when you think about the way we talk about sexual selection, and again, a lot of it is not in the context of coercion or forced mating or anything like that. It's just overall sexual selection, right? There's females, they're choosy, that makes them very elitist. They only select with males, and then there's this like hierarchy, and then there actually tends to be very unchecked. You know, ours is checked because legally you can only, at least most of the time, marry one person. That's the reason why. There'd just be more bandits and bands of unwed men causing chaos if the rich dudes could literally just marry all the women. Because let's face it, it'd be better for like most women to just be like the 37th wife of a billionaire than like my only wife, financially speaking, right? And again, don't talk to me about how it's about more than money. I'm simplifying it because we have to do models, and in our systems, the models are painfully simple. So we're just trying to give you some analogies to get you to wrap your head around what's happening. So anyway, what Cliff is thinking about from the perspective of collusion is it's not necessarily all about the males and the females are in conflict with each other. It's that the elites want to sort of only mate with other elites. And they're playing what you can think of as a lock and key game where if you're females, you're trying to increase in fitness but select for ever increasingly elite males. And then, you know, your key becomes so complex that only the best dudes can unlock it, and then that incentivizes those dudes to keep making the system exclusive such that less fit males and by consequent less fit females simply can't compete. And so he's saying what a lot of times appears as conflict between the males overall and the females overall, you can really think of as collusion between the elitist and the best males and females to dominate the population through sort of locking off access to high fitness reproduction and then excluding everybody else. So you can call this collusion versus conflict. And so Cliff literally gets to the point where when he reads something about sexual conflict, he's fucking triggered. Like, I'm just not buying this conflict shit until somebody fucking addresses collusion, right? And it's fucking great. And so for me, it's just great because he has this motivation and this great thing. And I love this story because it shows you how scientists have beefs, but we try to let the science and the data win out, and we use experiments and shit like that to test each other's ideas, and we should then change based on the results of that. So what happens is there's this woman who's given this seminar. Again, shout out to Beacon and MSU because, you know, as much as we love to shit on our schools, we realize we have some incredible opportunities as a result of these affiliations. You know, they gave this big seminar, you know, led by a bunch of, you know, higher ups in the department about this woman who does this amazing sexual conflict research and like ducks and dolphins and all this other shit. And so Cliff literally emails me this shit, and y'all gonna recognize the WWE energy right away. Cliff, yes, sweet, lovable Cliff who just wants to sit there at his computer and do his experiments and once in a while chat on Clubhouse, is trying to start some shit because he's literally like, yo, let's go to this seminar about sexual conflict because I'm not buying it, right? So Cliff wants to roll up in there like, you know, and have this person give their presentation, which we know is going to be about sexual conflict because they got it all up in their title and their abstract. And then Cliff's about to hit them with the sexual collusion and be like, I'm not buying it. Now, what do I know? From all my experience, having studied these sexual selection ideas and the sexual conflict shit was really, really deep and really, really legit. And I would keep telling Cliff, sometimes it's about different things where the conflict of interest is obvious, like violent conflict. Like sometimes there's a violent conflict and a violent confrontation between the male and the female. And he's got, yeah, but is it really, or is it just, again, locking out the weaker ones? You know, and it's like, it is locking out the weaker ones, but it's still a real conflict, right? So it's the whole thing, right? It's not simple. It's a real serious question, right? This is not trying to trivialize it, but it is a fun story. So we go to this thing, and this woman's presentation is fucking stellar. You know, she's talking about the fucking violent gang rape in ducks and violent coercion in dolphins, and she's got fucking fucking hippie smiles. She's got 3D fucking images that they've 3D printed of the dolphin and fucking duck fucking vaginas and reproductive cavities that can show the fucking adaptations against the coercion, and then describe and show the mechanisms for allowing the males that they select in, for getting around the conflicts and how they choose the different I mean, and she kicked this fucking shit so beautifully. And this woman instantly, and she was introduced as one of the presenter's scientific heroes, and she did this shit, and it was just like, her shit was flooring. Like, it was so good, y'all. She had the goods in multiple systems, multiple lines of evidence, just solid slam dunk research, and her presentation was fantastic. Her data was cool. Her fucking research team is awesome. Their fucking methods are fucking super futuristic and innovative. She's fucking dope. And so Cliff was just like, yep, I'm done. So Cliff literally just concedes. He's like, thank you. Like, literally, this is the first time, like, you've really educated me. Like, somebody's, like, literally given me a presentation on sexual conflict, and it's actually made sense to me, and I get it, and it's amazing. And she was really appreciative. It was great. And actually, you know, he really spoke for all of us. It was just really amazing. And then he told her his idea about collusion. Because you got to remember, y'all, I showed up to this shit with my popcorn ready. I'm not meeting with Josh today. All right, I showed up to my shit with my popcorn ready. Like, I was like, oop, oop. Like, I'm here for the fireworks, because I'm just here to see the drama, right? And boy, it was good, right? Because her presentation was so awesome, and then Cliff had to concede. It was great. It's so over-delivered. So she flipped around and was really like saying to him, oh, you know, you're making a great point about collusion, and there's definitely examples of that. Matter of fact, what you see was evidence of that, because that's what was really striking for me, taken away from her examples, was you could see, she could talk about how different males then had to have different adaptations. So there's some males who have to, you know, they're trying to be chosen, and they're the ones that are going to try to compete and be the chosen males, and they have to have adaptations for copulation under conditions of being chosen. But then the fuck faces, who were losers, no, I'm just kidding. The coercive males have different shit to counteract, you know, different, you know, she's going to be doing something differently. And I think that that's where the idea of this shape mating comes in, actually, right? Because think about it. What the shape mating is basically saying is, like, imagine again, like that. Let's say you're a male, right? And this shape is graspy. This is like a really good grasping position, because if you pull up on a female who's like this, you get this great adhesion, right? Well, what happens if she does this, right? Basically, she's pushing you out, right? And so the idea is that you kind of think of that the other way. So this is receptive. If I'm receptive, I'm letting you come in with this shape, right? And if I'm not receptive, I would push you out, right? And it would literally just reverse the pressure. And so instead of this now being, oh, you get the benefit of bonding in this way because I'm relaxed, I've chosen you, so I'm going to relax. You're the guy I like, so I'm going to relax. Oh, I don't like you. You're forcing yourself on me. So in attention to try to getting you off, I'm gonna do this counter move where I reverse the pressure, right? And so you can find that as a mechanism, right? And it makes sense, right? It's a very simple one. Doesn't take a magician or anything to create something. It's a very simple reversal of pressure, right? And so that's actually what's so cool about this shape mating, is that we can first see, do these mating types evolve just based on that shape mating function, and does it evolve quicker or slower and all that stuff based on the function power and the severity and the blase and the flavonoids. We can easily counteract it to what happens if that shape mating isn't happening, so we can control it perfectly by just flipping the sign and mating on similar. Then we can build in such things as preference for toxic traits and toxic foods and different benefits, and specializing based on the preferences of the 3 different colors and all of that type of shit. And then on top of that, we can layer in this easy, very simple coercion. And it's a fun story because it's basically Cliff was trying to get me to do something with MABE, to just poke around in MABE and show that I'm learning MABE. And so what I did, kind of initially to fuck with him, right, was I was like, wait, let me see if I can think of something that touches on that coercion thing that we did. Like, we're doing this sexual selection stuff, we've got the shape mating thing going, and now we just went to this talk, and I know after that talk, Cliff was really motivated by what that woman was saying, right? And so I'm kind of thinking to myself, when Cliff is just teaching me MABE and he's going, all right, now, fuck around with some stuff and, see if you know how things work together and stuff like that. And so, all right, what if, as for my first project, right, as sort of a tribute to Cliff, to say, hey, Cliff, I really appreciate everything you're teaching me. And so I would give you something inspired by, this thing we went to together. And also a way to sort of say, hey, if something like this is interesting to us, we can build on this to sort of get at, some of these interests of ours. And then it's really nice in the context, because what we try to do with our digital systems is offer something of value to people who work in natural systems and say, we can ask these questions and poke around in ways that you often can't with the biological system. And that's what they're usually fascinated and why they want to work with us, because they recognize the value of that. And so one of the things that's immediately nice about our system is we can study this stuff, we can model this, we can make all this happen, and no ducks were harmed in the evolution of these coercive digital organisms, right? And so it kind of is a story that writes itself in terms of the benefit of working in a system like this when we have this really charismatic potential partner and collaborator who works in the system that can clearly demonstrate so vividly the real life consequences, the real violence of coercive mating and the real seriousness of it and what it does. And then we can kind of come in with this algorithmic sort of approach to thinking about these things, which gives us this real simple system, and then we can kind of go from there. And so we got it going. I just had to sit there and think through how would coercive mating work in this system, right? I cooked it up and showed it to Cliff, got it working, and he actually liked it, right? He was like, holy shit, like we could use this. And so we've been talking about it since, because every time I bring it up with people, it's really cool. Even Mike, my advisor, really likes it because a lot of the questions we ask are sort of geared towards almost like microbiology questions, where we're treating our digital organisms like they're virtual bacteria or something like that, because we're asking questions related to asexual dynamics, often because we're working with collaborators who work with microorganisms. But overall, we want to work with questions that draw in people who study animal behavior and bigger megafauna. And so this is a way to wrap back around actually to my interest in anthropology, my interest in working with people and primates and bigger systems that have these more complex mating systems that happen, and really circling back to sexual selection, which is what I'm a specialist in, right? So Cliff is instrumental in sort of taking what I did before graduate school, taking what I did during graduate school and then wrapping them together in a way that makes me uniquely suited to what I'm trying to do going forward, rather than before feeling like a fish out of water. And so, just really excited about what we have going on. And with that in mind, let's take a look at what happens with coercion and resistance. So force and resist built into the system that I've shown you before, based on the LEC mating, right? So remember before, you have a tournament, right? You just pick a random organism, then you pick another one. Whichever one's better, you keep. You get rid of the other one. You do it again. So many rounds of that, that's the tournament. The winner of the tournament becomes the mom. Mom also has a preference, potentially. If mom doesn't have a preference, the first organism to win a tournament, she will accept as the dad, go into the mating chamber, and then shape mating will determine the probability of reproducing. If she does have a preference, there will be a LEC. She will evaluate a certain number of guys. Somebody will win a tournament, he'll become the first potential dad. She will check his score on her preferred trait. And then there'll be another dad pick, and she'll do that until the tournament. So what happens? It's very easy to see the consequences. Why? Because every single time there's a LEC, there are 8 males. So it's very clear that every single time a female expresses a preference, she does so, and then she gets to choose amongst 8 males. Well, why is that so interesting? Because it helps us see one of the essential dynamics in the system. What she loses, quote unquote, when forced mating happens, may very well depend on the size of the LEC, right? Because you can say that a female who chooses amongst 10 males is choosier than a female who will choose amongst only 2 males or whatever, right? And so if you try to force yourself, really, there's only 2 rounds where that can happen, right? But then there's an inverse consequence, right? Because if you are choosier, in other words, if the LEC size is larger, then you do what? There's a cost for trying to evaluate more males. The more males you evaluate, the more likely it is you're eventually going to run into one who coerces you, right? It's like rolling the dice. She's rolling the dice. Every time she picks a male, before there was no dice rolled. Every time she picked a male, she just got to sit there and casually choose amongst the best of the 8 every single time. Now she's rolling the dice that one of these fuck faces is going to force herself on them. So now there's potential counter-adaptation. How choosy do you really want to be, right? So we can all play with this stuff. All right, but let's see what it looks like basically, and then we'll call it. All right, so what happens here is the mom has now a preference for 2. I just kind of wanted to show us a little bit more there. It kind of goes up to the top every time. All right, so 17, preference for 2. The dad is 64, right? Now, immediately, does he force... I kind of printed this out a little bit backwards, but I like to get the result first. Does he false report? Now, look, boom. It tells you then the readouts. What was the force potential probability? 0.4. Its value was 1. In other words, he expressed the potential to force. You can think of it as he's a guy who's on a date, and he realizes, oh, I could force myself on this woman if I tried, right? He realizes this. It's not really. It's a genetic probability of having the potential. I think of it as, does he even have the ability to do it if he wanted to? And so there's some probability that he does have that. In this case, he does, but he has a very low probability of actually attempting it. He doesn't, and not that it mattered, but if he would have attempted it, he would not have been successful, right? So what happens then? The tournament continues, right? That's the deal. if he see, and you see this every single time there's a potential dad, the very first thing that happens is he could potentially force himself on her, and then he's not even going to be evaluated in the tournament. In this case, he doesn't force himself on her, so he gets evaluated. He has a score of 0 on the 2. And here's the consequence for him, right? If he would have forced himself on her, he probably would have become the dad. Instead, he goes into the tournament and what? He loses. He's the loser, so he gets thrown out. So this is what you see. Sometimes being a lower for dad, I hate to say this, it may have been better to be a coercer, because in this case, the other guy has, more of whatever she likes, has a higher score. The challenger wins. 67's the dad. And here you go. He forces himself on her. See, now that's the game. That's why this is so interesting to me, because here it is. Here's this guy who's safe. He's probably a high fitness guy, right? He's not a loser. He won a goddamn tournament, right? And so he doesn't force himself, but he loses. She thinks, I like, what is it? Preferences 2. So let's say that's the red berry. I like red guys. Number 67 is redder. I'm going to go with 67. So 67 wins. And then 67 forces himself on her. Right? And here it is. He had a 0.4-ish chance of expressing it. He did. 0.7 chance of attempting it. He does. And a 0.2 chance, so a low chance of probability. So who is this? He's got sort of an intermediate level of whether or not he's going to express the ability, whether or not he's even going to decide or realize in a situation or express the ability to force. Then he's got a really high chance, 76%, if he expresses it, that he will attempt try it. He's actually got a rather low success rate. So he's pretty forcey, not really the best at being successful, but he is successful. And then her stuff kicks in. And in this chance, we would say she doesn't successfully resist. Mom successful resist, false. Why? High chance of expressing the potential to resist. She does, but intermediate coin flip as to whether or not she'll actually attempt to resist. She doesn't. This probability doesn't matter at that point, because it's, it goes, it'll break on any step here. But so she doesn't even try to resist, basically. And then he successfully goes to the dad. So there's only 2 challengers. She only experienced 64 and 67. 67 makes himself the final dad, right? So that's it. Competition over. No 8 competitors, just 2. Mate similars off, powers 2, and then what happens? He happens to be she's a 0.8, or the mom's a 0.8, the dad's a negative 0.8. They're both near the extremes, right? This is almost 1, and this is almost -1. So they have a pretty high chance of being successful. Again, that's just based on the shape. He just happens to be a really good shape for that adhesion. So there's a high reproductive chance, true. And so basically, then we go to the next offspring. So basically, that offspring, number 94, is the product of the successful union of 67 and 17, with 67 having successfully forced on 17. And so that's kind of it. That's basically the deal. We'll get more into it, obviously, as we go. I just kind of wanted to show y'all the basics. And that's the point, is to show you that's the power of MABE. Coding that up in Avita, I wouldn't know where to start, where to begin, but coding it up in MABE was super simple, right? We've already built this system. We've got the tournaments. We've got the LEC. And then I'm sitting around, literally pacing in this room. I was literally just pacing around this room, writing code, and I go, well, what is forced mating? What is forced copulation? It's you subvert the female's choice. What is the female's choice in our system? Oh, she has this LEC. She has a LEC size. We established the LEC by doing what? Just an evaluation loop. There's a potential dad picked. Who has the highest score? Potential dad pick, who has the highest score? Potential dad pick, who has the highest score? What is forced mating? We just break that loop. Right? Normally we go through 8 rounds, and at the end of 8 rounds, we just, so it's very simple coding, right? Literally, the LEC is a loop. It's just a loop of picking a new dad, evaluating which one has the highest score based on the berry of her preference, and then moving on. What does forced copulation do? It just breaks the loop and goes, I'm the dad, and I'll stay the final dad. So it's very simple. You literally realized all it does is break the loop. And that does everything you need forced copulation to do. You literally break a loop in a line of code, forced copulation. It was so beautiful in its simplicity, but it's true, right? Because it does what it's supposed to do. It literally undermines her choice. She was going to get to evaluate 8 dudes. Now she is not. She was going to get to decide who becomes the final dad based on her preference. Now she is not. It is literally forced copulation. It's not as... Now, here's where we get into the paper I read about Rob, the thing that people like LPP, the thing like people like Otangelo, the thing that people like... who am I thinking? Sal continue to misunderstand. You can say certain things in Evita are simulations or models or whatever, metabolism, energy, these things that don't really manifest themselves. But this is not a quote-unquote simulation of coercive mating. That would be totally missing this. This is real coercive mating, right? It's in a computer, yes, but this is actually coercive mating. These are real evolving populations, adaptation, chance, and history, blase and flavonoids. In these populations, there is really a sexual reproductive system. It takes 2 organisms to make one. 2 to make one. Sexual reproduction, crossover, and all of that, right? So what happens here is there's a real preference and real natural selection and real sexual selection, and the coercion breaks that. What is resistance? Resistance just says when you break the loop because there was a forced copulation, you potentially don't allow the loop to be broken. Right? So forced copulation gets to say, you skip the line and you just become the final dad. Resistance is just saying, no, you don't. Right? And so if she successfully resists, what happens? We just resume the loop. Right? If she resists successfully, what happens? Here's what's weird. The way we currently have it iterate, she may still evaluate him. This actually happens. Sometimes, remember, the loop breaking just means she's actually going to evaluate the guys. Now, we can set it up so that if he goes for coercion, successfully engages coercion, and then she successfully resists it, that she kicks him out and says, well, now you're gone, you're out of here, and we could even make it costly, but we started with the simple system. Right now, she still then goes and evaluates him. So sometimes in this system, and we'll see this later on, sometimes she resists the coercion and then ends up mating with the guy that successfully resisted, that successfully coerced her. She successfully resisted. You can think of successful resistance as the forced mating is just the act of mating. It's just a forced copulation. So when you successfully force mating, you're not forcing reproduction, you're forcing copulation. You're forcing your way into the birthing chamber, right? You're forcing a go in the birthing chamber. And she can simply resist the forced copulation. So she can say, oh, you may have forced yourself to copulate me, but I have a mechanism to make sure you don't actually get to, successfully, impregnate me or whatever. Like those are separate. The act of forcing the copulation can be broken. She can resist without, take whatever, right? So it's just an algorithmic thing. So anyway, all that does is it makes the loop continue. Right? And so if she successfully resists, the loop goes on. And then we have another thing called We have another parameter. So basically we can kick out guys who are forced. That's a thing I'll add in later. I think right now we have a thing where multiple forces on or off. So one of the things that happens is if a male wins a tournament and then she goes into the LEC, let's say she prefers red dudes and a guy successfully or unsuccessfully tries to copulate with her, tries to force himself. Well, if she likes red dudes and he happens to be redder than the challenger, right? She now is going to what? Evaluate the same guy again. And so if we turn on multiple force attempts, what it means is every time she exposes herself to a guy, there's a new chance that he will try to coerce himself, that he will try to force himself on her. If we turn that off, you only potentially try forced mating the first time you get into the first time you win a contest in the LEC. So again, we can build in lots of complexity, lots of nuance, and all of these things do in fact make a difference, right? Because remember, if the LEC size is 8, then dude man's got to go through 8 challengers, and if that means there's 8 times to potentially trigger that forced mating. Whereas if he can only do it the first time, then you actually shift the strategy towards winning on the preferences more, because there's just a lot fewer opportunities for forced copulation. So all of these things matter, and it's fun, and it's cool, and I'm glad we got it working. I just wanted to turn off the, put it in the debug mode, show you guys what's going on under the hood, explain it to you algorithmically. I'm sure we'll break it down again. Right now, I just need to turn off debug mode. Let me show you guys this real quick. I'm turning off debug mode only because if I decide to run something a batch and I'm not paying attention to this, I don't want it to run without the debugger on. And matter of fact, I will keep it at the 10 updates because that just helps. No, I think, what do we go, 100 or something normally? So yeah, I'll run 100. And then we'll go down here to the end, run it. Cool. That looks like normal MABE. So you can see that's just what it looks like. So if I didn't show you all that under the hood, you wouldn't be able to tell that this is any different than a regular default run of MABE with asexual reproduction, no sexual selection, no LECs, no parents, no force. So I'm really glad I showed you guys all that. I'm glad we got it all up and going. My code is looking great. I had working code, so it was wise of me to not get in there and start breaking shit and just get some help with the troubleshooting it. And it looks like we're going, and we'll get back to it this week. Tomorrow I'm going to have some grading and stuff to do. I might take care of that earlier in the day. But yeah, let's get on out of here. It's Friday night. It's time to watch wrestling and have fun. Catch us in the Gather Town. We got to go harass LPP again. That shit was funny. He gets way too triggered. Yeah, he does. Thanks, Lena. Appreciate that. She said it's actually really cool. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. I'm sure probably not everybody caught all of it or was able to keep up with all of it. I'll show it again. I'll break it down again. I'm a big fan of repeated exposure. So let's just consider that exposure number 1. Some of you may take 3, 4, 5 times, or just hit me up and I'll get with you one-on-one and we can chat about it. But yeah, it's a pretty cool system. We've got, and I just wanted to show you guys shape mating. Showed you guys the difference the function makes and how strong it selects for, the strength of that shape mating effect. And then how you can take this simple system with the LEC mating, which is basically a loop in programming, and use interrupting that loop to simulate or to actually to instantiate, we'd say, coercive mating, right? Because it's really forced mating. And it really is resisting the forced mating. That's the fun of it. And as I like to remind people, the great part is I can always say, no ducks or dolphins or any other animals were harmed in this particular part of this project. So thank you all, and we'll see you in Gathertown. In the name of Darwin, the Dawkins, and the Christopher Hitchens, science bless y'all. We'll see you tomorrow. Poof! Wrong button. What is it? You gonna make this transition?
Ready for takeoff?
Zach. Whoa. Working hard on my stump, what's the problem? I ain't had shit to show, being modest. Now it's grams of the wax for my conscience. Bron James in LA, you're on college. I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners. Shut the John on them jets, cause you wildin'. But the bold is a party on the island, moment of silence. So good, get back to the topic. Grew up, it was me and Flocka. Grandma's and Big T, this my mama. I ain't even for the pain when my pots flip. Knew his name, that's it, never bothered. Mom said, you the man, son, you got this. Ever since I found a way to go and pop shit. Hold up, blaze through a whole zip. You can see at the table of my first flip. Days in red roof with my first whip. Spent the money with the gang, never post pics. Seen a change in the game, had to coach it. Never let them take my wangs in the mold, bitch. Ever made in a month, nigga. Used to serve him at the minute just to front, nigga. Goddamn. Had to grow up quick, I made my own rules. Had my first child, got it jumping with music. Can't really hang with nobody who losing. I thought by now that you would go and get it, but I could hardly see niggas this distant. Know you get cropped if you not in the picture. And I made that Zag and went got a bag. Shots to the Henny and OG prescriptions, put rebel shit on the map. Took a leap from where I started at. Started ballin', now I'm Chris Paul and Cat. Got him steady calling for the mold, but I'm on a roll, gotta call him back. And that's all fact.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard. All carry-on items should now be stowed securely, either in an overhead